I was there at the beginning of this week. Once you see that week pops in, you're ready to go. The Wednesday really lets you know because they're really practicing and starting to get ready, putting in their game plans and all that. But ultimately, as soon as preseason ends, I give myself that little 1 week now since I have a little space, and then I'm ready to go.
I can't wait, man. Yeah, I think everybody kind of takes that little Labor Day weekend by now that the NFL, going to 17 games is created, which has my full support. And I'm just fired up. So we got Ashburn today. Tomorrow we'll hear from Dan Quinn today. As far as
we talking about football is tomorrow, JP.
I know, dude.
It's tomorrow because you got the Thursday night kickoff, man. It's going to be something special,
dude. I not just tomorrow night.
Friday.
What's funny is if you throw it and rewind a year, and the opener was going to be Chiefs Lions, a lot of people were like, "Man, why does Detroit get that game? It's supposed to be kind of a marquee game." Well, and Detroit came out and kicked the Chiefs' ass. Frankly,
something we need to start looking at. How did Detroit do this thing? Nobody gave him any respect. Dan Campbell rolled in. He talked about biting knees, and that's all people talked about.
That is.
But then all of a sudden, you saw his team playing. You're like, hold on now. This is a damn good football team. These guys are playing. Last year, when they were given that, people did not give them any respect until they beat the Chiefs.
That was a tone setter.
And then everybody felt like, the Chiefs just wasn't ready. They overlooked them. Detroit should have been in the Super Bowl this year.
Well, here's what dude. It's funny. I was listening to PFT's podcast this morning, the Part of My Take guys, and I was replaying. I still think Dan Campbell made a mistake. I believe it was end of the first half. They went for it, didn't score when they could have kicked.
Yeah.
And a lot of the theory to me, if
you got a little bit too aggressive.
If you're inside the 5, if you're inside your opponent's 5-yard line and you want to go for it on 4th down, I don't hate that because even if you don't get it, they're going to have 1st and 10 from their own 3. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And the odds of you getting the ball back are really significant. The problem with that theory in that situation, and now all of a sudden we're talking about the NFC Championship game, but what the hell? The problem in that situation, there was like 3 seconds left.
Yeah.
So there was no, San Fran wasn't getting the ball back anyway because of the time. Mm-hmm. And you're on the road, take the points on the road.
Overly aggressive.
Yeah, I thought that was the one.
Sometimes, the coach got to pump the brakes a little bit. I understand you want people to play aggressive on a football field. That's your mindset. But you also have to play aggressively smart.
Sure. There's it's like anything. There's a line. I've always said out here, there's for a long time, there's a very thin line between confidence and arrogance. And
I thought you were about to say love and hate.
Sure. That too. The one I really say is there's a very thin line between being a hard ass and a butthole. How about that? I don't know about that. Like that. I mean, I think the margins in the NFL are razor thin. Mm-hmm. Razor thin. The league, you have a $100 billion, multi-hundred billion dollar industry that is built for everybody to be equal.
Yeah.
It is built for everyone to be equal. You know what I mean?
It's built to be equal, but you know what?
It ain't.
When you start being a little smarter, you're not going to be equal with the people that are dumb.
Well, dude, there's ways to differentiate. Quarterback's the first one, right? If you have a legit quarterback, that changes everything.
Yes.
But the other path that exists is build a awesome organization.
Yep.
And maybe Washington's got both all of a sudden. We'll find out. I truly am fired up. Just for the year to get started, one thing we're not going to do, B, you said last year in the opener, the Chiefs kind of overlooked the Lions. And I think that's accurate. As a radio program, we are not going to overlook Tampa.
No,
Todd Bowles,
Baker
Mayfield, Mike
and
Evans.
And we should not.
Well, to help us with that, J.C. Allen covers the Bucs for Bucs Game Day SI. He's going to join us at 10:30. We're getting our first real preview of what the Bucs are, the changes they made. I don't know how much it's going to impact. Baker Mayfield had a true renaissance year last year. But Dave Canales left. Dave Canales was the OC. Mm-hmm. I think that's a big change. Coming up, J.C. Allen at 10:30. At 11 a.m., Dalton Wasserman is a Pro Football Focus guy. He's quite high on the Commanders.
Yes.
I think it'll be good for us to talk to somebody that's quite high on the
somebody
Commanders.
Outside the realm.
Right.
Somebody that's not like Jeff.
At 11:30.
With that syndrome.
The flip side, I was reading this last night. I enjoyed the Ringer's NFL content. The Ringer, not so high on the Commanders. We'll go through that. Our guy Dan Kolko from Masson is going to join us at noon. And then we hope to hear from Governor Westmore sometime today.
Yeah.
We're kind of leaving that open. We know the governor wants to get on, make his picks, especially with the Ravens playing tomorrow night. So it kind of moves up our normal schedule with the gov.
Yep.
He's also a pretty busy fella.
Yeah,
so we gotta yeah.
We have to move and shake with him.
Let's say good morning to the boys.
Stick and move.
Good morning, boys in the aquarium. How do you do?
Yo.
What up, brothers?
What's
Jeffrey?
good?
Hey, buddy. All right, B. So we're very focused. Landfill, I appreciate you doing the math because this is often a contentious topic. The NFL kickoff is in 34 hours. I mean, when you say it like that, we've made it. We've made it through the wilderness, B.
Hey,
and college football last weekend is so great, and I love it.
It's coming. We'll get there in a few.
Like eventually you get married and you realize it's the love of your life. That's the NFL, right?
Most people wish that.
College football, there are people
I don't know how you find out that.
That's true. That's true. College football, there are people you date that you enjoy that relationship and you're happy you had it, right? That's me in college football. Like, it holds a special place here, but the NFL is my wife.
I mean, NFL to me, I really like it. I like it coming up but I think, like I'm saying, since you put it like that, the girl, because college football is a little bit more exciting in my book because it's more
wide open.
College football, you watch 10 games, you see 20 offenses. NFL, you watch 10 games, you see one, possibly two offenses and two defenses. Everybody do the same things. College football, a little bit more exotic.
Definitely exotic, dude.
NFL, they come out with a business suit on.
Right.
College football, they got a Pocahontas dress on. I'm just saying.
Let me ask you this then, because I've had this debate with friends, and I've had this debate with like people that work in both college football or the NFL. Yeah. And hell, when I had this debate was pre-transfer portal. So that is another wrinkle.
Okay.
Where do you think it's harder to coach? Like head coach, OC, DC, whatever. Where do you think it's harder to coach? The pros or legit Power 5 college football?
The pros are still harder to coach. In college, I don't care if the NIL stuff is started, transfer portal is there. Still, that coach has more control.
Right.
You got the NFL now where the players make more money than you. Okay? And they're men. A lot of them got kids. Some of the coaches now are coming in that may be a little younger than the damn players. And they're going to challenge you at a different level. You know, in college, you could threaten somebody, get out of here. Can't do that in the pros. Even with the money going around now in college.
I think the level of competition is so much higher in the NFL. Yeah. Like when you watch a stud college football game, Notre Dame versus A&M, there are probably 20 kids on that field that are going to play in the pros.
Maybe less than that.
Maybe 10.
To be honest with you.
But everybody in the pros is in the pros.
Yeah.
And it's not – everybody thinks like, oh, Bama versus Georgia or whatever. And that's awesome. Those games are great. Mm-hmm. But NFL rosters, they scour the entire country. They scour international. They're looking at Australian football, whatever. Totally. Like, it's just – I agree with you. I think the level of competition is so much harder. But at the same time, you got to motivate these kids. And, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts.
Because, see, the thing about it, like when you look at in college and somebody makes a little small mistake, ends up being an incompletion. Make that same mistake in the pros, it's a touchdown.
Right.
So, you know, you have to coach to a higher level and a higher grade to make sure that those guys don't screw up those things. And I think the NFL, that it makes sure that you have to do everything to perfection.
Good morning to all the folks on the stream. I think we're up and running on the stream. B, you know what I had a fantasy draft last night that all right, I had the 3rd overall pick, and it was a full point PPR, and it went Christian McCaffrey and then CeeDee Lamb 2nd.
All right.
Who would you have taken number 3?
Christian McCaffrey 1st, CeeDee Lamb 2nd. I'd probably go with a guy like a Saquon.
Saquon that early?
Yeah, or because he's gonna catch the ball way more than you think. And because like when you look at Christian McCaffrey,
now the consensus there is kind of Tyreek, Breece Hall, or Bijan Robinson.
I understand, but Bijan is playing on the team with Kirk.
True.
He's going to be throwing it downfield or dumping it to a tight end. We know that.
True.
We've seen it already. This team now, with those receivers, okay, you add Jahan. They hope that he's going to be a great slot. But you have a tight end, 2 receivers, and you have a quarterback. Saquon's going to be wide open this year.
That's
so
true.
if you think Bijan is going to be that great, I would probably say I put a lot of stuff on him too.
Landfill and Jeff, who
kind of hoping he has a good year so that fool up there in New York could get fired.
You're rooting for Saquon. I can feel that.
I'm rooting for him because of the dude was a true idiot up there. Shane, that's his name?
Yeah, Joe Shane.
Yeah.
What number is Saquon? Is he number 30 now? Did that happen and we were unaware and that's why B's all in?
I don't know nothing about that. I haven't seen his number.
Nah, he's 26. But yeah, I think, it's going to be the Giants season is going to be fascinating because I think I'm a Daboll believer, but I don't know about Shane. And I think,
actually we're in someone's basement.
we're in a office, but
in an office room.
It's beautiful natural light. I'd rather have natural light than put overhead light on for sure.
But we're gonna see.
Because
my face is a little, beautiful. People need to see that.
All right, we'll turn the lights on. I like the hostage look. I think I excel here. You know what I watched last night?
What's that?
Tennis. Did you watch?
No.
Tiafoe into the semifinals. He took down this Bulgarian dude last night.
Go France. Come on, brother.
I was worried, dude. So Tiafoe wins the first set, and he was up in the second set and just kind of barfed it away. And I was like, oh no. Like it was nerve-wracking. But then Tiafoe kind of took control, and then the dude, you could see it, man. You know how the sprinter that didn't win the 200, like all of a sudden had COVID and lost his breath, and we kind of didn't really believe him. We think he just lost and was mad. I don't know what happened with this other dude, Dimitrov, last night, but he got hurt. Like something happened, and then he's down. He lost the second set, and then he just was hurt, and had to talk to the medical people. He eventually just withdrew because in the fourth set, which Tiafoe was cruising, he couldn't move, dude. I don't know what happened, if something tightened up. Landfill or Jeff, did either of you watch the tennis last night?
I didn't watch it that long.
Okay. Yeah,
but
it started to get kind of late.
You look at tennis and how they're running and sliding and doing it, they could get hurt.
That's what the announcer said, that it might have been he kind of ran up to hit a forehand and his leg skidded on him. And the announcer was suggesting that was probably the issue. Here's my question for you. If somebody gets hurt so this is the quarterfinals. This would be divisional weekend of the NFL playoffs. Yeah. If somebody gets hurt and it's not something that requires surgery or a cast or something, I'd say 9 times out of 10, that person's going to end up back on the field in that level of the game.
They're going to try and play, yeah.
Do you think tennis has whatever that medicine is or whatever the shot is or whatever it is, Toradol, whatever it is,
the thing about
you think tennis dudes do that? I'm not judging anybody.
No,
I'm asking.
I think everybody does it. But anybody at that level of a sport, they do it. But it gets to a point where that medicine does no good.
Yeah.
If you have to push off, and let's say I don't feel it, but I go to push off. When I go to push, I don't go. That's a problem. Because we've seen some of these guys damn barely limping out there, and they are playing the whole damn game.
Yeah, dude.
When you get into that rhythm and you get that momentum going and adrenaline going in your body, you'll feel some stuff till the game's over. Then you go, "What the hell did I just go through?"
Yeah, I think that's totally legitimate. I think this dude, it looked like his back just completely locked up on him, or his hip. I don't know what it was, but he was shot. And it's going to be, dude. So now in the semis is Tiafoe versus dude Fritz. I think his name's Taylor Fritz. Yeah. Both are Americans. So no matter what, there's going to be an American in the final of the U.S. Open. When's the last time an American won the U.S. Open? Who could it even be?
American man, you mean?
Yeah.
Probably forever.
I mean, is it Pete Sampras? Or no, who was Roddick?
Yeah, I think it was Andy Roddick.
When was that? Ago. Oh my gosh. Do you know when that was? 2003. 21 years. But then you had Federer, Joker, who's a Spanish dude? Nadal. Like,
Nadal.
it's been a rough time for men's tennis in the U.S. So very cool. Excited to watch that. That is Friday night, I believe. These tennis matches are kind of late, though. B. I didn't mind that my man Dimitrov got hurt because then I could go to bed. Another thing happened to me this morning. I dropped the kids off at school, right? And for years, I park and walk them up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of the best parts of my day. I walk Shelby up to like kind of where she just walks to the school. You know what I mean? Say I walk her halfway and then she, for years, has kind of run to her classroom, but would always look back and wave to me. The looking back and waving kind of stopped happening last spring.
She's tired of you,
she
dude.
kind of just
She's
ran.
moved on.
No, it was still nice, but she kind of just ran to school.
Yeah. She's tired of you.
But I hold their hands, right, as we walk up.
They don't want you to hold their hands anymore.
This morning, Shelby said, "Daddy, I don't really want to hold hands."
Jay, they're growing up. They don't want to deal with all that crap you doing. Did you hold your daddy hand that long?
I don't remember.
Probably not.
I don't know if he. Can you be a girl dad for a minute
Yeah.
and just tell me that it's...
I'm telling you how it happened.
Yeah, but tell me something nice instead of busting my balls about it.
No, I'm telling you the truth. I had 3 of them do it to me, so what the hell?
It was tough.
I'm not going to sit up here and, oh, man, get over it, cry. His eyes getting a little damn.
But I still have my little one.
Oh,
she's
she
so
don't
crazy.
She don't want to deal with you already. She had not wanted to deal with you for about
Shelby's my sweet
3
one,
years
man.
now.
Shelby's my sweet one and is over it. I don't know. Thanks for the support there, B. I appreciate that. Man.
Hey, I'm just telling you based off experience, son.
I believe you.
Believe me, it get worse.
Something else that I have experience with. Football season starts. You get really excited. You start firing off a billion bets. Let's all take a deep breath. Remember, it's September, and it's not only the start of football, but it's also Responsible Gaming Education Month. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. A solid game plan includes betting with legal sports books only, knowing the odds, keeping it fun, and sticking to a budget. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 1067 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Denver Broncos and cornerback Patrick Surtain ink a 4-year, $96 million contract extension, making him the highest-paid DB in NFL history. The Texans signed quarterback Davis Mills to a 1-year deal. The Eagles linebacker Devin White not traveling to Brazil and ruled out of the game. The Nationals defeat the Marlins 6-2. Joey Gallo, 3-run shot, and K-Bear Ruiz, a solo homer. Tonight, Game 2, 6:40 p.m. on The Fan. U.S. Open, Francis Tiafoe and Taylor Fritz advanced to an All-American semifinal. American Emma Navarro, also a winner over Paula Badosa. She'll face Arina Sabalenka. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Boys are back in town, B.
There we go.
Trying to track down our friend J.C. Allen. Covers the Bucks for Bucks game day. It's funny how these news cycles work. The Todd Bowles thing yesterday kind of popped, and now everybody's kind of reacting to it. I didn't care much yesterday. I cared enough to say I want the bots and the culture war people to stop jumping on every time somebody says Redskins and acting like it matters, because it doesn't. When the owner comes out and said, the owner came out and said it's not going to happen. But now everybody's reacting the next day. I'm firmly at I don't care. Do you like?
Well, I'm not even thinking about it. Let's move on. Because, I mean, what is it you could say? That someone mentions a name from another team that played for this team. What are you to say to worry about the future or the past or whatever else? He made a comment. That has nothing to do with the game coming up. I could care less about that.
And he played for this damn team. So probably just slipped his mind.
Yeah, and the whole thing about it, listen, man.
Is there any chance you think Todd Bowles is a culture warrior and this is his hill to die on?
No,
Because
I don't think so. And I think the ultimate thing is the guy who has control over that came up and told you, we're not doing that. We can't do that. Okay? And he just moved forward. So to hell with that.
Agreed. J.C. Allen joins us now from Tampa. Bucks coverage for Bucks game day and SI Now. JC, what up, man? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, how we doing, guys?
We're doing good, man.
We are curious what you got down there. Obviously, Tampa had the big playoff win last year. I think surprised a lot of folks. Todd Bowles, defensively, we know what that is. You lose the offensive coordinator that works so well with Baker Mayfield. How are folks feeling in Tampa?
I think the optimism is pretty high. You go into an offseason where there's so many question marks. First, as you mentioned, you lose Dave Canales, so you're replacing an offensive coordinator, but names like Levante David, Mike Evans, Antoine Winfield Jr., Baker Mayfield, all free agents. Some of them expected to hit the market, but the Bucks go in and they bring in Liam Cohen from the Rams, which, helped bring back Mike Evans, helped bring back Baker Mayfield as well, who had spent time with him. Similar system. They get Antoine Winfield with the franchise tag and then sign him to what was the largest contract for a defensive back before Patrick Surtain just broke that.
That was like this morning, right?
Yeah. They bring back Levante David. They sign a key pivotal player missing from the secondary in Jordan Whitehead. And then they reach a long-term deal with Tristan Wirfs to lock him up as the highest paid offensive lineman in NFL history. So, there's a lot of optimism about the where the defense is headed, bringing back a majority of the same playmakers, and adding to it with a Jordan Whitehead and through the draft, second-year development. And then on the offense, while Dave Canales will certainly hurt, a little bit, I think Cohen comes in and he's a direct branch off that McVay tree where, kind of Dave Canales was from the Shane Waldron and had some, different things in there from Pete Carroll and Darrell Bevel and Marty Schottenheimer that he learned, or Brian Schottenheimer rather, and kind of was a mix of that and no experience as a play caller. And you bring in Cohen, he's got that experience. He's bringing that same system over. So there's a lot of similar terminology, a lot of similar things that they're doing as far as systematically. And I think that leads to a lot of optimism that the Bucks, can go out there and repeat as division champs.
Well, it's a lot of optimism, and I think that brings great expectation. But is the confidence totally in Baker Mayfield to have the year like he had last year?
Yeah, I think so. I think when you look at Baker Mayfield, he's kind of an enigma as a quarterback, right? He's never really had success in back-to-back years. But when you kind of look into the why behind that, you start to realize he's never really been given a chance. He comes into a terrible organization and, he loses, his head coach is fired and then offensive coordinator is fired. And, you go through the changes. And by the time he lands in Tampa, he's had 8 different head coaches and 9 different offensive coordinators somewhere around there.
That's crazy, dude.
It's kind of like Alex Smith was with the Chiefs, and I kind of compare their careers, not the way they play or anything, but kind of just like not given really a great chance, as that number 1 pick to succeed. He had some success in 2020, and then, whether it's through his own ignorance or arrogance or whatever, he tries to play through injuries, and numbers aren't the same. Remember, that Browns team was Chad Henne's stop on a 12-yard scramble from the AFC Championship game that year. Maybe we're looking at Baker still with the Browns. So I think the consistency, the continuity with the offense, the upgrades they made to the offensive line, bringing in a guy like Cohen, who's worked with him, giving him more responsibility. It just bodes well for finally for back-to-back good seasons for Baker to go out there and kind of sling the rock and know what he's doing and understanding. And you got to remember too, last season going into it, he was in a competition through training camp. So, he wasn't getting all the reps with the ones and kind of still developing that chemistry throughout the first couple weeks of the season. Now they're locked in, ready to go, and he's poised to have a really strong year this year.
Yeah. Who helps is Mike Evans. And the guy, I feel like he kind of never gets talked about in the top wideouts, but just continues to deliver year after year. How's Evans and kind of the skill position players looking?
Yeah, I mean, Evans is finally starting to get his flowers now, and it's long overdue. With his 10 straight 1,000-yard seasons. And, Mike Evans is going to be Mike Evans. He's going to be
10 straight 1,000-yard seasons is
great.
Nuts.
Right. He's going to be a vertical threat. But what he's also really underrated for is his route running. He's probably one of the better route runners in the NFL. Probably like top 5, top 10. And that doesn't get talked about enough. But, with him and then moving Godwin
and his durability,
back to the slot,
man. I just looked this up.
Yeah.
I mean, he just doesn't miss games.
He doesn't, and even when
he's
does,
played at least 15. That's crazy,
right? And some, when he was missing games early on, it was usually due to like soft tissue hamstring injuries. But he's worked on that throughout his career. Obviously, taking care of his body in better shape, and he's been able to have that sustainability too. But they're moving Godwin back in the slot, which is going to help his numbers profoundly. He's looking like pre-ACL Godwin. Before he suffered that injury, and Cohen said he's going to play a Cooper Kupp style role in this offense. So receptions galore are coming his way. And then Jalen McMillan has looked really well coming on as a rookie. They drafted him in the 3rd round. It could end up being one of the steals of the draft. I think he's on the same page with Baker. He's just very fluid, very smooth. You talk to guys like Antoine Winfield Jr., Levante David, guys who have been around and seen some of the best, and they just say he's like a savvy veteran out there. He kind of knows the soft spots in zone. He knows, how to get open, how to create separation. And one of the question marks with him was, can he play through physicality coming off the line and going across the middle? And he's shown that he can do that. And I think he's going to be a pivotal part of this offense.
Todd Bowles likes to blitz. Is that still his mindset coming out of the locker room, making sure your quarterback is ready?
Oh yeah. I mean, he's going to come up with some exotic looks, exotic pressures. You kind of look. Last year he had Vita Vea and Kalijah Cansey as off-ball linebackers. So he's going to come up with certain things, and he's going to send them from everywhere. And I think that's one of the things about Todd Bowles' defense. Would he thrive with a, double-digit consistent sack artist and one of these top premier edge rushers in the league? Yeah, but the way his defense is, he brings the pressure from all different areas. So always keeping quarterbacks on their toes. Could be coming from the nickel, the corner, stunts, loops, different twists, all sorts of different things he's going to do. Simulated pressure, he's going to bring it in ways that are going to keep a quarterback wondering, where it's coming from, and make them have to get rid of the ball so quickly. And that's part of the reason why the sack numbers from their edge rushers haven't been as high, because it's an emphasis that offensive coordinators put in. Hey, we've got 2.5 seconds to get rid of this ball. If not, they're coming. Someone's coming from somewhere, and you need to get that ball out. So it helps and it hurts the Bucs as well, especially the defense, because they want to get those sack numbers, but when the quarterbacks know that they're coming, he's got to get that ball out quick, and it kind of sometimes limits their opportunities to do so.
You said he had Vita Vea coming on as an off the line linebacker. That should be illegal to have that dude getting a head start.
A running start.
I mean, Vita is something rare. I mean, I've seen this guy be 5 yards deep in the backfield and run 20 yards down the field and tackle a running back. He's a rare breed. And he's slimmed down this season too, making him faster.
Slimmed down to what?
330?
Yeah.
320. He was at 350 or 360 last year. So
he's now 320, a slim 320.
That's a big fella, man. Talking with JC Allen here. You can give him a follow at JC Allen NFL, Bucs reporter, writer, Bucs Game Day, SI Now. Check out the podcast. He's got it all cooking down there in Tampa. All right, dude. Obviously, this game, Sunday, 4:00. The Bucs are installed as a favorite. What do you think happens? Yeah,
so I think, in the beginning, there'll be some figuring it out, right? You haven't seen a lot of this Washington Commanders team, especially not Jaden Daniels. So there'll be a lot of figuring out, and that may maybe lead to some early plays by the Commanders. But I think after the half, Todd Bowles will get it kind of figured out. There's like this thing going around about how he's, not great against rookie quarterbacks, but he's actually 10-5 since joining the Bucs. One of those was a game he didn't play as starters. So I think the Bucs win this handily, probably around by 10 points or so. I think there's just too many moving parts for the Commanders right now. I think they're going to be a good team, but it takes time for that chemistry to come and to kind of in a game setting. And Washington didn't play a lot of their starters in the preseason. They have pretty much a whole new defense other than their interior and a couple of defensive backs back there. I think they're a very promising team. I think the trajectory is certainly pointing up on them. But I think with the offensive line and I think with some of the pieces on defense, it's going to lead to some miscommunication and some big plays to be made by the Bucs. And I think they win probably. It's early, so offenses aren't always good. Probably somewhere around 27-17 or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, Washington's got a lot of questions. Tampa's bringing just about everybody back, but the reason you watch the games, you never know what's going to happen. JC, thank you for the time, man. Sunday. Really appreciate it, man. See you Sunday.
All right.
Absolutely. See you.
That's JC Allen from Tampa, covers the Bucs for Bucs Game Day and SI Now. He's not wrong. On paper, this thing looks kind of one-sided. Honestly, they don't play the games on paper. Dalton Wasserman at 11.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial on an NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years older, present in Virginia. Full price of NFL Sunday ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. So it's funny getting into week one here. Like, I feel like most conversations are still on the like year level. Like, how do you think they're going to be this season? You know what I mean? Like, oh, what do you think about Jaden? But like at the same time, like it's week one, dude. And I think the biggest questions for this week, like week one counts the same as week 10. You know what I mean? Like you got to try to win this freaking game. And I think honestly, the two biggest questions. Now, I'm not saying like, will De'Ami Brown emerge as a number 2 wideout, right? I did draft De'Ami very late in the draft last night. I'm not saying like those kind of like existential questions, but like actual roster decisions. One, and they oddly kind of center around 2 rookies. One is Brandon Coleman good to go? Is he your starting left tackle this week going up against the Todd Bowles defense? And 2, Johnny Newton, 2nd overall pick, hasn't been practicing. Dan Quinn said last week, we hope to bring him along this week.
Okay.
Now, let's be real. They had a walkthrough that was closed to the media on Monday. I'm sure it was more than a walkthrough because nobody was here to check him. But today's the first day we're going to get an injury report. Like, we're back. This is real football.
Yep.
What do you think happens with Coleman and with Newton?
I would say if they were veteran players and they are playing this thing, they could probably work themselves out. But I think the fact that they're younger players, if they're not 100%, they won't put them out there. Because I truly believe that they're confident in who they have in front of Newton and the people that they have around that, and they're very confident in the person they have in front of Coleman. But if the guys are closer to 100, then they'll be out on the football field. I don't think this is a team that's kind of rebuilding. So why rush these guys if you're going to be expecting to have them around for a long time this early on?
So I think Coleman goes. I think Coleman goes and starts. We'll find out today. But I think they really like him, and there's a reason to it.
That's what I'm saying. They really like him, but if he's not 100% ready to go out there, why risk that?
Yeah. I don't think Newton goes. And we'll find out a lot more today. But if you look, I think it helps a lot that the starters on the D-line are John Allen and Teron Payne.
Yeah.
And that they haven't played all preseason.
So,
like, they shouldn't be coming in banged up or anything. If you look at, like, the true D tackles that are left, you know what I mean? Like, I think they'll be elevating someone from the practice squad. They signed this guy Sheldon Day, who played in 6 games last year. I don't think they'd be elevating their international pathway player. The guy, you got this one for me, Hagai Debussy. Debussy. I don't think he gets elevated. I think Carlos Watkins is listed as a DN, but he's 6'3", 305. But what I know, B, is you're not only going into week one with 3 defensive tackles.
Yeah,
there's going to be a 4th.
It's going to be a 4th one there. You know, so
I feel like it's going to be Sheldon Day. So Saturday night, when you get that alert on your phone or whatever it is, don't be alarmed. I think this is kind of part.
But I don't think anyone should be alarmed if Newton doesn't go at this point. You know, like I said, 2 surgeries in the offseason. If it's to this point and he's 100, yes, you try it. If he's not, you don't rush that.
Long season, man.
Yeah, it's long season. It's a long plan.
Right.
So
I mean, especially
if he plays the first game, or I'll give you. You want him to play the first game, or you want him to play the next 5 to 10 years? That's the way I look at it. I would much rather see him not play the first game and then have a great career than try to be so gung ho about got to be ready for the first game and then get banged up and be having those little aggravating injuries and things throughout.
For sure. It's just fun to be on a game week. Like, practice scheduled to start at 1:00. Injury report will probably come out this afternoon, evening, 4:30-ish. I think Coleman will be close to full. You know, if you remember, they got rid of the probable designation. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if Newton doesn't come out today listed as doubtful, frankly. And we're off and running, man.
See, I think about me, man. I care about whoever comes out.
I wonder if Mariota's going to be on the injury report.
I don't worry about all that. I worry about the people that's going to be dressing out and playing.
Right. I think Coleman is. I think Newton won't. I don't know. We'll find out a lot more today because, you could be. I think they're going to remain smart and cautious, but there's August smart and cautious, and then there's September smart and cautious. And those are different.
But it's different as you get later in the season. Early on, when you got a young person, you still got to play it like it's an August smart. Because we said it earlier, at this level, everybody's a pro. And I look at it the fact that if Coleman can't go, you got somebody on your roster that you better have confidence in.
What does your gut tell you about left tackle, Coleman or Lucas?
If Coleman is 100% healthy, I think they go with Coleman. If he's not, Lucas, they don't have a problem going with him.
You think at this point Wiley's pretty locked in at right tackle? I do too. And I think they're expecting a lot of things to be better, really because of Biotish. Here's what we're going to do next. Dalton Wasserman works for Pro Football Focus. He will join the program. Nobody go anywhere.
NFL news as we continue getting ready for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Washington Commanders. That's on Sunday at 4:25 p.m. The Washington Commanders practice is at 1 p.m. today from Commanders Park. Quarterback Jaden Daniels is expected to meet with the media after practice. A teen has been charged with attempted murder of 49ers wide receiver Ricky Pearsall, according to the San Francisco DA. The Denver Broncos and cornerback Patrick Surtain ink a 4-year, $96 million contract extension, making him the highest-paid DB in NFL history. Texans signed quarterback Davis Mills 1 year, $5 million. Eagles linebacker Devin White will not make the trip to Brazil. He is ruled out for the game. The Nationals defeat the Marlins to begin their 2-game set in Miami 6-2. Joey Gallo a 3-run shot, and K-Bear Ruiz smacks a solo homer, 1 triple short of the cycle. Game 2 is tonight. Live play-by-play right here on the Fan at 6:40 p.m. The Atlanta Braves still have a half-game lead over the New York Mets for the final NL wildcard. U.S. Open, Francis Tiafoe defeats Gregor Dimitrov in 4 sets. Second semifinal in 3 years for Tiafoe. Taylor Fritz will play him in an All-American semifinal. Fritz defeated Alexander Zverev in 4 sets. Emma Navarro drops Paula Badosa in 2 sets. It'll be Navarro versus Arina Sabalenka in one of the women's semifinals. AP Top 5 has Georgia, Ohio State, Texas, Alabama, and Notre Dame. The Mystics are still alive, beating the Wings 90-86. Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever are into the playoffs for the first time since 2016. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
About you.
Yeah. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up right now to get to the BetQL guest line. Welcome in Dalton Wasserman, PFF data analyst and co-host of the PFF College Football Show. Dude, I know you guys have a ton going on over at PFF. Dalton, thanks for making time for us, man.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, we always find time during the season, even in between all the tape watching, but it's a boatload of fun. Isn't it? We got 2 seasons about to work just side by side right now. It's getting real exciting.
Before we get, because on your Twitter account, I mean, you've done a ton of looks at the NFC South, NFC East, and I think, you might be a little higher on the away team this weekend in Tampa than some others out there. But let's start with just the amount. What you make so far of, I know it's week 0 and then week 1, but a lot of college football has been played. The ACC looks like a mess. Georgia looks like a freight train. The Big Ten had a good opening weekend. Just kind of what you make of it.
I think for me, the big thing in week 1 was just the better teams in all of the big games going out and making statements in what could have been close games, right? You mentioned Georgia, and we go, okay, they're playing Clemson, and Clemson's defense is really good. And Georgia just establishes themselves as right now they're still the best program in the country, even though they didn't win the national title last year. Just incredibly consistent what they can do. They haven't lost a regular season game, I believe, since 2020. So Georgia with a big statement. I thought Notre Dame, I'll tell you what, I think Notre Dame has a top 3 defense in the country, and they showed that at A&M with a really impressive win against a good quarterback. I think Notre Dame put themselves in prime position with the way their schedule is setting up to make a playoff run, and then incredibly impressed with Miami and what Cam Ward did down there in Gainesville in the Swamp last week. I mean, he was incredible. Their defensive line, I've been saying this all offseason, Miami's defensive line is the unit to watch in the ACC. It's a stacked group of players. There's so many big names. Ruben Bain, who actually left the game in the first drive and didn't even come back. But you come after, even if Bain gets hurt, you have Tyler Barron and Elijah Alston and Simeon Barrow. Miami's defensive line was really, really impressive, along with their quarterback.
Are they anywhere close to what they used to be in the past?
Well, hell, that might be too high of a bar to set.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We will see with Miami. I mean, obviously, you have to get through some other games in the ACC, and Florida's been down the last couple of years. But look, if Cam Ward is going to play like that, reasonably like that on a week in, week out basis, they're the favorites in the ACC, because I don't know that there's another quarterback in the ACC that can play at that high a level.
Dude, I mean, after seeing what Florida State is, and I think they're definitely the favorite. Virginia Tech losing to Vandy.
Yeah.
All right, but let's switch to the pros, man. Let's start with kind of overall. Obviously, we got Ravens Chiefs tomorrow night, which is so exciting. What your models, what your data tells you, maybe some surprises this season.
For me, look, honestly, I look at the Washington Commanders, and I know I might be higher on them than some others, but it was my favorite draft class in the league. I think Dan Quinn was a really good hire, and I just think I love Jaden Daniels. Honestly, I really do. I think he was the right pick at number 2 overall. The fit in Cliff Kingsbury's offense. I don't know that they necessarily make the playoffs this year. We have to see how much their defense improves. But I'm a big believer in what they have on offense. As long as their offensive line holds up enough, and even if it's just decent instead of great, Daniels' feet are special. They're absolutely special. I think he's got Lamar Jackson type of feet, and this first game against Tampa is really interesting. I think you have them, and then, look, I know it's a big story, and it's going to continue to be a big story. Man, the New York Jets have so much talent. They have so much talent. It's like, can they just stay healthy and put it together? They have the players are all there to be one of the best teams in football. They just need to coach it right, and they just need to stay healthy enough.
And is it just health? Because listen, leadership on a football team can make a world of difference. Aaron Rodgers is unbelievable as a player, but he's a little aloof when it comes to being a person. And I think a lot of the players see what he does, and they want to do it, and they don't get the same, I guess, freedom that he does, which can screw a team up.
It can, and it's really incumbent on Robert Saleh to keep that chemistry together. But I know Aaron Rodgers has all of the other stuff, but I think we have to remember, especially mentally, how good of a quarterback this guy is, and he can change plays to any look he wants, run or pass, and I think people forget with all of the other stuff that surrounds him, the guy's like a football savant. I mean, he can just see things before they even happen, right? And the Jets, I got to be honest, they've never had a quarterback like that, right? They just don't. When you're talking about young kids like Sam Darnold and Zach Wilson and everything else that they've gone through in the last decade plus or really forever, they've never had a guy who can just go to the line, look at a whole defense, and know exactly how to change the play, where to go with the football. The immense difference, the on-field leadership just between the lines, I don't question it with Aaron Rodgers one bit. Off the field and the personality, whatever people want to get into with those arguments, I stay out of those. I try to just go with what's on the tape. And what's always on the tape with Aaron Rodgers is a guy with a super high football IQ that's going to help them a lot.
All right, I agree with you with Rodgers. I think the Jets are loaded. I think health's the question up there, and the Jets just always kind of it never seems to work for them. Specifically with Jaden, you're high on him. You watch all the LSU tape. Like I think everybody's high on him. Could you give me what you think a ceiling and a floor looks like for Jaden Daniels this season?
For this season, I think a floor looks like a guy who, if the offensive line struggles and they don't find another big time weapon outside of Terry McLaurin, I think the floor is a guy who's really kind of fighting back there in the pocket and running more than he should. And because you hope he's a rhythm passer and he's really accurate. You hope that he can just, he doesn't have to manage a bad situation around him, which we don't know if it's a good or bad situation yet. There's just a lot of young players. For me, the ceiling is offensive rookie of the year. Absolutely. I just think if you look at Jaden Daniels and what he became in his 2 years at LSU, super accurate, quick decision maker, doesn't put the ball in danger. He had the best turnover-worthy play rate for us in the history of the Power Five. We have college data tracking back to 2014, and nobody in the Power Five puts the ball in danger less than Jaden Daniels, and just incredible feet. I mean, he's not just a good runner; he's a special runner. So you combine what he can do as a dual threat with his ability to make quick decisions outside in Cliff Kingsbury's offense. I really like his fit in the offense too. I know Kingsbury's gotten some criticism before in Arizona, but look, Kyler Murray darn near won an MVP in Arizona under Cliff Kingsbury too, and has a very similar skill set. Jaden's ceiling, you very well could see him win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Does Jaden's quickness and decision-making help the offensive line out a little early?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You've seen it before with guys like Tom Brady, guys like Joe Burrow, even Aaron Rodgers, where if maybe they don't have the best offensive line in the league, but their ability to read defenses and get the ball where it needs to go quickly. And to be honest, you also have his mobility, which is a big asset. Yeah. I think it's a big asset in the running game too. But yeah, that ability to make to make quick decisions, right? And people think, oh, he's an athlete. He runs around back there, and he really doesn't. When he decides
He's a
to throw the
pocket
football,
passer.
Yeah.
he is. He's a pocket passer first. And even when he decides to run, he doesn't scramble around sideline to sideline. He gets north and south, and he stresses out a defense immediately when he makes the decision. I like when he makes the decision to run. Everyone talks about the decisions to pass and where to make the read. But when he makes the decision to take off and run, it's immediately north and south. And that puts a lot of stress on a defense, especially, look, we've seen him. He had 80-yard run against Florida, long touchdown. I'm talking 50, 60, 70-yard touchdown runs. The way he gets north and south with his speed is a massive stressor on it's going to be a massive stressor on every defensive coordinator that he plays against.
Well, and I think it'd be crazy. Like, I don't know where you live, but in DC, after the second preseason game when they played the Dolphins, Daniels got tackled. And a lot of people are screaming that he has to slide. And Dan Quinn kind of yelled at him too.
He can't slide on that play.
I think he could have gotten out of bounds. But, like, regardless, it launched this long conversation about Daniels' inability to slide. Is he going to get hurt? And I just very much believe you cannot take his running ability from him because it's a huge, like, asset.
Look, we could criticize a lot of quarterbacks for not sliding sometimes, and I think just because maybe it's the way he's built, because he's a thinner guy, 6'3" and 210, 215. No, it's part of his game, right? And look, Are there times where there are avoidable hits? I think there's other quarterbacks who don't take all the big hits. When you think about Mahomes or Russell Wilson back in the day when he was more mobile, was really, really good at avoiding hits. But look, you have to let him run. He's one of the most dynamic athletes in the NFL walking in right now. You can't. I understand. There's going to be times. Yeah, dude, slide. I get it. I absolutely get it. There was times at LSU you put on the tape and you go, boy, I wish he would have slid right there, honestly. But you can't take it away and tell him not to run, right? You just tell, look, get out of bounds, or look, if you think you can shake somebody, cool. But I don't hear anybody say this about Lamar Jackson. Nobody said.
And Lamar came in less than him.
Yeah, and he came in less than him, and he gets physical in the run game, and he takes some hits, and and he's gotten better at not taking hits also. But look, it's a teachable skill. I think it's some giant flaw in Daniel's game, and look, injuries are going to happen on a football field.
True.
Guys get hurt. If he gets hurt, it's probably not going to be because he's got this god awful habit of not sliding. Just let him play football. It's fine, and it's something to work on, sure, but it's not like something that is a flaw in his level of talent. You just have to let him play football.
Yes.
As I look at it, I
play
think
football.
People playing football in the NFL is hard enough. You don't want a guy running around talking about, should I slide here or not slide here? Just let him play. Think about the things he needs to take care of. He'll figure that other stuff out.
Absolutely. And the hardest thing for a football player to do on the field is think. You don't want guys who are thinking and hesitating or what have you, because those guys that hesitate, especially at that speed, that's when it goes wrong. And Jaden he's got a higher football IQ than people give him credit for, and he's got just amazing instincts. Like certain guys that just Caleb Williams has it too, where you just go, these guys just have instincts that you can't teach, and that's part of his instinct is wanting to make plays and be super highly competitive and make plays in the run game.
Yeah. And the last thing you want to do is take that away. I think for a long time, the best quarterbacks in the NFL were like traditional pocket passers, right? And that's what you watch. But that has shifted so much.
It shifted because the defense got faster.
Yeah.
So you don't need a guy standing up there like a statue.
Right. And I just think Jaden grows up watching Mahomes or like
he Josh McNabb. That's why he wears 5.
Right. Yeah,
he didn't stand still.
Right. Just things evolve, and I think folks have to be cool with that. What you have a lean for week 1 in Tampa between the Commanders?
It's a close call. Oh man, I think it's closer to a coin flip game than people think. I think I would probably just barely lean Tampa, home field advantage, and I think the matchup in this game I'm looking for. I think Washington can absolutely go down there and win. The matchup I'm looking at is actually Jaden Daniels versus Todd Bowles, and Todd Bowles obviously is famous for so many of just the exotic blitz looks and mixing coverages and showing you one side and giving you the other and dropping off and Antoine Winfield Jr., especially at safety. one of the best players in football. I think there's going to be a chess match between what Jaden Daniels can see and what he can handle as far as blitz looks and different things that he may not necessarily have seen in college, because in college he walked onto every field and he was the best athlete, and it didn't matter what you scheme up, he was going to be better than you, right?
Yeah.
This game in Tampa is really interesting. If Daniels if he breaks the blitz with his feet or he beats it over the top with his arm, that's what it comes down to me. I think Daniels versus Todd Bowles is quietly one of the best matchups in any game this week.
I'm with you,
Wow.
man.
In the first game, it's the quarterback against the D coordinator.
The head coach in this case, but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We are talking with Dalton Wasserman, PFF data analyst, does a ton of college football stuff as well. Also, listen, I had my last draft last night. It is fantasy time right now. And what's cool is you can sync your league up to Pro Football Focus, and they'll do it all season with position rankings, all the analysis. It's pretty cool. And check out PFF.com and PFF Plus. Elsewhere in the league, what are you really looking forward to kind of seeing, something that you expect to change? What's going to surprise folks?
What's going to surprise folks? Man, I think I'll tell you what a primetime slate that we have, right? To start out. I think the primetime slate, all 4 games that are primetime: Thursday with Ravens Chiefs, Friday Packers Eagles, Sunday with Stafford and the Rams playing the Lions again, and Monday with Jets Niners. I don't think there's a better primetime slate than that. But I'll tell you another game I think everybody's going to be watching. I'll stay on the rookie quarterback thing. I think, everyone – I'll tell you right now, everyone this weekend is going to pick the Bears to beat Tennessee. I know they're at home. It's Caleb Williams' first game. It's going to be electric. And Tennessee, while they might not be world beaters, they have more talent there than people think. I think that's going to be a really tight, competitive game. If the Bears mess around and either, you don't want Williams to go and have some turnovers like he did last year at USC, and we got to see the Bears be better in the trenches. I think that Bears-Titans game, I know, I can tell you on Wednesday right now, everybody you see on TV anywhere, they're all going to pick the Bears to win. And I'll tell you right now, it's still not, just because it's the Titans, it's not going to be an easy task. The Titans have some good football players. You've got a dynamic receiver duo in DeAndre Hopkins and Calvin Ridley. And they're going to be charged up in their first game under Brian Callahan. I think that's a very interesting game to watch. Caleb Williams is the headliner, but that's a dangerous game for them. I really think so. I don't think it's going to be the cakewalk that people think.
Do you trust Levis, though? Will Levis, I mean, it's interesting.
It's an element with Levis where I'm curious to see his chemistry with Brian Callahan. Because one thing with Levis, he throws the ball downfield more often than anybody in the league. And the Bears, I will tell you, the Bears secondary is the strength of their defense. It's a really fun matchup. Can Will Levis take what the defense gives him, as opposed to just trying to take big shots downfield? Because this Bears secondary, and they added Kevin Byard to it, it's a legitimate unit with Jalen Johnson, with Kevin Byard, with Jaquan Brisker. They've got a lot of really good players in their back seven. I think the Titans' ability to run the ball and draw people up and then have Levis take shots over the top is big, but he has to not force the ball downfield in this game.
Hey man, when you look at Caleb Williams, okay, he does a lot of off-schedule plays. He holds onto the ball longer, which means he takes more contact. Why isn't no one worried about him getting hurt?
I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure, because he holds the ball more often and longer than a guy like Daniels does. Yeah. And look, and the off-schedule stuff and what he can do athletically, he's amazing. I'll tell you what, Caleb Williams rolling to his right, much in the same sense as it used to be with Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen. Now, Caleb Williams rolling to his right is going to be an absolute weapon. I mean, I'm telling you, and I like that they've gotten some design rollouts in there for him too. But you're right. I mean, there were times last year at USC where it's that hero complex. He's trying to put the team on his back. He's trying to make all the plays himself. And the more he actually stays away from that, I think the better he's going to be. Look, again, you have to let him play football and use his instincts, but I don't think it's, you just can't walk into a game thinking about who's going to get injured today. You can't have it. Right. It's contingency.
Yeah,
it's all that stuff. But I think with Caleb, there is an element where it's like, okay, we need you to sometimes make plays in structure, right? And when he gets in trouble is when he goes to his talent and his athletic ability too much. If he plays within the structure, that's actually when he was better at USC last year. It was from a clean pocket and in Lincoln Riley's system. So I'm curious to see how much they can keep him within structure and still succeed. The plays, look, there's going to be 8 to 10 plays a game where we go, wow, okay, look at Caleb Williams, my God. But he's got to play within this. He's got to play within the system sometimes as well.
Yeah. For sure. Dalton, last one, dude. Super Bowl pick. Who's winning? Who they beating?
I have the Detroit Lions beating the Kansas City Chiefs for their first bring their first Lombardi trophy back to Detroit. Best offensive line in football. Went out and fixed the secondary, hopefully in the offseason, which was their biggest weakness. Drafted a couple of really good young kids, Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw. If they had a good secondary last year, they may have won the whole thing. They're so consistent on offense. Ben Johnson stayed. All the characters are coming back. St. Brown, Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, all those guys. Jamison Williams might be a big X factor there. They need, I think, one more outside weapon. And if he ever becomes what he was supposed to be as a first-round pick, I think the Lions then have the best offense in football, and I think they could ride that all the way.
I have Jamison Williams in 2 fantasy leagues. Do you think he can hit?
I think he can. He's got the talent. Look, and I think you've got years that were both disrupted by things. First he tore his ACL in the national championship game at Alabama and then missed most of his first year. Then he got suspended last year for 6 games. This is what you're hoping for is this is just the first season in a while that he's just in a rhythm and he's just playing football and there's nothing else going on. And what he adds to this offense, look, St. Brown is great underneath. Laporta is great underneath. Jahmyr Gibbs in the run game is awesome. They need somebody who can get over the top and at least threaten safeties over the top. And Williams was that guy at Alabama for Bryce Young. And if he's that guy for the Lions, that's the one thing they're missing. They can be as methodical as any team in the league. They can pick up 6 to 8 yards on any play they want. But can they take home run swings? And he has to be that home run hitter. Hey, Dalton, thanks a lot for the time, bro. I really appreciate it. It was fun. Absolutely. Appreciate you guys big time. All right, everybody give him a follow at PFF_Dalton. Check out the PFF College Football Show. A ton of content. I mean, this dude's watching a lot of football. You think we watch a lot of football.
That's like all he does all day.
You know what I like to do all day is sit on my porch and watch football. And the reason I love my porch is because I got it hooked up from Offenbachers. JP Finley here for Offenbachers. They have extended the Labor Day sale, folks. That's right. Offenbacher's Labor Day sale has been extended. You can enjoy huge price cuts on outdoor furniture, patio umbrellas, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas. Save up to 60% on select outdoor furniture, plus across-the-board discounts on almost everything else in the store. You also, check it out, year-round swimming in your own backyard is within reach with Offenbacher's top-quality swim spas, an affordable alternative to a traditional pool with temperature adjustments to keep you comfortable any time of year. And don't forget about Offenbacher's hot tub collection. It's definitely getting to be hot tub season. Hot tubs offer more than just hydrotherapy. They're perfect for all-season relaxation and entertainment. They got 4 great locations, Herndon, Rockville, Annapolis, and Gainesville. You can find your perfect outdoor escape. Or check them out online, Offenbachers.com. Offenbacher's Home Escapes, where your dream outdoor space becomes a reality. Go check out my boys, Dave or Alex. Tell them JP Finley sent you. Shop now with this crazy Labor Day sale and save big.
In the NFL, the Washington Commanders preparing for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Practice today is at 1 p.m. at Commanders Park. Around the league, the Denver Broncos and cornerback Patrick Surtain ink a 4-year, $96 million contract extension that makes him the highest-paid DB in NFL history. Memphis basketball coach Penny Hardaway has announced he's fired 4 staff members today, just 2 months before the start of the season. The Nationals dropped the Marlins to begin their 2-game set in Miami, 6-2. Big bat from Joey Gallo. He had a 3-run homer. Tonight's Game 2 features Mackenzie Gore, 6:40 first pitch on the Fan. Francis Tiafoe defeats Gregor Dimitrov in 4 sets. Taylor Fritz over Alexander Zverev in 4 sets at the U.S. Open. So it's an All-American semifinal between Tiafoe and Fritz. Emma Navarro from UVA drops Paula Badosa in 2 sets to advance to the women's semifinal. She'll take on Arina Sabalenka. I'm Byron Curb on The Fan.
Money, money.
Money.
Money, 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 money.
Money. We might need to check in with some local golf experts because there's some dumb stuff going on. You know how the National Links Golf Trust is trying to redo Rock Creek, Langston, and Haynes Point? Apparently, there's some people dressed as squirrels walking around Rock Creek today. Like, today's the last day for it to not pass, potentially. I don't know. I got to get some more information.
There's people walking around dressed as squirrels
because they don't want the squirrels disrupted.
You better be careful. Squirrels sometimes get ran over by cars.
I want to give you a statistical nugget for you to lock away in that giant head of yours, okay? Because you always
medium size, 7 3/8.
I mean,
7 3/8.
It's only against anybody. It's only medium size compared to Dave Butts.
No, Dave Butts is 8 3/8. I am small compared to his.
You always say people get so caught up in first rounders. It's easy to get drafted. It's hard to stay in the league, right? 2 years ago, the math landed around 40% of NFL rosters made up of 6th, 7th, and undrafted guys.
Yeah.
40% of rosters.
Yeah. You can't afford to have all first and seconds. Doesn't happen like that.
Well, you also draft 7, at least, I mean, normally say it's 7 guys a year.
Yeah, and then when you have those other guys, and the thing of it is finding those guys who basically just exceeds expectations of what you think, because people normally think it's all about your capability depending on the round you get. Some guys get drafted because they went to certain schools and they draft those people higher than they do somebody from another school. But a guy come from a smaller school, he outworks them and he outplays them a lot of times.
Yeah.
You know, so you got to have those guys from those other rounds around.
All right, Brian. I wanted to talk about this because we just had Dalton Wasserman on from Pro Football Focus, really high on Washington, thinks they could be a surprise team. I thought what he said was really fair, too, because it's easy to get caught up in, like, the hype of could be a surprise team. Mm-hmm. He's like, listen, man, if it all goes well, I think they could win 8 or 9 games.
Yeah.
And that would be a huge jump from last year. That would be a 100% or more jump in win total.
Mm-hmm.
Not everybody's as bullish on Washington.
True.
The Ringer is a website I enjoy. They do a billion podcasts. Obviously, Bill Simmons started it, whatever. But they have had really good NFL coverage for a long time. They remind me of like a Arsenal used to be this team in soccer where they really develop well, and then their guys get picked off and go to bigger clubs. Like the amount of former Ringer staffers that are now ESPN like content producers is incredible. So they have a new dude doing their power rankings this year. His name is Deontay Lee. I've followed him on social media for a while. I think he's pretty smart and definitely not scared to kind of stir the pot. So their newest power rankings going into week 1. Any surprise who's at 1?
Kansas City.
Right. 2, Detroit. 3, Ravens. 4, Texans. 5, Niners. So like you can tell this dude is not scared to at least divert from conventional wisdom. Right? Okay. Bills at 6, Packers at 7, Bengals at 8, Eagles at 9. They got to be better defensively.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think Washington lands on this thing?
As Jeff said, they're going to be starting at 28, probably 28, 30 seconds.
9's the Eagles, 11 for Dallas. I'm scrolling. 17, Cleveland Browns. 19, Titans. 20, Seahawks. Still scrolling, B. Still scrolling. 24, Tampa. 26, Giants. With the headline, "Who wants to watch a lame duck quarterback?" Which is pretty funny.
How about the coach?
Yeah. I think Daboll is the safest of all of them. Dead last, B.
Dead last.
32nd. Yo, listen to this, okay? Washington Commanders 4-13. This depth chart makes me ill. I'm reading now. This is not my words. This is Deontay Lee's words from The Ringer. Clelin Ferrell and Dorrance Armstrong combined for 11 sacks and 24 quarterback hits last season, according to True Media. And those guys are Washington's starting edge rushers. The likely starters at corner are Michael Davis and Benjamin St. Juste, two physical players with some clear limitations in coverage. Frankie Luvu, Bobby Wagner, and Jamin Davis are the names to know in the linebacker rotation, and each of those guys struggled mightily in covering the middle of the field last season. And then there's the offense. Most of Washington's offensive linemen are liabilities in pass pro, and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury doesn't have a reputation for working around the limits of his offensive line. This leaves rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels in a tough spot. He had a habit of scrambling around and taking some big hits at college. I think it will create some dynamic plays in his first year, but it will cost him and his teammates a painful pound of flesh. He has Daniels ranked 28th in the quarterback.
See, that right there, that little narrative, it's a bunch of BS.
The hit
about
stuff.
Him just running around, scrambling around quarterback. That's completely BS. The kid has come in, and he does run the ball when he needs to, and he has great ability doing it. But they act as if this is what I don't like when you have the quarterback that's African-American that happen to run, you get labeled as a running quarterback. He's not a running quarterback. He's a pocket passer who happens to be able to run, and he's damn good at it. So that right there is totally off. It's against quarterbacks who ran more than him that are not considered a running quarterback.
Of all the running quarterbacks in the NFL, you know the one that I think kind of poses the biggest injury risk?
Josh Allen.
Yes.
But he doesn't get labeled like that. That is
he's
why
also he's built like a.
I don't care how he's
end.
built. Cam Newton was built. Ben was built, and if you get hit too much, you break down.
Yeah.
And they felt just like you just stated. I'm bigger, so I'm gonna take these unnecessary hits.
Right.
And it wore off. It began to wear him down.
Of this, I think a lot of this is fair. I think I'm not worried about Jamin Davis as a cover linebacker. I think this staff knows he's not that. I think that's a little, frankly, lazy to me to lump that in. I don't think this dude even.
I don't think he even know that they changed his position.
Right.
Got him doing something
right.
else.
But I do think a lot of this is fair. I think I don't know about the edges. I don't know about the corners. I worry about coverage. Offensively, I am more high on this because I do not have the same concerns about Daniels as a runner. And dude, I find it interesting that a lot of kind of the hipster NFL analyst crowd, and I know that might sound hyper specific, but I think if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. There is this group of like-minded individuals that create this echo chamber of the things they want and don't want to see from an offense. And there's kind of this theory that anything that isn't from the Shanahan tree in some capacity won't work. And I don't think that's accurate. And I don't get, in short, I don't get the Kingsbury hate. And it exists out there.
It exists because he came in and he said this in his press conference. I came in and all I had was what I had from Texas Tech, Texas Tech. And that's all I had to lean on.
Said it's night and day different.
Night and day now because I have other people, other influences that are helping me out. People act as if all he did was throw the ball around because he did come from the air raid. But when he was in Arizona, he ran the damn football as much as anybody out there. Kyler Murray had a damn good year. So the ultimate thing is, what are these people looking at? Or do they even look at stuff, or do they make their minds up and they just run with it?
I got something you should look at. We got injury news out of Atlanta. A key cog in that Falcons passing attack might be on the shelf. If it's fantasy season for you, you're going to care about this. Tell you when we come back.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this hot humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits. Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. And I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is totally night and day. Trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
I think people sleep on how good just the Jackson 5 was.
Who sleeps on that?
People.
What people? People that just born yesterday?
Yes, probably Jeff.
If you are any person in music and you go study, you know that they were damn great.
Because people will yell at me, I'm going to just come out with the news, actual news here, folks. A lot of excitement down in Atlanta for that Falcons passing attack with Kirk Cousins. You got Drake London, Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts. Well, you might not have Kyle Pitts on Sunday. Falcons head coach Raheem Morris told reporters that Pitts is going to be a limited participant in practice later today due to a hamstring injury. When a hamstring pops up on a Wednesday for a skill position guy,
it could be a problem.
Never good.
Yeah, everybody's not Gary Clark.
Right. What was his deal? He wouldn't practice all week.
He'll have hamstring on Wednesday, Thursday, and he will play on Sunday. And probably will take a hitch and go 78 on
you. We didn't get a chance to talk. So listen, if you're in fantasy league and you got Kyle Pitts, be aware you might not have him Sunday. Dan Quinn last week, I want to say, said that Washington's not doing captains for the year, that they are just going to do game captains and it'll kind of be decided and vote upon as it goes. It's I kind of applaud that. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing. I think in the past, the organization has used this organization, the Burgundy and Gold, have used the captaincy, if you will, for marketing purposes. And I feel like these guys now don't care about it. And I'm all in on it. Here's the opposite, I believe. And maybe he's just a great guy. But the Broncos just named Bo Nix team captain as a rookie. Mm-hmm. Sean Payton has to have Bo Nix work to prove his genius. Yeah. And I just think if Jaden walks out there Sunday, cool. But there's not the song and dance.
The thing about it is what most people that I've been around has done, they get the leaders, the veteran guys, the people that the actual players vote in. Okay. And then weekly is the people who gave you the best in practice and things of that nature. So I know Andy handled it like this. There were 4 or 5 of us that were there for the whole year. And then every week we had 3 people, offense, defense, special teams. And that's how it went. It's not about, I'm going to just make this guy. No, the players vote you in. And then weekly we have another vote for the guys that gave us the best practice at all 3 phases.
Yeah, man. I think
just the biggest way to make people hate a player, let the coach or the front office make him the leader. That's the quickest way to make somebody dislike you, because they're like, they put him in here. They think you're basically the spy, and they're going to be worried about you.
Totally, man. I think, honestly, you saying that now and what Dan Quinn said about we didn't want to have to put him in a position to BS with Jaden not officially being named starter, I think it all adds up. Mm-hmm. And I think, John Allen's a really good football player. Mm-hmm. And he's a leader in his own right, but he's not a big rah-rah talking guy. And for years, the organization has kind of pushed him as that. And I don't know that it helps him. You know what I mean? But things like that.
Every leader is not a rah-rah guy.
Right.
Art was definitely a leader, but he was never a rah-rah guy. I think the ultimate thing is when you come back, you mentioned Jaden. You've talked to players, you talked to coaches. I've talked to players and coaches. When they talk about that guy, they rave about him. Just like the little Mikey Samerstill. I wouldn't be surprised if those guys get voted. And it's not because somebody pushed it. It's because they have led with their play, their work, and their example. And I think that's what players go for. Listen, as long as the league has been around, not every leader on the team has been a guy who's been in his 10th year. They've been all over the place because people are going to respect the guy that comes in and does what's expected of him. And he does it so well that he could be able to help somebody else. They're going to always respect that.
For sure. One other newsworthy item that I wanted to make sure we hit. We're going to talk to Dan Kolko here in just a few minutes. We need a little baseball in our lives as we're getting, really down to the nitty gritty. Perhaps it's worth pointing out that the Baltimore Orioles are in sole possession of first place in the AL East.
You care about that. I don't care about that.
In case you weren't aware, but you know the Sun Tzu, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why you should care?
Why?
Because Jeff's dumbass is a Yankee fan. Sorry, that was a little harsh, Jeff. No, but this one piece of news from yesterday that we didn't get to talk about. Brandon McManus was the kicker the Commanders signed to be their kicker. There was a lawsuit against him, a civil suit alleging sexual assault from the Jaguars' flight to London back in 2023. The suit has since been a judge dismissed the lawsuit.
Mm-hmm.
Folks are asking me, Chuck Honey's asking me, will they bring him back? I think now that you've traded for Cade York,
probably won't.
I think you just ride with York. It's not like McManus had been playing here for a long time, and then this came up. Like he had probably 2 weeks of OTAs or something.
Yeah.
I do think as the kicker carries on into the year, I bet McManus is back on the roster, don't you?
Somebody gonna give him a chance.
Maybe it's here if things don't go well.
And I read through the whole little thing that they had, the article and all that. Doesn't necessarily say nothing happened, but it does say that the people didn't want to go forward and push through it. And I think in this society, it's kind of it's a double-edged sword in this situation. A lot of women do not want to go public, because they get treated unfairly sometimes. But then on top of it, again, if you're going to take the other person through public scrutiny, that's what the judge basically said. You can't. You don't have the right to hide from it.
Well, yeah, and they could refile the charges. Like, who knows?
Yeah.
But the initial suit at least has been dismissed. I don't think the Commander's going after him. So I think for folks that are wondering that, don't be. Dan Kolko joins the program next.
This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The NFL Washington Commanders prepping for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Game 1 of the 2024 campaign. 1 p.m. practice today at Commanders Park. The game is Sunday at 4:25 p.m. from the Pirate Ship. The Denver Broncos and cornerback Patrick Surtain ink a 4-year, $96 million contract extension, making him the highest-paid DB in NFL history. Texans signed quarterback Davis Mills. Eagles linebacker Devin White ruled out for the game in Brazil. College basketball, Memphis basketball coach Penny Hardaway has fired 4 staff members. PGA Tour stars Rory McIlroy and Scottie Scheffler have agreed to take on Live Golf's Bryson DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka in a made-for-TV match in Las Vegas come mid-December. The Nationals look for a quick sweep of the Miami Marlins to begin a 2-game set in Miami after a 6-2 win yesterday. Joey Gallo with a 3-run homer, his first homer since June 3rd. Mackenzie Gore on the mound tonight, Game 2, 6:40 p.m. on The Fan. Francis Tiafoe getting ready for Taylor Fritz in a semifinal tomorrow at the U.S. Open. Emma Navarro also advances to the semifinals. She'll face Arina Sabalenka. Top seeds Yannick Sinner and Iga Swiatek on the court tonight. The update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. B. Mitch and Finley right now getting to the BetQL guest line to talk to our friend from Masson Sports, Dan Kolko. Dan, what's up, dude? How are you?
Fellas, I'm well. How are you?
We're good, dude. Listen, I think with this Nat season, unless you just were completely lying to yourself, everybody kind of knew what to expect here. Rebuilding year with some exciting young pieces coming up. I mean, they're going to probably outperform their Vegas win total by the end, like this week or next. I think they're right up against it. Now you got Cruz up. Like, there's just, how do you feel like from what your expectations to where Washington is now in early September have fared?
Well, I think Nats fans and those of us around the team went into this season knowing that we would have to judge the team not just based on wins and losses. And I know that sounds like a silly thing to say, given that's the nature of the business. You're judged by and large based on how many games you win, how far you make it in the playoffs. But this year, given where they're at rebuilding wise, you wanted to see growth for the team, but maybe more specifically, a lot of these young players. And, you know, there's been ups and downs, as you're going to have with any prospects, with any young players. And I think by and large, there's been a lot to like this year. CJ Abrams has struggled over the last couple months, but he's had some really good months as well and has played a better shortstop this year than he played last year. Luis Garcia Jr. has really come along in his development, at 24 years of age. So he's looking like a piece for the future. And then you get these young pitchers and outfielders up here, James Wood, Dylan Cruz, Jacob Young, and in the rotation, guys like Jake Irvin and Mackenzie Gore and Mitchell Parker and DJ Hers. And you start to see now the bones of what the front office feels like could be their next championship team. You'll have to supplement that obviously with some free agents this winter and some power. I think most specifically, you got to find some guys that'll hit the ball out of the ballpark, because this team has lacked that for a few years now. But we're at a different point in the development than we have been the last couple years, where in September, it's just a lot of, no offense to guys at the end of their careers, but kind of placeholder type players, Maikel Francos and Cesar Hernandez and guys like that, that are just kind of filling out a spot until you're able to get the young guys up. And a lot of the young guys are here now, more are to come. And so, yeah, it's not going to be a postseason year for the Nationals this year. We kind of expected that coming in, but I think there's been a lot of growth and optimism for the future.
And it gives you a lot of hope for the future, I think, as well, because the young guys that have come up are performing well.
Yeah, that's right. I think the first step is getting guys through the minor leagues, getting them to make their big league debut, and then it's all about what can they do once they're here. And jury's still out on a lot of these guys, but you've seen growth, you've seen progression, and hopefully there's more of that to come this final month and into next year.
Well, I think like for the outfield, talking with Dan Kolko from Masson Sports, watch him every night on Nats games. Everybody knows who Dan is. In the outfield there, is that the outfield of the future? Wood, Cruz, Young? Like, is that what we see opening day next year?
It certainly could be. I mean, Jacob Young should win a Gold Glove this year in center field. He's been the best defensive outfielder in Major League Baseball this year. His bat has progressed over the course of the last few weeks. He's not quite at a league average sort of offensive side of his game. The bat still needs to develop. But when you're talking about a guy that excels on one side of the ball like he does defensively, you can deal with a little bit of a below average bat with his speed, with his ability to steal bases and impact the game on the base paths. You feel like Wood and Cruz are certainly, some of the big building blocks for the future. Where will they play defensively? I don't know. I think some people think Dylan Cruz could be a center fielder in the future. And there's other young outfield talent in the national system that they're really high on. Robert Hassel III, Dalen Lyle, Andrew Pinckney just got promoted to AAA. And then there's always the possibility of getting a free agent outfielder. And then in that sort of a case, Jacob Young could be a super skilled fourth outfielder for you. So you feel good about Wood and Cruz in two of those three outfield spots, and then you'll see. But Jacob Young has really made an impact this year defensively, and if he can continue to develop on the offensive side of the ball, there's a chance he could be the Nats center fielder of the future.
Cruz and Wood are obviously the guys that have arrived that have the most excitement. What are like fair comps for those guys? Kind of looking back at somebody, I don't know. They're hard to describe, I would say. I'm curious if you've thought about that at all.
Yeah, it's tough. I personally, I'm not a scout, and I personally don't love comps just because I think it kind of puts guys in a box a little bit. I will say that there are very few 21-year-olds that have come up and controlled the strike zone the way that James Wood has. You watch him on a night in and night out basis. He rarely goes outside of his game plan. He rarely expands the zone. And he hits the ball so freaking hard. It's unbelievable the sounds that come off his bat. So you pair up those two skills, and he's got the potential to be a special offensive player, and he's still just 21. He'll have to try and elevate the ball a little more going forward and turn those hard line drives into balls that go off the wall or over the wall. But there's a super high ceiling on James Wood offensively. Dylan Cruz is, he does everything well. So, I've heard people compare him to maybe like an Andrew McCutchen type of guy, or maybe Corbin Carroll with slightly less speed. But he's a guy that can steal you, 25, 30 bases a year, that can hit 20 plus homers for you, that can hit for a pretty high average, that can get on base a good bit. He works tough at bats. So he's a guy that is not going to wow you necessarily with one side of his game or one specific skill, but is just a really well-rounded ball player that's going to impact your team positively for a number of years.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. The one thing that I don't know the right way to phrase this, but when the Nats were kind of outperforming expectations, at least the first couple of months of the season, it was a lot of it was on the strength of starting pitching. And, Rizzo does his interview with the Junks every week, and I always try to listen to it because I think Mike's really smart. I think he's really good at what he does, right? And he has this saying where he always says, means like take a season in its entirety and then start to build that out over seasons, and you get a real look at who somebody is. And I feel like the pitching kind of regressed to the mean a little bit. Like, what does their starting rotation look like next year?
It's a good question, JP. I think that you've got a lot of guys now that will be in the mix, and it's up to those guys to tell you where they slot in the future. Are they a middle of the rotation type guy? Can they be a strong number 3 starter for you in the big leagues? Are they more of a number 5 guy? Are they long relief? Are they somebody that, goes up and down from AAA to the majors over the course of, their career? It's going to be on Mitchell Parker and DJ Hers and these type of guys to show you, because all of them, Mackenzie Gore too, and I think Jake Irvin has been the most consistent of the 4 of them this year. But the other 3 have all had really high highs and somewhat low lows. They've had stretches where they've struggled, where they haven't been able to get deep into games, where maybe they get hit around a little bit, but they've all flashed incredibly high potential and ceilings. So, can Mackenzie Gore be a number 2 starter for you in the big leagues? There are a lot of people that say absolutely he can. The work ethic, the demeanor, the way that he approaches his starts, the stuff is filthy. But you have to work deep into games. You have to be consistent to be that type of guy in the big leagues. The other guys, the Nats, I would say, have more rotation depth than they've had in a while at this point. But in order to be a team that wins in the postseason, Mike Rizzo has also said this, JP, over the course of his tenure here in DC. He believes that with starting pitching, everything is possible, and without it, nothing is possible. And so for a team to win in the postseason, you got to have 2-3 guys at the top of a rotation that you feel really good about giving the ball to in a must-win game. And we'll see if any, multiple, all of these guys for the Nats can be that type of pitcher in the future.
It's I don't know, man. I want to maybe end this on a really cool note. Darren Baker gets called up. B, I don't know if you have seen this story, but it's very cool. What do we think of Darren? And just, you probably know Dusty very well from his time in Washington. How cool of a moment must that be?
Yeah, it's awesome. Everyone that interacts with Dusty loves Dusty, and honestly, it's the same with Darren. It's not a surprise that he's just a tremendous human being. And he's been around big league clubhouses since he could barely walk. So it kind of, in a way, always felt like this was where he was meant to end up. It was certainly not an easy road for him to get here. He's not a big guy physically. He's, maybe 5'10", 5'11". He's strong, but he's not huge. And, what is he going to be at the big league level going forward? I don't know. The Nats have a second baseman that they like in Luis Garcia Jr. Darren Baker has played some left field as well to try and turn himself into a more versatile player. But just from a sheer story standpoint, it's awesome. He's a really good kid. He worked really hard and got the call up the other day with his dad at Nats Park. He singled on the first pitch that he saw as a big leaguer. And despite the fact that the Nats were down really big in that game, that put a smile on everybody's face. So awesome moment for the Baker family. And yeah, we'll see how much playing time Darren gets down the stretch here, but mission accomplished for him, checking that first box in the big leagues, and hopefully there's more to come.
Well, dude, it's so crazy and weirdly full circle. I really liked Rizzo's comments about Darren Baker. I should have said this earlier. Dusty Baker obviously managed the Nationals for a few seasons. Dusty's a all-time character in baseball as a player and then as a manager all over the place. Won a ring with the Astros a couple of years ago. This is Dusty's son, Darren. And perhaps the most, until now he's in the big leagues, what people remember about this, do you remember, I think it was the 2002 World Series when his son was the bat boy and almost got trucked with a play at the plate.
I remember that.
And JT Snow had to grab him up and let him go, and now he's in the big leagues. That's the right son, right?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay. I didn't know if maybe there was another Baker that I was mixing up.
He knows how to get out the way on the bases. I can tell you that.
Now
he does.
I bet he does. I bet he does. Koga, I'm curious, dude. Do you you've got 3 weeks left of a ton of baseball here? Do you get into football mode? Like, do you do fantasy betting, DFS, any of it? Like, what does a hardcore baseball dude do when that season, that grind finally comes to a halt?
He takes a nice long nap. He grabs a cold beverage at some point and reminds his friends and family that he's still alive. No, I love I love baseball. I love what I do. I'm incredibly fortunate to do it. At the end of the season, it's nice to decompress and just kind of spend time with the people you care about. But yeah, man, I love football. I love getting together with friends and watching games on Saturdays and Sundays. And yeah, maybe, finding a little game that you care about and investing
in a cold beverage
in it a bit. But yeah, it's kind of like a teacher's schedule in a way, but reverse seasons, that you go hard for 7 months out of the year, and then the other 5 you get a chance to relax and just kind of catch up with people. I do some college basketball broadcasting as well, but yeah, it's good to unwind once baseball is done, because it's a long grueling season, but it's a ton of fun, and I wouldn't want to be doing anything else.
For sure.
It's a grind, man.
I know you went to Einstein. Did you grew up here, right? Did you grow up a Skins fan, or did you not have a team?
Yeah.
How did that all
I grew up in
shake
Silver Spring. I went to Einstein, went to University of Delaware. And yeah, grew up a Skins fan. Actually covered the Baltimore Ravens for 4 years before making my way over to the Nats beat. So that was a little odd for a football obsessed DC native kid. But yeah, I still follow the Commanders. I still follow the Ravens, and yeah, I'm looking forward to football being underway. It's kind of crazy that it's here already.
I know, man. What do you think about Jaden Daniels? Like, what do you think about Washington this year?
I'm obviously, he's got a lot of talent, and he's got some weapons around him. I'm going to be honest, I haven't followed kind of his path through training camp and OTAs too closely.
You've been kind of busy.
A little busy on the baseball side of things,
because you got 16-hour days every day.
Yeah. Every day.
Yeah, I think that you never know what you're going to get out of a rookie quarterback, and we've seen. Yeah, you think back to Peyton Manning's rookie season when he threw just that insane number of interceptions, and everyone thinks he's a bust, and then he becomes a Hall of Famer and one of the best quarterbacks of all time. I think you can't really. Not that it's going to stop people from judging a rookie quarterback too quickly, because that's what we do, but it's hard to, put too much focus or emphasis on what he does early on. But I think you got to be excited about the ownership group that they have in place, the front office that they've put in place, and the young quarterback that they've drafted and are really high on.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Last one, who's going to win the AL East?
Oh, that's really tough. I think, it's funny. Everyone's been talking the last month about how poorly the Orioles have played, and they were the first team, I believe, in Major League Baseball to get to 80 wins. They were playing at just an obscene pace there for a while, and yeah, they've dropped off a little bit. If I'm choosing between the two teams at the top of the division right now, I'm going to take the Yankees. I think they just have a little bit more in the way of dominant starting pitching. They got to figure out their closer spot, but the Orioles kind of have to figure out the back end of their bullpen too. They've had some issues there. Two super talented teams, and I think that's going to be one that goes down, to the last few games of the season. We're going to have an interesting last homestand in Nats Park with the Royals coming into town and then the Phillies to close out the year. So that'll be two teams that'll be jockeying
some spoilers
for playoff seeding. Yeah, and a chance for the Nats to play spoiler. And it'll be really interesting to watch the AL East that final week as well. I think that could come down. One of the few divisions that I think will come down to the final couple games.
Well, one thing about Davey, and I've said this before, that I love is his teams play hard till the end, man. Sometimes, a club knows they're not in contention and they kind of pack it up that last month and kind of really lose some games badly. And not that every game's going to be a poem, but I feel like Davey keeps his guys locked in until September 30th or whatever the last game is.
Yeah, he's certainly been known for that over the course of his time here in DC. Obviously, the championship team finished really strong in the regular season, and even some of the teams that have not had good records down the stretch have played really well over the last few years. The last handful of games on the previous homestands over the weekends, it was some sloppy ball against the Cubs, and Davey made it known to his guys that that's just not acceptable. That you're going to make physical errors, but in terms of the mental errors, in terms of the focus, that's not going to fly under his watch. And he's a guy that believes in playing every game as hard as you possibly can. And he's going to make sure that these young players who don't have a lot of big league experience and are probably pretty mentally fried and a little physically fried right now, give it everything they have over the final, whatever it is, 25 games.
Yes, sir. Dan, thank you for the time,
Appreciate
man.
it, Dan.
Really appreciate you making time.
All right, fellas. Good to talk to you.
You
Take care,
too,
man.
dude. That's Dan Kolko from Massive Sports. Great interview there. Enjoyed talking some baseball in there. We got a lot of football we're going to have to get to. Significant moves being made out in Ashburn as it is Wednesday of week 1. But listen, it is week 1. The NFL starts tomorrow night. There's a lot to be excited about, but you got to be smart. It's September, and it's only the start of football, but it's also Responsible Gaming Education Month. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. A solid game plan includes betting with legal sports books only, knowing the odds, keeping it fun, and sticking to a budget. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 1067 The Fans, proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan, and breaking news is brought to you by BetQL. The Commanders announcing that they signed offensive guard Sam Cosmi to a 4-year contract extension. He's entering his 4th season in the NFL. He was a second-round draft pick by the team in 2021 and has played 40 games so far and started 32 games for the Commanders. Again, the team announcing that offensive guard Sam Cosmi has been signed to a 4-year contract extension. Breaking news on the Fan is brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news that Sam Cosmi has been signed to a 4-year extension with the Commanders right here on the Fan.
I be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan, as we come to you live from Commanders Park. And you just heard the breaking news. Sam Cosmi signs a 4-year deal. Dan Quinn is talking to me. I'm sure he'll be asked about that. Let's throw to Dan.
This is a really good coach and part of the alumni group, but not this week. So, but Todd's an excellent coach, and when we matched up against numbers of times, and a lot of respect for him. Offensively, when you think about Tampa, there's playmakers, and there's outside at receiver and at running back as well, and quarterback. And so that presents the challenge, for the defense, quarterback who can extend plays and receivers with size to go extend plays. And so those are, definitely the ones I've certainly been impressed by the back. This is a true every down back that you can get this many catches, this many runs, and that doesn't happen as much anymore in our league. And so respect for that. Defensively, this is a group that's really known for their blitz package. I think that's one of the things, through the years with Todd that, always been impressed with by watching their teams, the run defense, and then for them, some playmakers, both at safety, linebacker and a defensive line. They've kept a, deep crew, it feels like, for a while, a defensive line and some good ones. Then I think the special teams matchup, everybody's kind of smiling and waiting to see. They've got a good kicker, punter, and then we're all wanting to see on kickoff and kickoff return what that looks like. And, we'll see it all. We can get it all. Some weather, maybe some thunderstorms. So, everything's on the table, and it's a great matchup. These are two tough teams that are going to have to really battle for it. And that's exactly, kind of what you're looking for in your opening game to get rolling. So all that said, why don't we get started?
So speaking of the blitz package, you have a rookie quarterback going, obviously, in Jaden. What are some of the characteristics that you feel he has that maybe makes him a good fit to go against that kind of defense in his first game?
Yeah, it's a good question because you have to be able to process quickly, John, because part of the blitz package is showing blitz, getting out, showing blitz, bringing it. And that's part of the disguise that goes with that. And so for Jaden, the ability to process things quickly, sometimes as a quarterback, you need to speed it up in terms of, okay, this is an unblocked player. We're only protecting with 5, they're bringing 6. How do we get it, to the playmaker and get yards in that way? So it's one of the things that, he's been strong with, decision-making and the ability to speed it up.
Are you able to, because you have the experience on the defensive side of the ball, you've gone against Todd, how much are you able to help Jaden just with the way you think and maybe transferring it to Todd? And, is there a similarity, and can you help his thought process just by your experience?
Yeah, I think you want to make sure, everybody's got their key things and their regular tools. This is, how we play and what we do. Every team, has some small wrinkles, especially, John, the first game of the season, something I've been working on through the off season. I've been digging into, but more than anything, just looking at looks, what, a certain look or a call may look like or not. And going through some of those with the offensive staff. That's kind of where I can help on that side of things.
You guys obviously just extended Sam Cosmi, first vet you guys have done something like that with here. Why him? Why did you decide he was a guy that you felt you needed to keep?
Yeah, I think that's a cool day for him, for his wife Blair, his daughter Claire, who are here, and so for Adam and his staff to get that done prior to the season. That's a big deal, and this guy's a commander, through and through. He's tough, he plays square, he's strong, and we're really, are fortunate that he'll be an anchor inside, for years to come. It's a big deal.
And to stay with the offensive line, obviously You'll practice a few minutes. What's your expectation or hope with Brandon this week, both in terms of practice and maybe possibly starting on Sunday?
Yeah, for the practice part first, we're definitely aiming towards playing and getting into that. And so I'll probably have a better instance for him and a couple of the guys all the way through the practice week. But it's sure been good to have him back out there and going through it, for practice last week and into this week as well. So it's definitely good to have him back out. But as far as the game, let's let practices play out some more.
Hi, Dan. Obviously, it's only one game, but how does the season opener maybe set the tone a little bit for the season?
Yeah, I don't know if it sets the tone, but there is, you want to make sure your identity's right, and how we play. I think that's an important part of things because it is one game, but it's an important one because we get to, show our identity, our style, and how we like to play. And so there's lots of lessons, that you learn, and you've heard a number of times teams improve from game 1 to game 2. Well, there's also some lessons that you learn in the preseason, that you find out and things you're excellent at, things you need to work at. But more than anything, I think, when you and our fans watch us play, they're going to say, man, these guys are really tough. They really bring it. They finish on plays. And if the identity comes across like that, oftentimes the wins, as you're moving through the season, go in your favor based on that type of play style, of attitude, and how we do things. So we're really looking forward to showing that.
What have you seen from this team over the last couple of weeks that makes you believe this team is ready to go on Sunday?
Way deeper than just the last couple of weeks. I think going into training camp, we knew this was going to be a tough camp. We were going to put them in tough spots, work a lot of game management situations, a couple of trips on the road. So we wanted to test the players and put them into difficult spots. We had a lot of competitions that we wanted to go through. So those were the markers, that I was looking for. And then as you get closer to it, now some of the roles start to emerge and how guys can be featured in those specific roles. So when you go from 90 down, now these puzzle pieces all start to come together. And so those were the markers I've seen leading up to it. Road trips, the practices against other teams, our practice against one another, that we just kept improving. And that's usually, what I'm looking for, to see a team that's always, looking to compete and improve.
Tobble's experience as a play caller is pretty well known now, but the Buccaneers have a new offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen. Defensively, how do you prepare for the unscattered looks that you're inevitably going to see with a team that hasn't really established their identity offensively yet?
Yeah, that's part of the first game and what that looks like. So what you try to do is look back into some systems, into some that Liam's been a part of. He's been a play caller, in college, been part of the Rams system, and they had a little bit of that last year. So he'll have his own flavor for sure. This is a really good coach that'll have his own way. It's not, if you had a playbook and I had a playbook, we wouldn't call the game in the same exact fashion. So I think you'll have some things you have to adjust in the games, and the teams that usually do that the best and adjust the quickest, those are the ones that can, punch through some of those things that are different than you expected. And I think you have to go into the games expecting the unexpected, and you have rules and contingencies for those. But by and large, you look for the system first.
And you've often talked about how good the pre-stat communication is with this defense over training camp. How important is that going to be for week 1?
It's really important because of the shifts, the motions, and having that ability to go. One good part of that is going against our offense really provides some challenges. And so there's communication, there's difficult scheme, there's a lot of things you have to deal with as well. So having to go against our own offense on a regular basis, that pushes the communication up and certainly tests you on some plays. But more than anything, just making sure we're rock solid in terms of the way we play and communicate.
Hey, Dan, you have spoken a lot about the self-evaluation you've done of yourself. I just wonder how you think that's going to show up on the sideline Sunday.
That's an awesome question, Dave. I would say I've seen a lot of that, that I've done, up leading into now. And I probably felt it some in the preseason. The first game I was, kind of worried about, okay, who's in, who's out. In the preseason, there's so much subbing to who's in, to who's going out. And I was pretty intentional about going into game 2 and 3 to make sure I was into that space of what I needed to do, and knowing the clarity that I needed for Cliff and for Joe and for Larry. And so I really was intentional about that on the headphones to put myself into that spot, even if we weren't going to, attempt a fourth down. Like in the last game, I wanted to give Cade some opportunities when they were there, but there would have been some spaces, hey, in a normal spot, this is a time we'd go, this is a time we'd punt. And so I went through that process to get there. And so that's my thing that I can do best on game day, is make sure I'm making really clear, good decisions. But I really tried to put myself in those spaces as much as I could. So when those moments come, then I'm ready to deliver for the team.
I've asked other coaches this over the years. Who tells you the truth?
You need some
Besides
truth tellers in your
family,
life.
besides
Yes.
besides
I would say
immediate family.
Stacy first as the number one truth teller. But it's important on our staff that we have that. And so, it's helped a lot, guys like Anthony and Cliff, because they've sat in the chair. And so that is a real advantage. And I asked for that kind of communication back from the staff. And so sometimes it takes a little while for someone to get there. And then you can say, man, I really appreciate that feedback. Next time you have that, I'd like that again. And so now more people are willing to do that. It's not an act of questioning, but it's really giving some feedback. Have you thought about? And so I really value those times, David, and having some truth tellers on that side. And Adam's been good with that too, because on practice or on a game day, he's got a different view and a different lens on that. So between Stacy, between the coaches on the staff, and Adam, I think I'm really fortunate that I've been surrounded by some people that care enough to tell you the truth.
And then you talked in preseason about not doing a lot of game planning, obviously, for the
Right.
preseason games. How have you seen kind of the demeanor around the building change as we get into kind of the first game week? Have you seen guys kind of lock in more, get more, kind of focused on the task at hand?
Yeah, I think as coaches, we also wanted to make sure these are the things that you do really well. And we're going to rehearse them all week. But when you get to the game, like, you absolutely can go do your thing at full speed because you've played a lot of reps at it. So there's not going to be things that we're doing in the game that we haven't done out here on the field. And so there's a lot of confidence and trust in that, knowing that, like, you've put the work in. Now you get to this spot and get to the moment. What you want to make sure you don't over, too much information. Who can handle this much? Who can handle less? And so that's kind of the art of the coaching side, to give the player that can handle some more, plenty, and the person that has too much, okay, don't worry about that. This, I want you to write down. This other stuff, don't worry about it. We don't try to over trick it out for the defensive tackles and the guys inside. Go that way and absolutely wreck shop. And usually some good results come from that.
As many games as these guys have played in their lives, you've got a couple rookies who will get a lot of time.
Yep.
Is there a change when it comes to the regular season in the National Football League? And will you lean on some veterans to have a conversation with those guys who are going to get that time?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Chick, because of course there is, like it's, like they've been, I told them for the first preseason game, they've been dreaming about this their whole life. But guess what? You've been playing against really good NFL players all training camp. And as you get into the regular season, that bit of nervousness and fear, like, totally normal emotions to have. And so recognizing that, like, it's kind of getting you ready. And so having that ability in those conversations make it way easier. And what I'll say is, once we get on the field, man, it's going to be the same plays, the same stuff we had, the same execution that you do. So any of that nervousness that you had, man, like, I'll remind them at halftime, it's just like we were doing in Ashburn, man, like sprinting off the ball, the tackling, the physicality, the speed, the communication, that doesn't change. And so, but it's anticipated that there'll be excitement on the game day. And so I'd rather talk about it, Chick, honestly, than not. And so, yeah, I'm very open with the guys and say that's totally a normal emotion to feel. Big breath, blow it out. Now we go execute like we do, man. But yeah, totally normal and expected. We got some mature rookies, some that I wouldn't think of as rookies because they've played a lot of college football. They've been around, but still, like, everybody remembers your opening day in the NFL, and it's a really cool day.
And you've been through enough opening days. What's the one thing you can't see from your guys?
Meaning, like, what?
Thing you don't want to see from
Yeah, your guys? I think at the end of it, like, our core principles obviously is, taking care of the ball, going after it, our tackling, the communication that we need to see. Those are right at the core. So I want to see those every time we play. The discipline usually wins out, in an opening game, because the same nervous energy Tampa has on the same things. I haven't seen this, like, both of them have that, both teams have that. But who can have the discipline to pre-snap, post-snap, stay in it, play the next play, play the next one. And again, a game like this, it's going to be a hard fought. It's going to go all the way down to the end, and we'll be prepared for that, knowing that like good, tough games, it takes the whole game to win it. And we have no doubt this one's going to be a tough one for sure, and it'll take the whole afternoon and into the evening. And if it has to go past that, we'll be ready for that too.
All right, that's Dan Quinn talking to the media here. We're going to take us a quick break, but we'll be right back. But hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Well, we have a little something different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can get $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, welcome back. B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Dan Quinn just ending up his press conference here with the Commanders, and he went a long time. What was that y'all were laughing about so much today, Jake?
He had a good line, man. He was asked, kind of so much has changed out here. And, I mean, you and I can speak to things, but certainly he can speak to stuff in the brief time he's been here. But he said when he got the job, when Peters got hired, it was early January. And then when DQ got hired, it was early February. And so there was snow on the ground for most of that time because they don't clear the fields and stuff out here in the offseason.
Yeah.
And that the snow melted, and Adam Peters for the first time saw the AstroTurf field. And he said, "What the hell is that?" And DQ was like, "It's AstroTurf, bro." And as soon as they had that conversation with Harris, it was like, yeah, get that out of here.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these things are just
it was
very funny.
It was AstroTurf that had a lot of seams that were messed up and cut spots, and it wasn't well taken care of, so it had to go.
Totally,
it had to go quickly.
Talked a lot about Cosme and why they wanted him to be a part of this. I think it makes just a ton of sense to get Cosme's deal done. That's what you do with good players before they get to free agency.
You get them,
you lock them
up.
Yeah, man. I thought he was pretty interesting to me when I asked him about Jaden, about if he's going to do, have a special conversation with him or something. And I loved the answer. It's like, you don't really need to do something special when you put the work in the whole time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There are students that cram the night before the test, and there are students that get a good night's sleep because they go to class every day and they study and they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Right. I imagine you were sleeping and I was cramming. I
probably wasn't sleeping, but I wasn't cramming. Say it like that.
I think I legit think Jaden puts the work in at such a high level that we don't know what's going to happen on the field. We're aware that Vita Vea is a slim down 325. We know what Antoine Winfield can do.
Yeah.
You and I are crystal clear about the task at hand being difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, DQ opened his presser gushing about everything in Tampa, right?
Yeah.
What'd you think of his line about Bowles? He's like, one of our proud alumni, except this week.
Yeah, you got to go after him. But I think the thing about it, Todd and also DQ, they're very similar in what they do. And I think and what's called Locked On Law, he didn't want the canned answers. But the whole thing about DQ gives you more than most coaches ever do. And he understands Todd is trying to affect the young quarterback just like he would. And he wants to he respects Todd because he also wants to see if Jaden can handle it. If Jaden comes out handling it, guess what? Todd's going to change up. If he doesn't, Todd's coming all game. You know what I mean? So he has to figure it out. And I think that's the ultimate thing. In this league, you're going to play against people. And the fact that you basically know that they're trying to do the exact same thing you're trying to do to a quarterback, they happen to have one that's been around a little longer. Okay, yes, he's had some ups and downs, but last year he seemed to have gotten it. Let's see if he still has it this year. It's just like somebody give you a tip on the golf course. You do it when they tell you hit a good shot. Next two holes, you back to what you were doing before. Let's see if he goes back to what he was doing before. And let's see if Jaden continues doing the things he's been doing.
It's going to be fascinating to watch. Can't wait for week one. Sounds like DQ can't wait either. You can tell just how excited he is. I loved he said of the coaching staff, he's like, yeah, we got some guys that have been through some fights.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn, I feel like, was one Coors Light away from just going full Mike Tyson. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. He was fired up. And I think fans will love that passion. Now, Sunday, you got to win games.
You have to win games.
You know what's about to be over, B? The honeymoon.
The honeymoon is over. I think ultimately, though, people understand that they're trying to build something for the long haul as well. If it was still like it used to be where, we don't retool, we don't rebuild, we retool, then you expect to win a certain amount. There are going to be people that still believe that. But the people that really understand that and has been listening to them understand that they're telling you, look, we're trying to build this thing the proper way so we can have long sustained success, not just something this year or a few games or half a season.
You know who had sustained success all of last year? Maryland Governor Wes Moore picking games. He joins us at 1:45. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news today out of Ashburn as the Commanders signed offensive lineman Sam Cosmi to a 4-year extension. Adam Peters called Cosmi a pillar of the offensive line and believes that Sam's best playing days are ahead. Dan Quinn talked about signing Sam Cosmi to that extension.
It's a cool day for him, for his wife Blair, his daughter Claire, who are here, and so for Adam and his staff to get that done prior to the season. That's a big deal. And this guy's a commander, through and through. He's tough, he plays square, he's strong, and we really, are fortunate that he'll be an anchor inside, for years to come. It's a big deal.
And the Commanders are gearing up for their first game of the season, which is Sunday at 4:25 against the Buccaneers in Tampa. Also, another extension in the NFL today is the Broncos signed cornerback Patrick Surtain to a 4-year extension worth $96 million, $77.5 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid DB in NFL history. In baseball yesterday, the Nationals beat the Marlins 6-2 in game 1 of the 2-game set. They'll look to keep things rolling tonight as they take on the Marlins for game 2 of the series. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes a hill for the Nationals. He's 8-11 with a 4.45 ERA. He'll take on Valente Bayoso, who was 2-2 with a 4.32 ERA. The Nationals this year are 8-0 against Miami. They'll look to keep their undefeated streak against the Marlins tonight at 6:45. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Pour yourself some tea. When you didn't. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live from Ashburn. Day 1, week 1. Let's go. Commanders, Bucks. Sunday, 4 o'clock. And before we get there, you got football tomorrow night. You got football Friday night. If you want to hang out with us on Friday, B. Mitchell Finley are kicking off a new season of Washington football live from D-City Smokehouse, located at 203 Florida Ave, Northwest, Friday, September 6th, starting at 10 a.m. Come celebrate a new era of Washington football with some of D.C.'s best barbecue. I'm going to need some brisket, some wings.
Well, the chat already
sprouts.
said they're going to flood D-City.
Who is?
The chat.
Oh, hell yeah. All the chatters
So
should come in.
And someone said, please don't forget your card.
I didn't think about that. They're out of beer that day. Now that's going to be a fun one, man. Because we'll have had Thursday night's game to talk about.
Yep.
We'll have Friday night's game to look forward to. Obviously, the Commanders game on Sunday. I can't wait for that one, man. Come check us out right at the corner of Second and Florida Northwest, D-City Smokehouse. We did a show out there. I think you must have been out of town. It was me and Doc, and we had a blast, and the food was awesome. It might have been for March Madness. I don't know. I can't remember what the event was. We were out there, but I really enjoyed it. And
Might have been March Madness.
Is the weather supposed to be like this Friday? Just perfect?
Don't know.
Because, hell, I will sit outside D-City Smokehouse if you want us to. Now, Brian, obviously a lot to get to. We're in this interesting period right now where things are kind of big picture focused on the season, but like now it's time to focus on week to week.
Yeah.
And it sure seems like Dan Quinn has that level of focus locked in. They play the Giants week 2, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like when you were playing football, you played for 2 Hall of Fame coaches and Jim Fossil. But when did you start paying attention to the division? Like, was that on your mind in the offseason? Like, when did that?
Well, you always worried about your division, and I think a lot of the coaches they did things in practice that they knew those teams were going to do because you play them twice. Okay, and back then we had 5 teams in the division, so you got 8 games out of those 16 in your division. So you have to really work for it and work on those. But the ultimate thing is you don't really worry about it until you start playing against each other. and then you start to see what the schedule is and how things are falling in place. You don't think about it at the beginning of the season, unless you're starting off the season with one of those guys, like we normally have to do.
Right. So a little bit of news here: Hollywood Brown ruled out for tomorrow night's opener against the Chiefs. Against the Ravens, rather. For the Chiefs.
I saw that.
So this is pretty interesting. I think this is a good exercise here. Maybe we can even sneak in some calls before the governor joins us a little later. Landini, we should probably try to figure out the breaks so we're back up at like 44. A little inside radio right there. But Landfill found this thing. This is from The Athletic, and they talked about what teams are the most optimistic about their organizations.
They must not come talk to the people here.
Or Jeff.
Yeah, if they talk to Jeff, we'll be number one.
Honestly, though, I think you'd be a little surprised. So the most optimistic fan base is the Eagles. I think that's fair because the Eagles have a loaded roster. They add Saquon. You add Vic Fangio to revamp that defense, although usually that takes a little longer. You've got Howie Roseman. They just traded for Jahan Dotson. It's an interesting concept. They say Eagles are at 90. Anvil, help me understand the optimism meter here, because obviously there's a lot to kind of like you probably be more optimistic as a Washington fan right now than you would be as like a Giant fan. I would almost maybe not as an Eagle fan because they're legit. The Eagles are obviously a legit contender.
Which one are you looking at? Because the one I saw had the Detroit Lions as the number one most optimistic.
Sure, that's across the league. I was looking at the NFC East.
Oh, okay.
So you got Lions the most. So apparently, The Athletic did a survey of 12,000 fans.
12,000,
and then I guess you're allowed to like leave some comments or whatever. Lions fans 98% optimistic. Chiefs fans 98.7. Bears get Caleb Williams number one overall. So let's drop this down to the Eagles fans are 90.6% optimistic. Commanders almost in the middle of this thing, 78% optimistic.
Yep.
I just want to go around the room. How optimistic are you feeling?
I'm optimistic for what I'm expecting. See, that's the difference. The questions are, what are you asking people?
Right.
Do you think the team is going to make it to the playoffs? Do you think the team is going to be great? They're going to win 10 games? Or you think the team is going to improve? You believe they're in a better situation right now? I'm optimistic about that. I'm optimistic about the last two things I said, not the first two things.
Right.
And I don't expect those first two things.
I think optimism correlates to expectations as it relates to this season, right? Like what happens in 2024, what's the final record, all of that. I think you got to be measured. But I think as far as like being optimistic about the organization as a whole, this is a different time than really my lifetime because I mean, Snyder bought the team. I was in high school, and like, as much as I remember, Joe Gibbs, I remember the 91 Super Bowl. He retired after the 93 season, right? The 92 season.
92 season.
Yeah, like everything changed so dramatically. And I think on like a super macro viewpoint, there's never been more reason for optimism in 25 years. What does that mean this year? I don't know. But then you can zoom all the way in to the micro viewpoint, and I think Jaden Daniels could be a hell of a player.
Yeah.
And so it's like you have reason for optimism, like on the whole tent pole, regardless of how high up you want to view it. Lamfeld, always an optimist. How optimistic do you feel about this team?
Actually, pretty good. I mean, I think for the first time in a long time, they really have. There's a possibility that maybe they've actually found the answer at quarterback, and obviously, like you were saying, that ownership disaster appears to have been righted as well. They seem to have, maybe for the first time in 20 years, a general manager who's not the lackey of the owner or the lackey of the head coach. So, yeah, I mean, just generally things seem to be going in the right direction. I feel pretty optimistic. Yeah.
Landfill's feeling
Hold on, let me
optimistic.
look outside, see if it's about to start raining.
If
Landfill's showing
Landfill's
optimism.
feeling optimistic, how the hell's Jeff gonna feel? Hello, Jeffrey. What's your optimism meter?
I ain't gonna lie. My optimism, you can hear me smiling behind the mic right now.
Oh,
but,
Lord.
But I can say it's a realistic optimism. You know,
All right.
most of us, because we haven't seen so much success, the little slight of it, most of us tend to go on and be like, oh yeah, we going to the Super Bowl this year. Nah, I'm confident that we're going to see a good product on the field. You know, even if it's 5 wins, 6 wins, 7 wins, it's showing progress, you know? And that's all the people want to see. We want to see the progress towards going back to our glory. Not going back to our glory days, going to our new glory days. So I'm really optimistic.
I don't know that we have time to open the phones. And Landfill, you can just tell me either way on that. But I do think it's interesting to let a few people call in 800-636-1067 and tell us how their optimistic meter is. Compare this to, in this athletic story, the Cowboys 19.9% optimism. And it says
they don't believe in their owner.
Well, probably plenty of that. I know I have a buddy. My buddy Wacker is from Dallas, Cowboy fan, and they can't stand Jerry. It's not even not believe in. It's they think it's a disaster. But you got Dak in a contract year. Parsons wants a deal, but they're gonna have to pay him next year. Like, are you really gonna draft Shadur Sanders? Like, Dak doesn't win in the playoffs. I'm aware of that, but he's pretty damn good. Like, it's easy to knock him. Giants fans, I mean, how optimistic could a Giants fan be right now? Like, you know what I mean? I think because of Hard Knocks, they said the quiet part out loud. Like, we got to see how little they believe in Daniel Jones.
Yeah, we saw that.
Like, we know it. We knew it, but now we know it.
We know it.
Daniel Jones is making $40 million. And you're hoping to find a quarterback next year. Right?
It's amazing when $40 million is a below average quarterback. Right?
And I think the Giants have a really good D-line. I honestly think the Giants could win week 1 going up against Sam Darnold. Everybody's convinced the Vikings are going to roll. But I mean, you tell me, B, for the Giants, who has the most, rank the job security of the following 3 men?
Okay.
Joe Shane, Brian Daboll, Daniel Jones.
Most? You mean the most?
Who's
number 1 to be gone?
No. Who's the most secure?
Daboll.
Who's number 2?
I'll probably go with Daniel.
Then Shane?
Then Shane. I think Shane is the number 1 to go. And I think the thing about it is if Daniel Jones completely looks crazy, they're probably gonna get rid of Shane anyway. You know what I mean? So everything rides on Shane. Like, anybody that does anything wrong, it goes to Shane because he the one that hired everybody. And he better hope that the Eagles and Saquon don't have a good year, because his owner already told him, I'm not going to have a good day, which means you probably won't have a good day.
Yeah, I mean, I found it odd that, like, all of a sudden during the Hard Knocks run, like, every Giants beat reporter that I follow all seem to post, like, people got the wrong idea. Daboll and Shane have plenty of job security. Like, their seat isn't hot. Like, I noticed, like, Pat put that out. Jordan Renan put that out. Connor Hughes, like, all these guys I know that follow them. Typically when something like that happens, when every reporter gets the same sort of sourced information, and I'm pulling up the curtain here a little bit, folks, it's because somebody provides that information.
Well, I ask this question. If you're not winning games in the NFL and your seat's not hot, then something's wrong. So I don't buy what either one of them reporters wrote, because if they're not winning, and if you're not winning, your seat is getting warm.
Totally.
Point blank.
Totally. I don't know. Folks, I bet, are pretty damn optimistic, man. It's a funny line from the stream. BJL 1906 said, Jeff is already planning his sick day for the parade, the Super Bowl parade. I imagine.
I don't
think
think Jeff going that far. Jeff is smarter than that. I think.
Jeff, are you smarter than that?
Now, if we just come out and
I'm taking up for you, Jeff.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, but if by chance we do come out and some way we win 14 or 15 games, I will streak Pennsylvania Avenue with my body painted in burgundy and gold.
If you win if we win 14,
What stretch of Pennsylvania Avenue? Not like
I don't
down
care
by
what
Andrews
stretch it
Air
is.
Force Base.
If it's 14,
The
15
entire
games,
stretch.
the whole damn show gonna be streaking.
All right. If they win 14 games, Jeff and B. Mitchell streaking?
I said the whole show. I put Landfill in here, you in here.
14 games?
If they win 14, 15 games. Yeah, we better all be streaking. The whole city better be damn streaking.
I was about to say I might grow my head back for a week.
Nah, I don't think you got some spot where it don't grow no more, Jeff.
If they win 14 games this year, we're all going streaking. That's the deal?
Mm-hmm.
Landfill?
Yeah, sure.
That means Landfill don't believe it with the 14
That means Landfill's quite comfortable.
I'm optimistic, but there's zero chance they win 14 games. Come on.
That's why I put that bet out. That's why I put that out there.
Yeah, if they win 14 games, I'm totally streaking.
God, please make them win 14, 15 games.
I mean, 14 is.
I normally have certain prayers I pray for. I'm praying for that. We need 14, 15 games there, Phil.
Nobody in the NFL won more than 13 last year. I think.
Hey, we won.
I think we're okay.
This team has won 14 before with 16 games.
That was a while back.
That's a while back.
That was a while back.
Just saying.
I know who the third down back was on that team.
And Tay Wilson, please don't ever write that in the thread again.
What a sausage party for streaking? If it's a sausage party, my guy Parker Williams will be there. That's his favorite kind of party. Commander's out at practice right now. We changed offices. We're in one with more light, so people can stop worrying about my hostage situation. I asked DQ about the Brandon Coleman thing, and he's like, listen, man, this is not ideal, but it is what it is. And these guys are pros, and when it's time to play, you play, whether you've lined up to each other, next to each other or not.
Yeah. You do your job.
Yeah. I think sure sounded to me like Coleman started left tackle on Sunday.
Maybe.
Also sounded like we're not quite so sure Johnny Newton's situation. Here's what we are sure of. Week 1 in the NFL, college football off and running. It is September, and it's not only the start of football, but it's also Responsible Gaming Education Month. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. A solid game plan includes betting with legal sports books only, knowing the odds, keeping it fun, and sticking to a budget. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fans, proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Big news for the Commanders today as they agreed on a 4-year contract extension with offensive lineman Sam Cosmi. Adam Peters said he is a pillar of our offensive line, and we believe that Sam's best playing days are ahead. The Commanders are gearing up for their first game of the season on Sunday as they'll take on the Buccaneers at 4:25. Other news in the NFL, the Broncos signed cornerback Patrick Surtain to a 4-year extension, $96 million, $77.5 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid DB in NFL history. In baseball, the Nationals beat the Marlins last night 6-2. Game 2 of the 2-game set tonight, 6:45 right here on the Fan. The Nationals are currently 8-0 against the Marlins. They'll look to keep it going again tonight. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. Valente Bayoso takes the hill for the Marlins. 6:45, Nats and Marlins right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley and Warren Zevon here on 106.7 The Fan. Our guy Greg just texted us something to ask Jeff, who was the 5th team in the NFC East back before they realigned.
And Locked on Law answered it earlier. If Jeff was looking at the thread, he would have known.
Jeff,
to be honest, I didn't even know there were 5 teams in each division. In the divisions
Yeah,
at first.
I know.
And you know what my answer was to that?
What?
The Washington Redskins.
Wait, what does that even mean?
He then said the Falcons.
Because that team is no longer involved.
They're the Washington Commanders now. So,
that's not a terrible guess.
Yeah, that is.
I thought it was a trick. I thought it was a trick question, but was it the Panthers?
No,
dude.
It was the Cardinals.
The Cardinals.
Oh man, I wouldld't even have guessed
But look,
that.
the Arizona Cardinals was in the NFC East.
Here's my defense for Jeff. I'm gonna try. How old? You 30 now?
Yes.
So how old were you in 2002?
2002, I
Probably
was
28
8.
by 6, 5, 6. 8.
He, in Jeff's defense, which is not a position I like to always be in.
But see, I don't.
They reorganized the divisions in 2002.
I understand, but that's my.
He was
problem.
an 8-year-old kid.
But my problem is with people like you and young people like Jeff. They have every aspect of getting any information they want in this day and age, but they never have.
All right, B. Let's be fair though, man. Nobody is going to look up the divisions that were what the divisions
If
were.
you look
how
at
they
the
were
history
aligned,
of your team, you go, why the hell they keep playing the Cardinals?
Until that was to come up. Like I'm quite sure people my age and younger never even thought about the divisions.
Yeah, people your age and younger don't ever look up nothing.
Well, and I would mention,
what's the purpose?
But what's the purpose is one of the dumbest things.
No, I'm talking about for the division thing.
It's just like to
if
get the
there
know
was
stuff.
if there was ever something to not know and have it be pretty damn forgettable, it was the Phoenix and then Arizona Cardinals run in the NFC East. I mean, they were a doormat forever. Like I don't know what their record was, but they were bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you're supposed to remember them. When you start talking about how bad your team was for a moment, you got to think about how bad other teams were.
That's true. I tell you, things were a lot better when the Redskins were playing the Cardinals twice a year. I know that much. I wish I was a reporter back then, get to go to Scottsdale every year. But I'm not blasting you on that one, Jeff. I'm not. And that's rare for me. But they were awful, and it was 22 years ago.
Okay.
Do you appreciate that, Jeff?
Yes, I'll take.
Well, I'm gonna just give you a hint, Jeff. Sometimes look up stuff that happened before you were born, or before you can understand it, and it'll broaden your horizon.
Well, like I sent B Mitch this Instagram reel the other day. So one of the coolest things, whether you like Bill Belichick or hate Bill Belichick, I think you have to understand that he's just a brilliant football mind, right? And was he aided by having Tom Brady? Of course. Bill Walsh was aided by having Joe Montana. And I truly try to be a student of football. I'm a history guy anyway. Like I typically read like historical books, all that. But I try to know football from beyond just what I've seen. And Belichick, I don't know, was it on McAfee? I don't know where he found this, but he was showing this video.
Yep.
Of
it was Ryan Clark.
It was the pivot, right?
Yeah.
Of
Walter Payton.
Yeah, but it was a college all-star.
It was a college
team
all-stars playing the Super Bowl champions from a year prior.
The Super Bowl champions from a year prior in an exhibition game. And they used to do this. And it was Walter Payton going up against the Steel Curtain.
And he was working them.
It was like Jack Lambert. I mean, it's all these guys you've heard of. And Payton is just working them, dude. And it was just so impressive. And so there is a lot of cool football. I mean, I used to have to say this to Pete Haley. Like, there's a lot of cool football that existed. It's the stupid stuff where players now try to act like there weren't good players before. All of it. Like, what did they say in the NFL, in the NBA? Like, oh, everybody, you were playing against plumbers. Like, no, they were the best.
You play against the best.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, like, I would love to see that today. Like, people like to say it, but you get the college all-stars, and they play the Super Bowl champions from the year before. I would like to see it because we automatically assume that they'll get destroyed.
If I may, how, like, the actual logistics of that, how on earth, frankly, do you get the Super Bowl champion players to agree to that financially?
Hey,
and hell, in the NIL
TV
world, how you get the college
TV
kids?
is making the money. Believe me, they could pay them. They could pay them better than what they're getting paid right now for a game.
So we got 2 games coming up in the next 2 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not today, but Thursday and Friday. We also have Maryland Governor Wes Moore joining us in about 10 minutes here to start his picks that he does every year. We are fired up about that. I am fired up to watch football tomorrow night. I am fired up to watch football on Friday. And if you want to, you can hang out with us. We are kicking off a new season of Washington football this Friday from D City Smokehouse, located at 2nd and Florida Northwest, 203 Florida Ave Northwest. We'll be there at 10 a.m. I might even try to get there by like 9:45.
It's probably the time you go get there. 9:50.
Today got away from me a little bit.
I'm sitting there. I'm like, when the hell is he going to show up?
Can I ask you a personal question?
Yeah.
How do I smell today?
I don't smell people.
I'm telling you, I went to the gym this morning and I needed to shave. So
why would you ask me how you smell? I don't smell you.
You always give me a hard time about not wearing cologne.
Yeah, I'm just saying you act like it's not good to wear cologne.
I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying I don't. I fully support everyone that wants to wear cologne, except that stuff Jeff wears sometimes.
High karate.
Yeah. But I tried different deodorant today, and it has a scent. I'm kind of feeling it.
Nah, man. Try you some cologne there.
No, it's like scented deodorant. Isn't that the same as cologne?
No.
You sure?
Hell no.
Landfill?
No.
Jeff?
Deodorant.
Are you really asking this question?
See,
scented deodorant.
Scented deodorant.
If something, I mean,
it's deodorant with the smell.
What
if
might
it's
want to get,
scented,
what's the new stuff they got all in now? Talking about even my own, not
Axe
just
body
my,
spray.
not just my
Oh,
armpit
I've heard
stink.
those ads.
You need some of that.
What's crazy are the ads
Hold on a
that
second, JP.
ladies are doing for those products.
What kind of
I
deodorant?
stink down there.
What kind of deodorant have you been using? Like, what do you mean scented deodorant? Like every deodorant is scented, basically.
Yeah.
So one, here's a question for all you cologne freaks. If every deodorant is scented, do you really want to put cologne on? Are those two then not
First of all,
competing with each other?
Let's be honest, dude. Cologne, the scent on deodorant is not nothing that you are going to truly smell when you just walk by.
Here's the difference then, Landfill, to answer your question. And I think I have a point about if your deodorant scented and then you put cologne on, like you hope that the combination of those smells is good because you get 2 competing smells.
They don't have 2 competing smells. You're not going to smell that much of that deodorant, dog.
Because the cologne's so overpowering. Landfill. Normally, I'm a roll-on guy. I roll on Old Spice. At the gym this morning, though, they had the aerosol, and it was right guard, I want to say. So it's to me a distinctly different
forget
smell.
about the left? You don't want the left guarded?
I guarded both. I guarded both. All right, that was a good deodorant talk.
JP, you talk about deodorant like you're from the 40s and like scented and roll-on. These are all novelties to you that you've never seen before.
Oh, they are novelties on.
You asked. Normally, I have a roll-on that I know what it smells like. This morning is different, and I feel like people should
Deodorant
smell
is
me.
normally an antiperspirant as well, huh?
Yeah, that I always
The
use
way
that.
you be pitting, you need to go get something stronger.
I haven't been. I only really sweat when it's super hot outside.
Not necessarily.
I've been perfect since the weather got nice the last week.
That's not true either.
Feel me.
I'm gonna feel your underarm. What the hell is wrong with you? I think you say some of the dumbest stuff in the world.
Look,
Hey,
at least look. I'm not pitting
I
right
sit
now.
across from you. See that little that little white, that little cloud
That's
right
probably
there?
a stain, dog.
Yeah, that's that pit.
Nobody go anywhere. Maryland Governor Wes Moore will join us next. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. I'm really fired up in moments. Maryland Governor Wes Moore set to join the program, make his picks. Remember last year, the Gov went plus 19 on his picks, that's pretty damn significant, especially considering we did mostly pros, but we did the college football playoff. Like, we did a lot of different picks. I also want to try to sneak one in for the Gov about Francis Tiafoe, proud Marylander, in the U.S. Open semifinals. News out of Cincinnati that a lot of people care about. Jamar Chase, who had not been practicing throughout camp, is at practice today for the beginning of game week. All these holdouts, hold-ins, whatever you want to call them, keep in mind the new CBA has really strict language about waiving fines that are accrued, and I don't think anybody's looking to get fined too much, and certainly nobody is looking to miss a game check. It's going to be interesting to watch all that unfold, and there's a lot going on throughout the NFL. Landfill, I don't know who we talked to or what. I do want to talk about this Brazil game, Eagles-Packers. But right now, we're not going to waste any time. We want to get right to the BetQL guest line. Welcome in our friend, Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Gov, how are you, sir?
I'm great. It's good to hear your voices. I'm so ready. We're back in football season.
Dude, it feels real now that you are on here to do some picks. I'm going to start, though, off the field, though, or off the football field.
Yep.
I know what a sports fan you are. How fired up are you for Francis Tiafoe?
Oh, my gosh, man. I mean, first of all, the fact that we're going to have an American in the finals, no matter what, is pretty extraordinary. And it is literally, it's been decades since that's been the case. And the fact that one of those Americans could be one of ours, could be a Marylander. I mean, and for folks who don't know the story of Francis Tiafoe, man, I mean, it is so beyond inspirational. A guy whose father was working at the university and who would go to work with his father and just started picking up a tennis racket as a way of just passing time, and is now on the cusp of becoming a U.S. Open champion. I mean, and he's just the nicest guy. I believe you all have had a chance to meet him. He is just the nicest guy. He remembers where he came from, and so I hope he hears all the way in New York us cheering for him in down here in Maryland. But I feel really good about what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, man. Something tells me should he make the final that I might see Wes Moore in that player's box. But we'll wait for that.
Yeah, I might be a ball boy. I might be running across and picking up balls for him.
It was pretty funny actually watching last night. They had the like a moth. I don't know if you were watching at that point, but a moth flew through, and the ball boys had quite a tough time.
They sure did.
Yeah, they really did. Talking with Maryland Governor Wes Moore here. All right, so let's get down to it. Last year, you killed it, Gov. You were really, really good. Here's the deal for folks that haven't listened to it. We give you 5 games every week, and you let us know what the right side is. Are you ready to rock, Gov?
I'm so ready. I've been literally waiting this entire off season to get ready for what we have right now. This is the best time of the year. You know what I mean? Like, it starts getting a little chillier. The leaves are going to start changing soon, and we got football every Saturday. Got college every Sunday and Monday and Thursday. You got pro. So this is a good time of the year.
Dude, I totally agree. All right, we kick it off with week 1, the NFL opener. Your Ravens, this is a tough game, traveling to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough game. And listen, I've always been of the belief that, in order to be the king, you need to beat the kings. And that has been the Chiefs. The Chiefs have just been the riddle that the entire NFL has not been able to figure out for these past years, and specifically with Patrick Mahomes. The thing I know about the Chiefs, though, is they're always a very good regular season team. They're a very, very, very good postseason team. And that really has been their secret sauce. They know how to turn it on. And honestly, when I think about what's happened in the offseason, there's not many teams in the NFL that got better in a way that the Ravens got better. and specifically in the places that we needed to get better. The Ravens for a long time have just been, we've been almost a running back by committee kind of team. We actually have a full-time standout running back right now. And I got to tell y'all, I went to training camp. This dude is a horse, man. I really wish any team the best of luck to try to take King. I'm telling King Henry, this dude, if he gets out in the open field, he's fast enough to beat you, but he's big enough to run over you if you get in his way. And so, I think the Ravens have the most dynamic offense inside the entire AFC right now. I think our defense is still really strong. I think Kyle Hamilton's going to compete for Defensive Player of the Year. I think he legitimately is that good. And so I do think that we go into Arrowhead and we pull off a W this week.
Wow. All right. I like it. Let's go to Friday night in Brazil, Packers-Eagles.
Yeah, this one's a complicated one for me, man, because I'm going to go with the Eagles, but, there's a whole big part of me that's saying don't do that. And here's why. I know everyone's talking about how the Eagles got better during the offseason, and I think that is true, right? I think they did get better during the offseason. Do you know where they didn't get better at? Is coaching. And let's be clear. What happened to the Eagles the last half of the season was not that the players got hurt. It wasn't that they were roster moves. They gave up on the coach. And I just have a difficult time seeing how, listen, you can make the roster better. You can add a player here. They lost a huge player in Kelsey. So but the thing that did not change was the coaching. And that is the biggest question mark that I think the Eagles had going into the end of last year. So I'm going to go with the Eagles because I just do think they have enough talent to beat the Packers, even though I do think the Packers have a pretty special player in Love and I think have the potential of being a really good team in the NFC. But I don't know, man. I still have a real problem with the way that the players just gave up on the coach at the end of the year and to think that they're somehow going to turn that around as easy as people think.
I completely agree and have been down on the Eagles all summer because of that. I'm moving fast just because I want to make sure we get all our picks in. Commanders, Bucks. Jaden Daniels kicks off the season in Tampa, 4:25 start. Should be pretty interesting. What do you think of?
I think one of the best things I heard about Daniels, in fact, when I saw you down there at training camp on the first day of training camp, not to mention,
That's right.
Everyone, it was the first day. And I ain't seen nobody else from other jurisdictions there, but I'm gonna leave that alone. One of the things they said about Daniels was he's the first one to show up and he's the last one to leave. I'm a big work ethic guy. You tell me when people say who's going to win something, and I don't care if you're talking about a game, a match, a campaign, whatever. My answer always becomes who's working the hardest, who wants it more. And this dude really seems like he wants it. I still think there's still a lot of holes. I think they got a couple of big pickups. I think that, their running game is going to be better. It seems like their secondary potentially could be a little bit better. I think Wagner was a good pickup. And so I'm going to go with the Commanders on this one on week one. But I think this week one is going to be very, very telling, and specifically about the offensive line. I think one of the biggest problems the Commanders have always had was being able to protect the quarterback. I think there have been some moves to get a better offensive line and make sure that Daniels is protected. But if they do not fix that problem, I don't care if you put Eli Manning back there. You're not going to have a winning franchise. You have got to get that offensive line fixed up. But I'm going with the Commanders.
I love it. I can't wait for this weekend. Two primetimes, Niners versus Jets and Rams versus Lions.
Yeah, I mean, I know everyone's excited to see Aaron Rodgers and see if he can go, past 5 plays. The thing I'm curious to see actually with the Jets actually is not about Aaron Rodgers. It's really about their defense. They really didn't do a whole lot to improve their defense over the offseason, which was actually a little confusing to me because I thought they would have put a greater focus on getting a stronger defense that could have frankly given Rodgers a bit more time, a bit more time actually on the field. And also I think that the 49ers are still just, they are still that team in the NFC. They can beat you a whole lot of different ways, not to mention the fact that their defense is still really, really strong. So I think Vegas has it like at 49, something like -5, and but I just, or by 5 points. I have a feeling that the spread is going to be bigger than that, and I think the Niners pull off a win on this.
And then Rams Lions.
Yeah, I'm going with the Lions on this one.
Okay.
I still think, and listen, I think the Rams are a strong team. I haven't lost watching what I saw in the playoffs. The Lions just look damn good, and frankly, I still in my heart believe that I didn't just want it, but I think the whole country wanted Detroit versus Baltimore in the Super Bowl. I'll leave that for what it is, and maybe we'll get a chance to see that again this year. But these Lions, man, they really impressed me during the playoffs in particular. And so despite the fact that I know the Rams, they got studs, right? They got Cooper Kupp, they got they got Puka, they got some real players.
Sure.
Yet at the same time, I just think that the Lions are a really complete team. I really like their coaching staff. And I think, particularly when you're going to new seasons, who your coaching staff is, I think it really does matter. And I think there's a real chance for Williams to really be a sleeper as one of the best running backs in the league this year. So, I think this will be a tight game. This is actually one of the better games of week one, because you just have two really good teams going at each other. In addition to, I think, the Chiefs and the Ravens. But I think the Lions pull this one off.
Gov, thank you for the time, man. We always appreciate it. Can't wait to talk to you next week. I got Ravens, Commanders, Lions, Niners, Eagles.
Let's go. I'm hoping to call you from the winner's circle next week.
I love it. Thank you so much for your time, man. Sincerely.
All right, I'll talk to you.
All right, that is the one and only Maryland Governor, Mr. Wes Moore, making his picks. Ravens, Commanders, Lions, Niners, Eagles. We have got to boogie here. Grant and Danny are coming your way next. Thank you to everyone that listened to the program today. Thank you to JC Allen. Thank you to Dalton Wasserman. Thank you to Dan Kolko. All those folks for joining us. Tomorrow, we're going to try to get some phone time for you. Plus, we got Dan Quinn. We're going to get some coordinators. Jaden Daniels going to talk. We'll have some audio. Busy week. Grant and Danny are coming next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders signed offensive guard Sam Cosmi to a 4-year extension today. Adam Peters called him a pillar of the offensive line and believes that Sam's best playing days are ahead. Dan Quinn talked today before practice about his transition from tackle to guard and how well he plays at right guard.
Ron and the guys did a good job moving him inside, to guard. He is so strong and square, Nicky, that it just kind of suits him inside. And so, saw him at tackle, obviously, and doing that, but having that kind of ability inside for the pocket, it's a big deal. And so that kind of stoutness, it's big, and so certainly for Jaden or for the quarterback, his ability to have space in the pocket to step up. This is an athlete that can pull and move, and in our system, that's really important.
And the Commanders will gear up for their season opener in Tampa against the Buccaneers on Sunday at 4:25. Also in the NFL, the Broncos signed cornerback Patrick Surtain to a 3,000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's September 4th, 2024, and we are one day away from the NFL season kicking off. We've got a great show planned for you today, including former Vikings general manager Rick Spielman, who gets us ready for the NFL season at 3, and one of our favorite football guests, our guy, Booger McFarland of ESPN, who stops by the show at 5. So much to get into. Thanks for making this program part of your afternoon. Daniel, how are you?
I'm very well, my friend. The last night, huge thank you, first of all, to all the folks that posted at Highline. Thanks to Highline RXR in Crystal City last night. Just so much fun. One of those really cool nights where you're just reminded how neat this whole thing is, how unique this whole gig is, right? Where these folks that take time out of their days to listen to us, consume our content, and don't hate our guts, would want to post and hang out with us and draft a fantasy football team. It was awesome, man. Just a really, really cool evening. So huge thank you to everybody that came. Thanks again to Highline and everybody that made that possible. Really cool.
14-team Grant and Danny Listener League that we drafted last night. I posted a couple of pictures on Instagram. You want to go check them out at Grant H. Paulson, because a listener named John came, who is a photographer, brought his camera and hung out with us and did skits and bits all night. So that was really, really cool of him. But yeah, the venue itself, Highline R&R, was awesome. So thanks to them and our buddy Christian, who works with the station here on the sales staff, set it all up. How hospitable were they, though, to hook us with food?
Just the greatest.
Nice little buffet style opportunity to eat whatever we wanted all night long. And the food was delicious. And then the dozen listeners that are in the league, including the defending champion, John, who was toting the trophy around. Good luck to all of them. I believe only one failing score on drafts from Yahoo. Chris in Hyattsville, Yahoo gave him an F-, which I didn't even know was possible.
I've never seen that.
He told us at one point he was doing 2 drafts at once, and he drafted like it. I think there were times where he thought we were like 5 rounds later than we were. He's like, oh, it's the second round? Are there any backup tight ends available?
He's like, I need a second tight end. I was like, yeah, you do.
But we'll see. I mean, bold strategy, Cotton. Maybe he knows something that we don't. But overall, just a really, really fun time. And props to Darius for setting the whole thing up. He got us the old school boards and the stickers to kick it like it was 1995 with the fantasy draft. So really, really a cool event.
How incredible is that trophy, by the way? That trophy is phenomenal.
Shout out to Dan Snyder's Yacht Tracker.
The Yacht Tracker.
The Yacht Tracker, Lil Yachty, actually got that trophy.
He tracks yachts. That's one thing he does. The second thing he does is provides enormous and excellent fantasy football trophies.
We should probably have given him money for doing that. Just one day, he's like, hey, I made a trophy for the league. We're like,
okay.
That was really nice.
Yeah, nice art project, buddy. Then we saw it, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, this thing is incredible.
And I was like, he must have won the league. Let me look it up. No, he didn't even win the league.
Nope.
He just put someone else's name on the trophy. So that was very, very nice of him and very cool. But, yeah, awesome night. Nats were on TV getting a win all over the bar. and we were yelling at each other's picks. You and I shared a team.
Yes.
First time you and I have ever shared a team. We really leaned into the no running back strategy.
It didn't start that way, but it ended up that way, didn't it?
We never had a plan.
Yeah.
We didn't meet or anything. So I don't know if we can't say it wasn't our plan when we didn't have a plan. But yeah, there were no running backs for us until like round 7. And somehow there was a team, Kristen's team, actually drafted a running back after we did. She was also doing the no running back.
Which is incredible. So, we had picked 3 and, okay, went up with Tyreek Hill. Great. No problem. That's awesome.
Everybody's happy with that.
Well, with a 14-team draft, you're sitting there going, all right, let me look at my watch. 20 some odd picks later before it gets back to us. If you've ever received a handoff in the NFL, you were selected.
Right.
And we go, here we go. 0 running backs. Let's dance. Let's see what happens.
I was stunned by the volume of RBs that came off the board early in the G&D Listener League. But to the entire crew that came out and the listeners even that stopped by and said hello that were not in the league, we thank you very much.
Very
it means
cool.
a lot. It is awesome to spend the evening with you guys every now and then. Let's get to the Commanders news of the day. Sam Cosmi got a 4-year extension from Washington's front office. The former second-round pick out of Texas. The 4-year extension gets tacked on to the final year of his rookie deal, entering the 4th year as a second-rounder, year 4 of 4. So that means 5 more seasons through 2028 for Cosmi, who has kicked inside from tackle to guard and really found a home. Danny, last year he was the 6th highest graded guard according to PFF in football. He had the number 7 grade in the run game according to Pro Football Focus, and he played the 12th most snaps in the entire NFL at the guard position because for the first time he proved really durable, played in all 17 games, played at a high level, and at 25 going into his prime, he got paid.
Love that. This is one of those things where, you look back and I will still say on the whole, on the balance sheet, the Marty Party and Ron Rivera were terrible at player acquisition, evaluation, contracts, drafting, etc. This is one of their wins. Now, they drafted him as a tackle, so it's downgraded slightly, but still, you identify a core player whose arrow is on the rise, as you rightly said, and he's in his mid-20s. He's playing better than he did 2 years ago at this point. He's playing better than he was a year ago at this point. This is now a really, really good asset that you have. You keep guys like that around, even if it wasn't your guy. You quickly figure out this is a guy that you want to build around. So good for them. Right call. We were sort of wondering, not in a critical way, but kind of wondering, hey, is this coming? This seems pretty reasonable. Seems like you want to do that. And before week 1, you kind of get that business attended to and get it done and lock him up. Really good player, and I'm happy for the dude.
Yeah, from a playing standpoint and on the field, he's their best offensive lineman, and I don't know that it's particularly close at this point. And you can make the case he's one of the best players on the team. For a few years, that's been John Allen, Daron Payne, and there's a conversation thereafter. I think Sam Cosmi's really closed the gap in that area, and with Terry McLaurin, those are the core guys in the offensive huddle at this point. But as you said, personally, just for the person that we've had on the show and I've talked to out there a few times, really, really entertaining interview and just an honest guy and very candid. He's 25. He's going into his prime. He's married now. He's kind of growing up in front of our eyes in D.C. He's got a baby girl. So his wife, Blair, and the 9-month-old baby, I believe, Clara. You're not going anywhere.
Right.
You're setting up shop. You are digging in the DMV, and you're now a Texas guy who's going to call this place home at least half of the year for the next several years. So I like that. And this is what you want to do. We've seen a lot of teams this offseason prioritize signing their own guys, both the good teams that have done this for a long time and then some bad teams that are trying to get good, like the New England Patriots, who have extended, 7 or 8 of their own players. Washington over the years has not done a good enough job at this, mostly because they haven't drafted enough guys that they want to keep around. They haven't hit in the draft frequently enough. So I think now you can say, well, that's a win for Ron Rivera and his staff. They drafted him as a tackle. He ended up at guard. So there's an asterisk there because they thought he would be their long-term right tackle. But I don't think we need to get cute and look for style points, especially with the Rivera era that went.
You got a good player and a good dude.
Exactly.
You do it.
I say this about Brandon Scherf all the time. Like, people talk about him because remember, at number 5, I think that was McLuhan's first pick in his first draft. He was taken as a tackle out of Iowa. And about an hour into his first practice at training camp ever, he was moved to guard because Morgan Moses showed up after having a whale of an offseason going into his second year with the organization. And they realized our best line right now is Moses at right tackle and Sheriff as a plus guard. And so they just made the move. And a lot of people have suggested since then that was not a slam dunk pick or the value wasn't good at number 5. And I don't really play that game. I'm in the business of getting good football players, period. And so with Sam Cosmi, I don't care if you drafted him as a tackler or a guard. You've got a Pro Bowler. Hasn't made that yet, but he will. And maybe eventually an All-Pro, which they don't have around here. I'm not going to ask any questions.
Right. Yeah, it's the road wasn't paved and straight. We had a few twists and turns there, but you're right. We got to the point where there's a good player, a good core guy that's going to be here. So I'm a fan. I mean, he's in that company with guys like Quentin Nelson, Landon Dickerson in Philadelphia. There's a whole bunch of guys in that 25, 26 age range who are making a pretty good chunk of change as kind of linchpin guards there on rosters that are either improving or already pretty good. And it gets to the point where eventually you don't love the idea of I'd rather pay a tackle over paying a guard. I'd rather pay a wide receiver over paying a guard, a cornerback, a quarterback, a few different positions. But you're not in a spot where you can just start letting guys go and having their talent, a talented replacement, waiting in the wings. So at this stage, it makes a lot of sense to me to retain him because, again, he's done everything that's ever been asked of him. He's performed well, and the arrow is still trending up. But a guy that was at one point learning the position, now he's learned it. Now he's one of the better players in the league at that spot.
$74 million over 4 years, 18.5 per for Sam Cosmi as one of the best young guards in football. So let's make this quick list then, Danny. How many players right now on the Commanders would you say are better than Sam Cosmi? I think it's a very, very short list. But if you're just ranking their roster 1 to 53, how high up could Cosmi show up? So start the list.
So you're not going to like the answer. He's my number 1. I think he's their best player. I think he's better at his position than anybody else is at theirs.
I think if you're forecasting out with potential and growth opportunities, I could see that. Based on back of the football card, I would still say John Allen, who's made Pro Bowls, Daron Payne, Terry McLaurin, just because they've actually played in Pro Bowl games,
right?
Kind of gotten that acclaim. But if you looked at it a different way, which I think is really intuitive, where does each guy rank at their own position right now in the NFL? At some point, John Allen was fringe top 5 at D tackle. I don't think he is right now. Daron Payne, coming off of his 11-plus sacks, was in that conversation. Fell off with some of the counting stats as a pass rusher last year. Probably would slide down the board a little bit, right? I would say the same thing about McLaurin, who last year, yards per catch, some of the explosivity metrics dropped off some. Still very good, but in that 15 to 20 range at wide receiver maybe in the NFL. And there are great players at that position. It's probably more competitive than the spot that Cosmi plays. But in a position where there are 64 starters, because there's 2 guards on every team, Sam Cosmi is a top 10 guard in football.
Probably. And that's kind of my point. So for the toughest debate to me is not, again, I love Terry McLaurin, but you start going down the list of Jefferson, Adams, Lamb, St. Brown, Ayuk, DJ Moore, A.J. Brown, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. You got to go a while before you get to Terry McLaurin. Again, really good player. Glad he's here. He's my dude. But there are a whole bunch of folks that would go ahead of him if people were being objective, sort of looking around league-wide. The tougher sell is the one you mentioned, is defensive tackle. And at points, you've seen both of those guys, talking Allen and Payne, be in that top 10 type range. I mean, Daron Payne had a top 10 season a couple years ago. They got him paid. John Allen did that before. But right now, this minute coming into the year, I don't know that either one of those guys is top 10. Again, not a bad player by any stretch, and they're as good a tandem as you're going to find, but maybe they're both sort of in the teens. And my point is, this may be a little bit bullish, but I put Cosmi in that top 10 guard group. I mean, it's hard. I'm not breaking down offensive line play from, the interior offensive line play from every single squad at this stage, but that's kind of my sense of it at this point. So that's how I come to that conclusion.
Dan Quinn just had his daily press conference out in Ashburn as the Commanders are getting ready for the Bucs today at their team facility. This is what DQ had to say about the new extension for his guard, Sam Cosmi.
It's a cool day for him, for his wife Blair, his daughter Claire, who are here, and so for Adam and his staff to get that done prior to the season. That's a big deal. And this guy's a commander, through and through. He's tough, he plays square, he's strong, and we really, are fortunate that he'll be an anchor inside, for years to come. It's a big deal.
This is something you and I talked a lot about all offseason, that needed to get done. I hadn't given up on it. I just kind of moved on and forgotten about it,
Mhm.
honestly, because about a week ago, I turned the page into regular season mode. But them getting this out of the way was a no-brainer. And there's just no reason not to do this. I remember back in 1999 when Champ Bailey was drafted out of Georgia. And at that time, there was this culture going into year one of the old owner in 2000 when they spent $100 million, where they took care of other people's guys, but not their own.
Mhm.
And so 4 years later, when it was time for Champ to get paid, he had watched Deion Sanders and Mark Carrier and one guy after another come in here in the secondary to get their money. And he had become one of the best players in the league at his position on his way to what would eventually be Hall of Fame career. And he went to the team and he said, let's go. It's time to pay me. And they dragged their feet. And it became so difficult. The relationship became so bad between he and the club that they ended up trading him for Clinton Portis with a draft pick, obviously. And I bring that up just to say, you want to be the organization where everybody knows if you deliver on the promise, if you deliver the goods after being taken, you will be rewarded. That's what the healthy organizations do. It's whatever, and I don't just mean in football, right? But I bring you in, I give you these goals. Here's what we're trying to accomplish. You go out and get it done. You get your raise. You get to grow. That's what everybody's looking for in life in some ways.
Uh-huh.
What's next? How do I become the best version of myself? And to reward Sam Cosmi was a no-brainer, but the fact that they did it just tells you that they had their priorities in order.
And they get it. Yeah. I think it's well said. Now, you can't, as Ryan Zimmerman famously told us, you can't pay everybody. So there are going to be some times where, you know, a good player you have to let him walk at the expense of maybe somebody else. But when you're in this position, right, when you're in the building phase, what better building block than, as you said, the guy we said, hey, please turn in A work. And here's my A homework. I did it. I turned in the A work. Then you reward that guy. That makes sense.
They had two things going for them. One, they have a shortage of really good football players.
Mhm.
He's one of them, so you pay him. Two, they have a lot of money.
Yeah.
And they have very little on the books moving forward.
Mhm.
So this was easy. There was just no reason not to do it. Next on Grant and Danny, let's dive in on the Commanders roster 4 days out from the opener. We want a player that you think is being slept on and a player that's being overhyped. Who's going to have a better season than people are expecting? Who's going to have a worse season than DC is so far predicting for players on the Commanders? We'll get into that next. We've got Rick Spielman, the former GM, at 3 o'clock. Booger McFarland today at 5. It's a football week on Grant and Danny. Tomorrow night, the NFL season kicks off. We cannot wait here at Grant and Danny. You are locked in to the Fan. Chiefs hosting the Ravens tomorrow. Kansas City aiming to become the first team to three-peat. Only 3 teams ever have been to 3 consecutive Super Bowls. The Patriots this past decade, the Bills back in the 90s, and the Dolphins in the 70s. That's the list of teams who have gotten to 3 straight Super Bowls. Nobody has ever won 3 consecutive. Chiefs will try to do that this year. This is also, Danny, the first time in week 1 that we'll have a game that features 2 former 2-time MVPs playing against each other, with Patrick Mahomes leading Kansas City and Lamar Jackson under center for the Baltimore Ravens. And in fact, that's just a week 1 stat that we've never had the 2 multi-time MVPs going head-to-head. Never before in any week in the history of the league have 2 multi-time MVPs that are under 30 years old played against each other in a game until this one. So for them to have gotten already the 2 MVP nods and to have become as good as they are at their ages is unprecedented.
Pretty special.
Now to take each other on. This is obviously a rematch of the AFC title game last year. Most notably from that game that I remember, there were some crazy plays that led to Kansas City taking control of the game. Zay Flowers diving at the end zone, ball coming out on a fumble right as he was trying to cross the goal line. But Travis Kelce went ham sandwich in that game. 11 catches, 116 yards and a touchdown, moved ahead of Jerry Rice on the all-time playoffs catch list in that contest. So now we're going to run it back with the Chiefs and the Ravens.
Yeah, this is a great matchup. People have forgotten how dominant Baltimore was until that game, right? They didn't play well. Jackson didn't play well. I thought Todd Monken, I don't know what they were trying to prove. That was bad. And still, as you mentioned, there was Zay Flowers fumble away from being tied deep in that game. But remember, in December, they beat Miami by 40 points, 56-19. They went on the road to San Francisco on I think it was Christmas Eve or Christmas Day and beat them by multiple touchdowns. That wasn't even that close. That Baltimore team was awesome last year. Now, it's been a net negative of an offseason, including their defensive coordinator, several members of personnel. I think they've taken a step back in that regard, but they're still pretty damn formidable. And if you're going to get Kansas City, I think now's the time to play them, that September, October window, as they're kind of, going through the motions of the regular season to get ready for postseason time, sort of a la one of those like Boston Celtics Big Three kind of teams. Because, listen, you already mentioned the pedigree's there, but this is a great early season matchup. And it's as good a game as you could probably ask for to start us off.
We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you right now for the first time today to call in and join us at 800-636-1067. On the table for you is a conversation on Commanders that are over and under hyped going into the year. So let's both give a couple of names for each category. Let's start with guys that are being slept on. They're going to have bigger years than is currently anticipated. Who do you got?
Dorrance Armstrong. People have forgotten. This was a part-time Peter that put together over the last 2 years as many sacks as Chase Young did his entire time here, and then some. This is a guy that hadn't played 50% of snaps all but 1 year. Again, as a part-time third down kind of pass rushing dude. He's now a starter here. He's going to get pass rushing reps. This is a good pass rusher, and no one's talking about him. No one's mentioned him. It's just sort of, yeah, he's a guy. He's fine. I think this is an opportunity for him to kind of step up. Not exactly like Hassan Reddick did as a hired gun that went to Philadelphia and had 16 sacks. I'm not predicting that, but people are going to say Dorrance Armstrong a little bit more as the season progresses.
So I think that's a great answer because he's been in the league for 6 years. He's never had more than 8.5 sacks. And in fact, until the last couple of years, he'd never had more than 5 sacks. But to your point, a lot of that has to do with usage.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're not rushing the quarterback and getting snaps and getting reps on the field, how are you going to put up decent numbers, right? 8.5 and 7.5 sacks the last 2 seasons, and he's about to play more than he ever has before. 10's not out of the question. That would be a huge win. I'm hoping he's in the 8, 9, 10 range this year. It would be a big deal for this defense if that's the case. He's only 27 years old. These are the prime years at that position. Big guy, strong guy, 6'4", 255, played his college ball at Kansas. I'll go to the other side of the ball with my first answer here. The commander that I think is not getting enough attention is Zach Ertz. Now, this is almost exclusively reliant upon health. And I don't think he's going to stay healthy because there's just not a good track record of that here recently. He has played 1 full season since 2018. And in fact, 2 years ago, he missed 7 games. Last year, he missed 10 games. So you're talking about half of the action over the last couple of years he was unavailable for. And you couple that with the fact that he's going to be 34 years old in November. And I understand the logic that says he's probably not going to make it through the entire year. They may not go out and draft Ben Sinnott as early as they did if they were confident that he could. But here's why I like Ertz as being unheralded right now and being an unsung hero early in the year. When he's on the field, he's going to get volume touches. Cliff Kingsbury likes throwing to the tight end, and I think Jaden Daniels, we saw the quick game in the preseason, is going to be told, get the ball out. Ball out as quick as possible often benefits the tight end, shorter routes, the running back leaking out of the backfield, and less longer developing things to the receivers on the outside.
Yeah, those safety blankets for quarterback, right?
I don't think would be a surprise at all. Like if you told me right now against the Bucks, Ertz goes 7 for 63 or something, not surprising to me. If he had 8 catches for 71 yards, that would make perfect sense. I think when he's playing and not banged up, Zach Ertz is going to be a huge part of their offense and is going to get a ton of looks. In fact, I think he might lead them in catches in September if he plays in every game and he stays healthy. I think he's going to be that involved in the early going. He, right now, is not getting enough ink.
So my answer is very similar, and you'll see why in a second. Ben Sinnott, because I don't trust Zach Ertz to do any of those things. On paper, yes, I co-sign it, but I don't think he stays healthy. I think he doesn't have much left in the tank. I think he's more veteran communicative presence. I think he's more, almost like a coach on the field, good in the meeting room. I just don't know how much he's got left in terms of the burst, the juice, all of those things that you would need from your tight end to make some of those things happen. Hope I'm wrong, by the way, because it would be an amazing signing for next to nothing, for peanuts, for him to come over and be a great difference maker for Jaden Daniels. So I think the opportunity is going to be there for Ben Sinnott. It's hard to adjust. A lot of rookie tight ends, especially coming from where he came from. It's not like he was at Michigan or one of the Power 5 schools. But that adjustment is really hard. That tight end spot sometimes take a while. But I do think the opportunity is going to be there because I don't trust Ertz to stay terribly healthy.
Defensively, I've got to give you a guy now who I think is being slept on for the Commanders. And I'm going to go with Jeremy Chin because I don't think anybody's talked about him in months. I mean, shows like this, we break the team down by every angle he comes up from time to time. But you just don't hear a lot about him. This was a guy who scored a couple of touchdowns in a game in his rookie year, who had some huge games strung together, and in fact was the only rookie in the Chase Young season that really pushed him in any way for Defensive Rookie of the Year. As time went on and he kind of fell out of favor in Carolina for whatever reason, he just became a dude in the secondary. But I think that this group, led by Quinn and Joe Witt, who are excellent at getting the most out of defensive backs and thrive when it comes to scheming up the secondary. I think Jeremy Chin, who's a bit of a Swiss Army knife, who can do a little bit of everything, will be used at safety, will be used down in the box. We'll play some center field. There's some time where he's going to be running around with tight ends and maybe even blitzing. I think they're going to get more out of him than people are expecting. I'd go with Frankie Louvu, who I have a man crush on, but I kind of think everyone talks about Louvu and knows that he's a dude at this point. So Chin would be the guy for me who's undervalued. And that is the question for you guys at 800-636-1067. We'll get to the guys that are being over talked about and maybe are expected to do more than you and I see them doing in just a moment. But let's go to Drew, who's on the Eastern Shore, listening on the Odyssey app on Grant and Danny. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. Hey, love the show and can't wait to get down to Tampa this week. But I think that Payne and Allen, and you guys mentioned it earlier, they've had some subpar seasons, and I think a lot of that was based on Jack Del Rio, and I expect those guys to shine.
Oh, interesting.
With a better front seven all around and more creativity in what's going on. So I'm thinking those guys are both going to get hot. This is going to be a hell of a year for both of them. On the unfortunate side, I think that I don't think Diami Brown has ever demonstrated that he's really the kind of caliber wide receiver we need. And I'd love to see him do well, but I think that that's going to be a whiff, unfortunately.
Drew, before you go, you said you're flying out to Tampa?
Yeah, Friday.
Good for you, man.
That's awesome.
Do you get to road games every year, or is this rare?
I tried. I think this year I'm hitting 5 of them, but one of them's Baltimore, so
that counts.
Baltimore, New York, and Philly.
I'll count that as a road game.
That's on the road.
You're in a road stadium. We were actually at the Orioles game on Labor Day. Me and the wife took the kids It was a beautiful day.
Yeah, it was perfect.
So perfect. It's one of those days I'm sitting there watching baseball where I grew up going with my parents, and my kids are running around. You're trying not to be annoyed as they're like picking things up off the ground. And I'm like, this is the good stuff. You know what I mean? The weather was just immaculate. But I say that to tell you that we're driving back, and we're driving by the Raven Stadium there, the bank. And my wife's like, I should go to this game this year, right? Like, it's an opportunity to see my team in a stadium that isn't awful, with an atmosphere that isn't bad. I should definitely go to that, right? I'm like, yeah, totally. Why wouldn't you?
It's great. It's the thing that I want when it comes to a stadium, right? Correctly placed, walkways, friendly to pedestrians, friendly to parkers, friendly to public transport, whatever, just welcoming.
Right off the highway.
They want you to be there. Yeah. And they make it very clear. There's no obstruction. There's no, you got to go that way or whatever. So easy. Food is way cheaper. You get in and out real quick. 10 out of 10 experience.
His answer, Payne and Allen, I've not thought about it that way.
But it makes sense to me, right? Like if the thought is we might be better, thinking about last year with these 2 first-round defensive ends, they're the stars of our pass rush. You guys hold the point of attack. You guys do some of those things where you occupy an extra blocker, hold the point of attack, versus you're our 2 best pass rushers now. Even if you leave something free, get up that field, engage in disruption. You've seen both of those guys at different times do that to a good degree. That's not a crazy idea.
History says that he's going to be right on De'Ami Brown as being overhyped, because we've done this before. I was guilty of it a year ago, where you go out to camp, you watch him, he shines, you watch in the preseason, he lights it up, and everyone says this is the year, and then it's not the year. Maybe this time is different, but I'm going to be in wait and see mode. I have basically, I've a few times over now touched the pot and it's burned me, so I'm just going to stay away. But I think he could be onto something if history repeats itself. The question for you guys at 800-636-1067, which Commanders player is getting too little and too much hype? Who do you think over and under achieves based on expectations this season? We'll get to that next. Plus, what would have been the perfect way for the NFL to open the year, or is Ravens Chiefs as good as we could have done? You're listening to Grant and Danny. Rick Spielman, former GM of the Vikings, on the program in 20 minutes on The Fan. In Miami tonight, the Nationals will look for a second straight win over the Marlins. Rick Spielman's on the show at 3, Booger McFarland at 5. We're taking you all the way through 6:10 this evening on the Fan. Right now, we're talking Commanders players getting too much or too little love. We just gave you the guys that we think are being undervalued. I went with Zach Ertz on offense and Jeremy Chin on defense. They'll have bigger years than expected.
Dorrance Armstrong on defense and Ben Sinnott on offense. I hope I'm wrong about that one because it means Zach Ertz is healthy and doing what you predict him to do.
Let's go to the other side of the spectrum here, and this one's less fun for Commanders fans to hear. But these are the guys being overvalued that are getting a little too much hype going into the season.
You already discussed the name. To me, De'Ami Brown screams this. One more catch in his career in an extra year than Malcolm Kelly had before he was out of football entirely. I've done this dance before. I have read about how good he looks in shorts and a T-shirt. I have seen best shape of his life, hired a private chef, took ballet in the offseason. Whatever the hell it is, he is not a thing. He is a deep threat that doesn't get open deep. I just don't see it. I don't see what they see. Maybe they like his physicality, and he'll be good for blocking. Maybe he's a Josh Morgan 2.0 from 2012, but there's a reason they went and got Noah Brown. I think he'll supersede him and supplant him in some of those 2 receiver sets. I think it's a lot more Zacchaeus. I just don't see much production. It'll be more than his 12 catches, his gaudy 12 of last year, but it's not a thing where now we have a bona fide number 2 receiver internally.
So it's really, really hard to find a guy on offense other than De'Ami Brown, if I'm being honest,
Mhm.
which speaks to the fact that there's not a lot of expectation around the board.
Oh, that's a good point, yeah.
I went with Jamison Crowder, and it's not like everyone says he's going to have a great year, but we talk about him as in the mix to play a lot. And I just think by the end of the year, he's going to be kind of on the outside looking in, whether he's not on the team or he's deactivated or he's on the bench or what have you. I think it'll be more Zacchaeus, more Noah Brown, more Luke McCaffrey, maybe even more Byron Pringle. If that's not good enough, if you're saying, well, there's not really a lot of expectation for him, I guess I would go with Olamide Zacchaeus, who I actually like fine, but kind of the same deal you did with De'Ami Brown, which is to say he caught 10 balls last year in a good offense. Maybe he gets a lot of work early, but I think as the season goes on, ideally, maybe phasing him out's too strong, but I'd like a little more Luke McCaffrey, a little more Noah Brown in the equation. How about on the defensive side of the ball?
I don't like saying this one. I feel bad because I feel bad for the kid, but I just don't see it with Emmanuel Forbes. I think we've talked ourselves into like, this is the perfect recipe. You got Dan Quinn. He was Legion of Boom, you see. And Joe Witt turned Ron Bland into a superstar. Trayvon Diggs before him. Emmanuel Forbes, it's going to happen for real. Nope. I just don't think so. I hope so. It would be nice. It'd be cool. But I think we've talked ourselves into this as a fan base. They're going to give him a shot. I think he's got a shot because he's a first-round draft pick who's under contract no matter what you do. And you could cut him and get rid of him, but you'd have dead cap money for multiple years, and there's not much to it. So you might as well just go out and see if he can play in a year that you're rebuilding, especially on the defensive side of the ball where you were worst in the league last year, and any improvement is good. I just don't think we've got one of these diamonds in the rough that all it took was a little bit better coaching. I don't think we got it.
So, but you get the sense there's a lot of hype for Forbes being good because he's hated on social media by the fan base.
Yeah, but I think the other side of that is this magic bullet recipe that Witt's here, and so is Dan Quinn and their pedigree, and they've coached secondaries, and you just watch. They'll find something. I don't see it. Okay. I hope I'm wrong.
I don't love this answer, but I had a hard time coming up with a good one. So I'll say Bobby Wagner. He's 34. I mean, at some point you would think just inevitably you've got to slow down. It did not happen last year. He made 183 tackles to lead the NFL for the 3rd time in his career. It was, by the way, a career high. Tackles are not the end-all, be-all at his position, but pretty close. And he was a second-team All-Pro. He has been no worse than a second-team All-Pro every single year of his career dating back to 2013. Think about that. From 2014 through 2023, a 10-season run, he has been either one of the top linebackers in the league or the second version, like the top 2 basically inside linebackers in football as voted at year's end. I don't think that'll be the case this year. I'll say it's 140 some tackles, 150 tackles, whatever, but he's not in the top 2 in All-Pro, falls off a little bit, and maybe because of that, a little bit of overvaluing the fact that while he'll be good, he's not going to be as great as he was last season. And that's just what happens around here. Like you sign a guy at 34, you pay him after he's been really good for 13 years, and he's starting to think about what's next in his career. And following around the commissioner for a day in the offseason. And generally, it's just not the same. The motivation isn't quite the same.
Yeah, for every London Fletcher, there's like 7 Jason Taylors. You know what I mean? Who are at the same spot in their excellent careers.
Let's go to Bobby in Lovettsville on G&D. What do you got, Bobby?
Hey, what do you say, boys? Great show as always.
Appreciate you, Bobby.
Thank you.
So I think, yep, absolutely. So the player I think is underrated is Jamin Davis. I think that he's going to come out this year and be used in a totally different way, and I think he's going to thrive under this new defense. So I'm very excited about that. The person that I think is overrated because he's listed as a starter is Andrew Wiley. I am so tired of Andrew Wiley. I could not believe they even kept him. Someone needs to tell me he needs to face the opposite direction, like towards your end zone, or that you're going towards, not the other way, like a turnstile. Okay, so those are my 2 boys. Keep it great.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you, dude.
Appreciate you. I would have bet against Wiley remaining as the starter at the beginning of the offseason. And then I should say being on the team. And then when he was still on the team at the start of training camp, I would have bet against him emerging as the starter, but they just didn't really address tackle extensively. I mean, they barely are past Cornelius Lucas starting on the left side. And that's just kind of hoping and praying a bit that Brandon Coleman's ready to go, who didn't play in the preseason. So they barely replaced their left tackle. They didn't get to the right tackle yet. But my point that I've made is if Coleman starts on the left side, kick Lucas over to right and sit Wiley. That's definitely a possibility as the year goes on.
Yeah, to me, this is another one where you go, it'd be an $8 million dead cap hit. You move on from Andrew Wiley, right? So he's on the roster pretty much at that point, right? So there's nothing you can do. So we'll just try to get away with it, or we'll get by. We'll have a good player to his left. We'll have a tight end on that side an awful lot. Run that way, whether it's the strong side, weak side, or whatever. We'll make him better with play fakes. Like a right tackle is a lot better if he's got to block down onto the outside shoulder of a defensive tackle, and you leave the defensive end unblocked because that guy now has to worry about what the quarterback's going to do. You know what I mean? You leave that guy alone, so you're not taking on the superstar. You're not taking on old DeMarcus Ware from back in the day, like Washington had to do in 2012. You're leaving him alone, leaving him for the quarterback to deal with it. Maybe that's the strategy. I'm trying to come up with something as to why they go, nah, that's fine at tackle. Not fine to me. I'm with the caller.
Jamin Davis's growth and his attempt now to play on the edge is maybe the biggest story on the defensive side of the ball, but one of the biggest stories for this team this year. I think that's a fun answer. If he were to become a legitimate pass rusher who they wanted to keep around and pay moving forward, that would be a massive development and just a gigantic win for this regime. Rick Spielman has run a team. He's told some players to change positions in the past, I'm sure. The longtime former executive and NFL general manager joins us next on Grant and Danny. It is an NFL game week, finally, on the Fan. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. The show is sponsored. The law firm Condori and Murad make it possible. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you to draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. G&D sent you. That means a discount. So let them know we sent you. kmlawyers.com. I had a Lunchable for the first time in probably 23 years during the break. Darius walked back into the studio. Somehow he got 2 on accident when he meant to get 1.
Yeah, so he double scanned a Lunchable. So in effect, he purchased 2, right? So then he went and picked up the second Lunchable. He's like, I have a second Lunchable. Who wants it?
Therefore, I was winning off the field,
There
I
you go,
suppose.
yeah.
He walked back in with an extra Lunchable, and that meant I had a cracker and a piece of ham and a piece of cheese. Put them all together for a Lunchable situation. Pretty good.
Yeah.
These young elementary school whippersnappers have it pretty good, I'll say.
Good snacks.
Not bad. Let's get to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the book. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com. Rick Spielman, the former NFL GM, did a great job in the National Football League as an executive for so many years. Now works at CBS, SiriusXM NFL, among other places. Joins us on Grant and Danny to discuss the 2024 NFL season ahead. And first of all, Rick, so far so good. You were involved in helping to hire Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, part of the search firm with Josh Harris. And I got to say, all systems go here as we get ready for week 1. The early returns are excellent. So congratulations and job well done.
And thank you.
Yeah, I'm more worried about did the Lunchable fill you up or did you need 2? Because
I would need.
It sounded intriguing. I just didn't know if one Lunchable can fill you up.
The answer is no to that. I would need about 11 of them. So the one container of Lunchable comes with what I believe was like maybe 10 crackers. But I made little cracker sandwiches. So I did 1 piece of cheese, 1 piece of ham, and then the 2 crackers.
So now his cracker to ham and cheese ratio is all off for the last part of it, Rick.
It was askew. So I had 3 little mini cracker sandwiches, and no, I'm not close to filled up.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was concerned about it going forward and if you had enough energy to get through the rest of the show today.
I don't. At about 4:45 or so, right before we talk to Booger McFarland, I'll need a nap.
Well, yeah, no, thanks for having me on. And no, I'm excited what DQ and Adam have done so far, just starting back in the off season, what they were able to accomplish in the draft and just, changing that culture up there. And DQ is a culture changer. Impressed with the vets that they brought in as far as those guys being leaders and establishing, that locker room on what DQ wants down there. And I thought Adam and his crew did a great job in the draft. Looks like they got their franchise quarterback. So still got some work to do. It doesn't happen overnight, but they, for their first year working together, I thought right now it looks like great returns, but we could be saying something different. Who knows, a week from now, because it's like everybody, if you lose, then okay, the whole thing is just horrible.
Yeah, everything is a disaster, right?
Yeah. But have patience. These guys are going to do a great job.
Rick, in your long experience atop the NFL, if there was one way to do this, there was an exact formula, everyone that didn't follow it would be ridiculed, rightfully so. But nobody's got the silver bullet or the perfect way to develop a young quarterback. What is your view?
No,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think that they're doing a great job. I had an opportunity to go down and watch Jaden in the combined practices in Miami when they were down there. Then they actually moved the 2-minute drill because it was so hot outside into the indoor. But I was thoroughly impressed with Cliff Kingsbury has done and just understanding how to bring a young quarterback along. And everybody has different ways of doing it. When I got an opportunity to talk to Bobby Slowick this offseason and how they handled C.J. Stroud was totally different than how Carolina handled Bryce Young. C.J. Stroud, they kind of spoon-fed him, and then the more he got comfortable, the more they kept layering on the offense, which paid dividends for the Houston Texans, and they had a great year. He ended up becoming Offensive Rookie of the Year, where it looked like when you watch Bryce Young, understanding they didn't have the same talent level, but it looked like he was drinking out of a fire hose the whole season just by looking like they just put too much on his plate. But just what I had the observation to watch during the preseason and what I saw watching the practices down there. I think that everybody should be very excited about Jaden Daniels.
Well, and that's kind of what I wanted to ask you about, Rick. In your time and your over the years of being an executive, what was your best practice in terms of saying, okay, we got a young quarterback here where he's here because we weren't great in previous years, right? This is a 4-13 team that he's taken over. There's been a lot of personnel changes. What's the best way to ensure his success? What was your governing philosophy over the years as an exec?
I would just throw the ball to the coach. We have him now. So it's up to you to figure out, because I'm not sitting in the meetings with him every day.
Right.
So where that kid is, how he's handling, the protections, how he's handling the meetings. And Jaden's a very mature young quarterback and has a lot of playing experience. And that showed up in the preseason. In fact, just to be honest with you, when I watched all these rookie quarterbacks, the first 6, and I understand J.J. McCarthy only played in the first one before he got hurt. Michael Penix had a really nice opener against Tampa, and then they sat him the rest. But I was thoroughly impressed with these guys coming in and how they were. And I know it's, cover 1, man coverage, or some kind of cover 2, cover 3 on the back end. Couple blitzes here and there, but it's going to be different when you actually game plan and the varsities out there. But I thought you can see their experiences that they've had through college. And when you look at Jaden Daniels and his adversities that he's overcome, just like Jalen Hurts overcame adversity from getting sat at Alabama to going to Oklahoma to going on and being the quarterback he is. Jaden came from Arizona State, and no one, everybody thought he was a third-day pick going into last season, and then he ends up being the number 2 overall pick, well-deserved because of what he was able to accomplish. So I'm sure they got a game plan in place, but coaches get paid a lot of money, too, to figure out what they have to do to make sure this quarterback's successful.
Rick Spielman, former GM in the NFL, on Grant and Danny. I want to go back to you mentioning the free agency that Washington had and how busy they were. Going as veteran heavy as they did and as 1-year deal heavy as they were able to, you would think works against a rebuild in some way. I think they have the most players in the league with 4 or more years experience or something like that they added this year. What do you make of that? What do you think they're trying to accomplish getting as older as they did this offseason?
One, that most of the guys that they brought in had some familiarity with Adam or with DQ or with some of the coaches. 2, every one of those guys are not only still good football players, but high character, high quality people. And I think when you're starting from scratch, like both Adam and DQ are, that you want to bring in guys that are going to do everything the right way to set the tone for the younger guys. And I think, they're going to win more games than people think they're going to be. It depends. The offensive line holds up. They traded Dotson to Philly, which was kind of an interesting move, but they were able to pick up Noah Brown. So, but a lot of the guys that they brought in, they had some kind of relationship with, or some kind that knew when they brought them in that it was going to establish the culture that they want going forward. And they did a great job not overpaying. I mean, they gave a lot of short-term deals to these guys, and who knows where it goes. If they play well, maybe they get extensions. But for the first year, it's just getting everything going in the right direction in the way that both of those, Adam and DQ, see how they want this franchise to go forward. But they did it with not like a total rebuild. Like you said, they brought in some quality vets that I think are going to help them win some games, and I believe they're going to surprise some people this year.
Longtime NFL exec Rick Spielman with us here on G&D. You mentioned that Dotson trade, Rick. From outside looking in, what did you make of that?
Well, sometimes when you have make a move like that, sometimes it's just not the right fit. Doesn't mean he was not a good player, or it's just something that, hey, this isn't going to work out. And I don't know behind the scenes what was going on or why it was, but if they felt that it wasn't the right thing for them to go forward with, then great, get what you can for him. And I think Adam did a great job with that. But I know Luke McCaffrey, I know he's going to surprise some people as a rookie, and then bringing in the Noah Browns of the world and guys like that. And Zakikis also had a really good preseason, so they felt that they had the ability to move on from Dotson, especially if he wasn't buying in. And I don't know that for a fact or not, but they felt that that was the best move for them to go forward.
Rick Spielman on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Let's extrapolate the conversation out to the rest of the NFL. We'll start in the division, though.
So if I'm going to do these, we're going to stay to 2, maybe 3-word syllables. But you're that's that Lunchable. It's kicking in right now. I can feel it.
You got me right after the Lunchable. So you're getting the best of me right now. An hour from now, you would have missed out. The NFC East, Cowboys, Eagles seem like the two teams everyone's kind of trying to figure out who's going to wear the pants. Who do you like better of those two?
I thought, the Eagles and Howie is always aggressive, going out and trying to improve that roster. They have 2 new offensive defensive coordinator in Kellen Moore and bringing in Vic Fangio on the defensive side of the ball. They were aggressive, and Howie's always aggressive, trying to address all the needs on his team, whether it's free agency, but they're in that Super Bowl window right now. And then Dallas, that's kind of been a mystery to everybody when the owner says all in, but they didn't really make any significant moves. They had a pretty solid draft. I like the Guyton, the tackle. I think he's going to have a bright future ahead of him, but he's going to have some growing pains. So they were able to get CD Lamb done, which I thought was critical, but how they're handling the quarterback, I don't know. But I lean towards Philly right now, just based off everything through the preseason.
Hey, as a GM, I want to get your perspective on some of the holdouts and hold-ins. I think the only guy we still have now is Hassan Reddick, who's not reported yet to the Jets. There's still some weirdness with Jamar Chase kind of holding in with the Bengals. But it does seem like this is becoming more prevalent, even though with the new CBA, because of the fines, it seems like players shouldn't be able to the extent that they used to. What did you make of the various situations this offseason and just where we're at kind of big picture with some of the holdouts in the league?
Yeah, well, the Hassan Reddick situation, do you think he even got a Jets T-shirt to work out in? I think he was only there for the press conference.
Not yet. He doesn't have any team-issued gear yet.
Is?
Yeah, not yet.
So that's an interesting scenario because every major deal that I was in, like I go back to when we traded for Jared Allen and worked with Carl Peterson on that trade when we got him from Kansas City. But it's always, you get the draft compensation in place, but it's always, can we go ahead and talk with the agent so we know if we're going to be able to get an extension done or not? And after, we had the draft compensation kind of worked out, then we talked to Jared Allen's agent and, knew that we were going to be able to get an extension done. And it's the same thing when we moved Stephon Diggs to Buffalo. I said, Brandon, you're more than welcome. Once we have the draft deal in place, go ahead and call his agent, see what you have to do contract-wise or whatever. And then usually the two GMs will, talk back, hey, we're good to go on this end, let him come in past the physical. This one is, I don't know what was said when he came in, when they made the trade, but it seems like both sides are digging in their heels where the Jets aren't going to move unless he's in there, and he's not coming in unless he gets what he thinks he's worth. So I don't know, once that draft compensation was figured out, why or you wouldn't have an idea if you're going to be able to get a deal done or not.
Rick, how do you see your old stomping grounds, the NFC North, shaking out?
Detroit's the king right now, and I got to be a little biased because my brother's up there, but I think Green Bay is going to give them a pretty significant run for the money with all the young talent they have up there, with the receivers, with the draft that Brian Gutekunst has put together. Jordan Love looked like a totally different quarterback second half of the season. It seemed like him and Matt LaFleur figured out what he does best. And that showed up. It showed up in a playoff game when they went down and trounced Dallas, and they gave San Francisco a run for their money as well. So I think that they're a young football team that's only going to get better. And now bringing in Jeff Hafley as their defensive coordinator, used to be the head coach up at Boston College, will be They're more athletic on defense. I think they're going to do a lot more things. They were an odd front team. Now they're going to an even front. So I'm anxious to see what that defense looks like. But they do have a lot of athletes on the defensive side of the ball. So I think it's going to come down between Detroit and Green Bay. I think that'll be the one who stays the healthiest will probably end up winning that division.
How much of a chance do you give the Chiefs to three-peat? It's never happened before. Felt like last year in the regular season they were taking on some water, and then they kind of flipped the switch in the playoffs. But they've got plenty of challengers in the AFC with Burrow back healthy in Cincinnati, the AFC North loaded up. What do you think of Kansas City?
Yeah, well, Patrick Mahomes, with even though their defense end up, in my opinion, winning the Super Bowl for him. And Mahomes, there's no one better right now, and maybe one of the best to ever play the game by the time it's said and done. And the combination of him and Andy Reid are tough to beat. But that is a tall task to say that you're going to, set history coming up. Do they address their needs? Yeah, they address all the receiver needs. I was surprised Rashee Rice didn't get suspended yet. I don't know if that'll come later, or they'll just keep going through the process until they figure out if he's going to get suspended or not. So, and Xavier Worthy, the intriguing trade with Buffalo, Buffalo moving back and giving Kansas City Worthy. So they're going to be fast. Definitely, and I think they're going to be much improved on the offensive side of the ball. And Coach Spags is probably the best defensive coordinator in the league right now, the way he develops and plays all of that talent. But I didn't have him. Some people had to do some predictions. I didn't have him making it to the Super Bowl this year. I had him getting beat by Cincinnati in the AFC Championship game.
Well, let's go there. That AFC North to me is just a buzzsaw at top to bottom. I don't think there's a bad team. There's some questions certainly about maybe a couple of them, but so it seems like you got Cincinnati doing really well in that division. How do you think it shakes out?
I think it's Cincinnati's division to lose if they stay healthy because of Joe Burrow, and hopefully they figure out this little situation with Jamar Chase. I know I got an opportunity to sit down and interview Jamar a couple years ago, and he knew that I drafted Justin Jefferson. So I said, who's really better? Is it Justin or you? And he had no question in his mind that it was him. And so I imagine in this contract, you're going to see something just a hair above.
2 cents more than Jefferson.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just for a pride factor, if anything else. I know these two are very close, but they're very competitive with each other as well. But I think, like I said, as long as Joe Burrow stays healthy, they'll be better on the defense. Everybody knows that Cleveland Browns situation. They got a championship caliber defense. They got playmakers on the offense. But does Deshaun Watson actually finally perform to what they traded for and the compensation they gave him in the contract? And he doesn't maybe have to play to that, but can he play well enough for them to compete? So I think it all comes down to how Deshaun, if he stays healthy and if he plays. Pittsburgh will be interesting to see with Arthur Smith coming in. I think they're going to be a more physical offense. They're always going to be great on the defensive side of the ball. And the only concern I'd had with Baltimore was I believe they're going to have 3 new starters up front on the offensive line. And if you look at their coaching staff, okay, they lost Mike McDonald as a head coach to Seattle. Anthony Weaver is down as a defensive coordinator now in Miami. And Bernard Wilson is now the defensive coordinator in Tennessee. So they lost 3 pretty critical coaches on the defensive side of the ball. And Orr is going to be the new defensive coordinator, former player. Harbaugh does a great job not only developing players, but developing coaches as well. So I think there'll be some question. Everybody's going to anxious to see if there's any drop off, especially with all the coaches that they lost on the defensive side of the ball. And as that offensive line can come together with the losses they had up front.
Rick, it's always excellent to have you on the show. Can't wait to watch all your content throughout the season. Thanks for the time and enjoy week 1.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go get a Lunchable right now.
I'm going to make sure Darius gets your address. I'm going to ship you a Lunchable, all right?
Can I get, at least for doing a show, a Lunchable? Anything?
That's what we give our guests, actually. You're in luck. Now, we can't
Awesome.
promise that it's still good, that the use-by date it's still going to be fresh when it gets to the house, but it'll be there.
It'll be there.
Okay, but can you put the instructions in? Is it go cracker, cheese, ham, cracker, or is it cracker, ham, cheese, cracker?
This is build your own. You get to get cute, get creative.
Yeah, as the chief executive of that Lunchable, it's your call. The final say is yours, man. You're the one who picks up the phone.
You got to go
Yeah,
best
no, there's
available
no wrong
cheese.
answer.
You're gonna pick your ham for need, or you going best available?
Yeah, I'm going first thing that pops into my mouth. Whatever the first thing I see is going in.
Thanks, Rick. We appreciate you as always. Be good.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There's Rick Spielman, former GM, with us on Grant and Danny. Someone explain to me, coming back, we'll do that next. We've not done this segment in a while. Something that doesn't quite make sense to us. NFL version right here on G&D. That's next on The Fan. what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. Next hour, looks like the Harris ownership group and this newly built business staff is going to have a fire to put out. We'll see how they handle their first big controversy as an organization. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We appreciate you. Darius Darman, Ryan Clary on the production. Danny, someone explain to me, is a segment we've been doing off and on over the last few years. Sometimes it's non-sports, just things that don't make sense. Sometimes we very specifically drill down on a team in town. I figured we could go NFL style. Someone explain to me as we close in on week 1. So let's do this thing.
Somebody, if you're out there and you have a second, somebody explain to me why we are so 100% sure that the Buffalo Bills are just going to cakewalk in the AFC East and win that division again. The Jets are the odds-on favorites. Now, part of that is because there's New York and there's a bias and everybody wants to believe that it's somebody else, but Buffalo has gotten a little bit worse each year. They're still good. I still think they're going to make the postseason, but how sure are we with 2 legitimate contenders in that division? Miami, they do play games before it gets cold, so they might have a shot in some of those things. And the Jets, who on paper have one of the best rosters, if not the best roster in the NFL, now with at least some steady quarterback play on paper, Buffalo's got a tough road to hoe. How sure are we that the Buffalo Bills are going to win that division?
Someone explain to me why the Cleveland Browns aren't being talked about as a Super Bowl contender. Excellent defensively, good weapons on offense. They've got everything but the quarterback situation ironed out. And the reports out of Cleveland are that they're very confident that Deshaun Watson will return to form this season. I'm not, and maybe that's the explanation. But someone explain to me, if Deshaun Watson plays pretty good football, why the Browns can't be one of the last teams standing in the AFC. Elite defensively, led by DPOY Myles Garrett. Awesome secondary, Greg Newsome, Martin Emerson, Grant Delpit, Denzel Ward. And as far as offensive weaponry goes, Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, Jerry Jeudy, Jamari Thrash, Jerome Ford, Chubb coming back in week 5 or so as a reinforcement. What are they missing if Watson is going to play well? And you guys all screamed at me that Washington should go get him, and he's the man, and he's a top 5 quarterback, right? We're 3 years removed from him being out of the league. So at some point, you want to be a star, you better give me a star effort. You can't tell me Deshaun Watson's a good quarterback and that they're not a Super Bowl contender with everything they got around him. Someone explain to me.
That is a good one, and I was dead wrong about that thing that you just mentioned. Someone explain to me how the Chargers won't be a lot better under Jim Harbaugh. Now, that guy's annoying. He's a lot to deal with, but you know what he does? He rolls up, and the team gets a lot better. That's what's happened. It happened at San Diego, happened at Stanford, it happened in Michigan, happened in San Francisco, and it's going to happen this year. He's going to make everyone pull their hair out and be super annoyed with him and probably drive every good employee out of that building because it's the Jim Harbaugh show. But I'm telling you, that dude can run himself a program. He's really, really good at this. I anticipate the Chargers to be massively improved from the bottom feeder they were last year. Someone explain to me why that's not the case.
Someone explain to me why anybody would spend 1 cent betting on a rookie to win Rookie of the Year other than Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is about to have an awesome first season in the NFL. It is my contention that he is better supported and insulated than any quarterback has ever been in league history. I don't think there's a better 1-2-3 punch of trio of wide receivers anywhere, let alone with a rookie quarterback, but anywhere than Moore, Allen, Odunze in Chicago. They've got an awesome starting tight end in Cole Kmet, and his backup can get open in Gerald Everett. They're going to be able to run the ball with DeAndre Swift and Khalil Herbert and a pass-catching back out of the backfield in Rashawn Johnson. They've got a pretty good offensive line. They had a top 10 defense in the second half of last year. I don't know if they're a playoff team, even though they look like one on paper, but Caleb Williams will be the first Bears quarterback to ever throw for 4,000 yards, and he's going to do it this year as a rookie, as he wins the Rookie of the Year award. Someone explain to me why anybody would assume any other player would win the award. He's just got too much around him. It's too well built for him.
Someone explain to me what the path is for the Carolina Panthers to be good again. I don't know the answer. Long ago were the days of Ron Rivera, Cam Newton, and Luke Kuechly and company thumping people's skulls and like 9 different running backs all running down your throat, and Steve Smith at 5'9", going up into traffic in the secondary and catching huge third down passes to move the chains. They have one of the worst rollsters in the National Football League. They scored the fewest points and gave up, I think, the 3rd or 4th most in the NFL last year. Huzzah. I like their first-round draft pick this year in terms of adding some wide receiver talent, but it ain't enough. I don't know where they go. I think their owner is a tire fire. I'm very familiar with how that goes. I have empathy for the Carolina Panthers faithful, but good heavens, I don't see a way out for them.
Someone explained to me why the Commanders can't be frisky in the NFC East. I think the Eagles come back a little bit. They were 11-6 last year. They're actually a lot better than that and collapsed at the end of the season. Dallas will not be 12-5 again. They're probably more of a 10-win team. The Giants aren't good. Why can't Washington be 4 or 5 wins better than they were a year ago? There's nothing about last year's team that is relevant to this year's team. New ownership, new front office, every piece of the decision-making has changed. New coaching staff from top to bottom, new starting quarterback, the most important position on the field, dramatically upgraded. New roster. No team having turned over more players over 70% from a year ago than Washington. So I don't care that they went 4-13. I don't really care about recent history. They got a lot of veterans on short deals coming in here with something to prove. Why can't they be frisky? If Jaden Daniels is electric and makes plays with his feet and is explosive and a difference maker, they're going to be in the conversation in December for a wild card spot. Why can't Washington, in a pedestrian to slightly above average division in the NFC East, make some noise and hang around into the winter?
Someone explained to me on that very subject why Washington can't beat the New York Giants. Why can't they beat the Giants? Nobody's got more losing seasons over the last decade plus than the Giants, with the exception, honestly, of the Jets. I actually just looked that up. It's a Warren Sharp stat for you. But the Giants have been horrific. The Giants outside of Washington are like a .333 winning percentage team. Against Washington, they are 8-3-1 over their last 12, including a 2-5-1 stretch for Washington here. They swept them, talking about Washington versus New York, and I believe 2021. Other than that, it's a lot of 0-2s. There was a tie in there, let us not forget. That's as good as it's been. Why can't they beat the Giants? If you just do that, look at the Nationals. I know we're talking football here, but give me 1 second. The Washington Nationals aren't particularly good this year, but you know what they are? 8-0 against the Marlins. You have a terrible team. You know what you do? Yum, 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 yum. You Jameis Winston style. You eat it all. You smack them around. You bully the team that sucks. Objectively, the Giants suck and have sucked, and dare I say, will continue to suck. Please defeat them. Please just beat them. Let's start there, and we can talk about everything else.
Losing seasons in the last 10 years of football, to your point. The Jets have 9, the most in the league. The Giants, Browns, and Panthers have 8 in the last 10 years, tied for second worst. Then the Jaguars, Raiders, Washington, the Bears, the Falcons, and the Broncos have 7, tied for third worst. And then the Bucs have 6. By the way, the Chiefs and Steelers don't have a single losing season in the last 10 years. Seattle has only 1, and Buffalo, surprisingly enough, Dallas and Baltimore have only 2.
How about it?
So those are the winning teams that year in and year out find ways to be on the right side of 500. Someone explained to me on Grant and Danny here on The Fan, someone explained to me why there is not more skepticism about Aaron Rodgers having a great year for the Jets. He is old. He's 40. He will be 41 years old during this football season. He's coming off of a Achilles injury, very serious injury. He was not playing at the same level the last year he played in Green Bay as he had been earlier in his career either. So we saw in 2022, pretty good year, 26 touchdowns, 12 picks, nothing wrong with it. Threw for 3,600 yards in 17 games, run-heavy team. But I would say a regression, maybe a slowing down, like a start of a walk down the staircase for Rodgers. Then last year he played 4 snaps and got hurt. Now he comes back. We just had Rick Spielman on. There are other analysts in the country saying, this is going to be a Super Bowl caliber team potentially, that the Jets could win it all. Where is the skepticism on a quarterback coming off of a serious injury in his 40s? Someone explain to me how you can pick the Jets to win the title and think that Aaron Rodgers is going to go play 20-plus games.
Somebody explain to me why CD Lamb can't go for 2,000 yards this year. They don't have any other options. Who is their number 2 receiver? It's a quiz for you in your car right now. You're driving around. Who do you think Dallas' second best receiver right now this minute is? You may be going, it could be Brandon Cooks or Jalen Tolbert. I'm sure. Pick them both out of a lineup. It's CD Lamb or bust. And the answer probably a lot of times is bust. He is going to eat. That dude is going to have so many catches and so many yards. Therefore, progress will be dependent on Dak Prescott throwing the ball to CD Lamb. He's got a shot at 2K.
Can we get Danny a Lunchable? He's mentioned eating a couple times.
I did say that.
Someone explained to me.
That is true.
I think Jameis Winston was eating a W at one point.
Yeah, because I was trying to say, like, that's what you do. You take advantage, you eat it up. Like, I drink your milkshake.
Get you a Lunchable here.
I would love a Lunchable.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. 4 o'clock hour, we've got the Beltway Blitz. We'll go over or under 6.5 wins for the Commanders. Also a fire to put out for this new ownership group in terms of controversy brewing today that came out of Ashburn. You're listening to The Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Booger McFarland of ESPN will join us coming up at 5, an hour and 15 minutes from right now as we get ready for the kickoff of the NFL season tomorrow. Ravens at the Chiefs, and then Friday from Brazil, the Green Bay Packers, Philadelphia Eagles, and then we got to wait until Sunday for everyone else to inaugurate their campaigns. It is time, though, for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. The double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Jeeps, I had a doctor's appointment this morning, and directly, I don't know, maybe 75 yards from the front door of the doctor's office, there is a place called the Colada Shop, which is something you would never do, but it's a sort of Cuban coffee shop that's got short order sandwiches, some pastries, but the Cafe Cubano is kind of like the calling card there. I realized how much I love a little Cuban coffee situation. I love coffee so much as it is. It's kind of the whole reason. If you want to get me something, get me coffee. Like, that's what I want for my birthday. It's what I want for Christmas. I want to try the coffee. I want to experience it. I want to have a nice time with it. I want to sit calmly and drink my coffee. It's my number one thing that I want to do. I want it to be quiet. I want no one to bother me. I want to maybe scroll on my phone, maybe read a book. I don't know, but I want to sit there and enjoy the coffee.
At Coffee Danny.
I rarely get to, but it's why I get out of bed, right? There's like, oh, your responsibilities, your kids. Nope. It's that cup of coffee. It's the whole point. I love it. I love it so much.
When did you become such a coffee mark?
Age 24. So I used to make fun of my father, both my parents by extension, but really it was my dad who was and has been an early riser based on his time in the Air Force. He just always got up early. That's what he did. So when you'd see him in the morning, he would do that shuffle, that pre-coffee shuffle where his feet didn't leave the ground, but he was moving forward to get to that place where the coffee was, right? And I used to make so much fun of him. I'm out of bed. I'm like, look at me. I'm ready to go. Got all my energy. Even as a teenager, I could hop right out of bed and start living my life without any kind of stimulant. Even through college, I was able to do it. Pulling all-nighters, going out drinking the night before, getting up for, a 6 a.m. practice or some kind of nonsense. I did it all like everyone else did. And it started in my mid-20s when I was going to work. And one of the things everyone did at work was they would do this 10:30 a.m. coffee break. It was just part of the culture of where the office was. And we were encouraged actually to do that. It's like team building and camaraderie and all the buzzwords that people like to use. So I didn't know. I mean, I see people getting their coffee. I'll have some of that. How do you take it? Oh, with a lot of sugar in it and some milk? Sure, I'll do that too. And before you knew it, I couldn't live without it. I loved it, and I was like, I should do this all the time. This is great. And then I became beyond dependent on it. Like, it's the source of my happiness. The point of the dude's story is, I went to the Colada Shop today. I had an iced Cuban coffee to go, but I had that little Cubano roasted espresso that's sweetened a little bit with a little bit of their sweet milk and a little bit of the sugar in there. Not great for you, but my God, is it delicious. Delicious. That's what I had for you. Not even that great of a story. I had it and I reminded myself how much I love it.
Darius just informed me as I was getting ready to walk into the studio that he is going to be tested again for allergies coming up in September, on September 19th. He's booked an appointment. This is a big moment for the show for a lot of reasons, but specifically because we've got a stretch that's gone on for almost our entire existence as a program.
Mm-hmm.
That there has always been one producer of our show who's allergic to peanuts for some reason. Darius currently is that guy. So I think the way it's going to work is if we find out he's not allergic, then Clary is automatically allergic to peanuts. That's how we know that.
There's at least one, yeah.
But in addition to being allergic to all things peanuts, more importantly, I'd say, Darius is allergic to shellfish and seafood and has allergies to these things. Maybe. We asked him about it, and he's like, oh, one time this happened many, many years ago. And it's like, yeah, but you could grow out of that. So we're about to find out.
We're going to know.
Is he the father? But also, we're about to find out. Is Darius still allergic?
I wasn't ready.
Shellfish. So here's my idea. Thank you.
Sorry, I know you're doing something else, but that totally caught me.
I don't know why
that totally caught me.
Darius Dameron, you are the father.
You are the father.
Thanks, Dad.
Love you, Dad.
Love you, Dad. Love you, Dad. Okay, so where was I? I think we were at the point where here's what I want to do.
I derailed the story.
If Darius is no longer allergic to shellfish,
I
think we have to do some type of like Hank's Oyster Bar blowout.
Yeah.
We got to do a like crab cakes and football kind of day.
Uh-huh.
What do you think?
I 100% agree with that.
So welcome him back to the sea, as it were.
It's funny because Ryan actually just talked me into scheduling this appointment because when we went to our last commercial break, I heard the Junkies promo where they're promoting that they're doing their 4th annual crab feast. I'm like, oh, great. The whole studio is going to smell like seafood tomorrow. That's awesome. And Ryan's like, what? Are you ever going to get tested to see, like, are you still allergic?
You got tested based on your guy, Clary.
Yeah, Clary just put it back in my head. I was like, all right, yeah, you know what? I'm going to schedule an appointment right now. And
Look
boom,
at you,
September
Ryan,
19th.
helping Darius live his best life.
I know, and kind of like all I do, because of course, as I walked past Darius a little bit earlier on, I had trail mix, and Darius like, oh, you're trying to kill me because there's peanuts in there, and I unfortunately eat peanuts nearly every day.
There's a lot of allergies over there.
A lot of
Darius.
allergies.
We're just going on living on life.
I've got peanut covered crab. You want some?
Yeah, so I was like, Darius, like, you should just get tested again. And he's like, you know what? I'll make an appointment right now. And he got on the phone and made an appointment.
First of all, that's so silly.
That's a great way to do it.
I will tell you this, in no exaggeration, I did it at Capital Breathe Free, where I got my all my sinus procedures
They
and different
draw
stuff.
like the 30 lines on you with markers and all that.
I didn't do a nose job. I was like, while you're in there, you want to rearrange some of this and make it look a little nicer?
I mean, that's how they like the allergy test. They like draw on you with like markers.
But
and
so
stuff.
I had it all done there, and I take drops every morning to build up like a small immunity to all that stuff. It has changed my life. So I'm hoping for something similar, my friend. You'll find out, like, I'm allergic to something called like cypress ragweed. Oh, good, it doesn't grow around here, but if I ever encounter it, I'll break out. It's like weird stuff you'll never know, but it is a game changer because then you could do something about it. That's what's so awesome.
I just hope for you that we don't find out like, nope, you're still very allergic to peanuts.
Yeah, no peanuts.
And to seafood, but also you're also allergic to ham and you have celiac disease. You know, and now you just can't eat anything. Like it could really backfire.
That would be absolutely tragic.
Yeah.
That would.
I hadn't thought of
that'd
that
be tough.
outcome.
Ouch.
Because I'm thinking of the quiz comes back
Can you imagine
awesome.
if they're like, you have to be a vegan and you're only allowed to eat peas.
Yeah, you know what
For
you
the
can't
rest of
have is
your life.
gluten, man.
And just for the rest of his life, he has to eat nothing but peas.
That would be miserable.
That'd be bad. Then we could all tell Ryan you're not a life coach.
Yeah, that's true. That part is true. But either way, I feel like we could do like some big production where it's like we plug it on like this day, the double play, we reveal if
that's
Darius
true.
is allergic or not. And we have like, I mean, because here's the thing. I think we just do seafood either way that day. And then Darius can eat,
rub it in his
Darius
face.
can- Darius can eat
So
it.
I roll in with a giant salt lime
Yeah.
carryout order.
Yeah, we have like
This is a
peanut
great
butter and
idea.
jellies and Reese's cups as well. And like Darius can either eat it or he can't.
I love this idea. So we get 4 giant crab cakes from Hank's Oyster Bar or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the question is, do we split up the 4th one 3 ways, or does Darius get to eat it?
Does Darius get to eat it?
And then Darius says, hand it on over. It's mine. We all just go crazy.
I love this. This
Jump
is great.
around.
Yeah.
Or keep it away. I'll die, and then we go crazy also because we
Yes.
get to eat more crab.
True. We still go. Actually, we're happier for that result.
Yeah,
probably.
exactly.
We're like, sorry, Darius. Oh, this is so tasty.
Respectfully, Darius.
Well, I'm excited. I'm excited. I hope it turns out positively for me. Where
Yes.
Or,
I can-
or negative.
well, yeah.
We hope
You
it
get it.
goes well with a
There it
negative
is.
allergy
That's
test.
it.
Correct. Yes. I hope it works out.
Let's eat some seafood. The Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny, and then 6.5 wins is the over-under set for the Commanders. Which side of the ledger are we on? You're listening to The Fan. The exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny's, the law firm Condorian Murad. Our buddies will guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. There are guys. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Like my parents did, be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz coming your way on the Nationals, the NFL, and the Commanders. Speaking of the Nats, they play tonight. Pregame at 6:10. First pitch at 6:40 in Miami. James Wood, Dylan Cruz both had hits last night. They're both in the lineup. If you need to upgrade your gear, I'm on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page today wearing my Cruz Wood 24 T-shirt. Those are available for you. We've got Wood hoodies for the fall and Cruz missile tees for the fall coming up as well. Get yours now at 1067thefanshop.com. Let's get to the Beltway Blitz. And Andrew Golden covers the Nationals for the Washington Post, joins us now. Andrew, I don't know that we've talked to you about this, so I actually want to go back a couple of weeks off the beaten path here. What did you make of the timing of all of the coaches being announced that they were coming back, and Davey just kind of, in the middle of the stretch run, saying that was the case?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. I think especially when it came to the hitting staff, right? I mean, obviously when you look at the Nationals as a whole, I think you could definitely argue that they don't have the talent to really have the big numbers, but I definitely think they've struggled offensively this year. They're on pace for one of their worst years in franchise history offensively. So I was a little bit surprised they made the decision that early. The pitching staff, I don't have a problem with that, right? The pitching staff has improved. I've been fine with the progress and the work that Jim Hickey and Sean Doolittle have done, but definitely was surprised with the hitting coaches. I definitely think there could have been some more decisions there on potentially letting some of those guys go. I think I was a little bit shocked for sure.
Well, in terms of hitting, Andrew, CJ Abrams, the streakiness is a thing for him. He's had 2 unbelievable months where he's pretty much built up most of his counting stats, and then now working on, I'd say, 3 months where he's, I don't want to say a negative player, but has not been near as good as those 2 kind of banner months. If he's able to find some consistency, where are we at in terms of that for him? And how aware of it is everybody? Or are we just sort of saying, hey, he's a streaky player and that's that?
Yeah, I think they're definitely aware of it. That's why he's moved down the order, because he's really chasing off-speed pitches and really not changing his pitch. Whenever you ask CJ's not one to say a ton, but often you ask him, like, when is he at his best? He's like, I'm just staying on my pitch. And so he's not staying on his pitch. I think he's going to be pressing a little bit at the plate, trying to maybe do too much. I think that's maybe why you're seeing him struggle. And so definitely streaky. I just think he has to sustain it for a full season. But I think, honestly, that's kind of the story of the whole team as a whole, right? Like, they've shown flashes for, a couple months, 3 months at a time, but not for a full year. So I think it's kind of the story of the whole team as a whole.
CJ Abrams. By the way, CJ Abrams hitting 184 with a 242 on base over his last 30 games. Dylan Cruz has now played 7 games. He's got 2 homers and 2 steals already. What have you made of Cruz so far?
I think he just looks like he fits in, right? Like, he's playing a really good right field. His arms are really strong there. And at the plate, he doesn't really look over fast. I think one of the things I was kind of interested in, especially compared to spring training, in spring training, he was really late on a ton of fastballs against major league competition. So I was really interested to see how he's adjusted. But he did a really good job of staying on the fastball, staying on, I think his first homer was on, I want to say, a cutter or a fastball. So I think he did a really good job of preparing for that and adjusting for off speed and breaking balls. So I've been really impressed, and so I'm interested to see kind of how he continues that next couple of weeks.
Luis Garcia has been kind of an unheralded story here, Andrew. He's been really, really good. And, for a while it was, he's going to sit against lefties, but I guess now hopefully that's over with. I mean, is this sort of now, is he bona fide? At this stage, he's putting together a pretty good major league campaign here, just outside of 20 homers, north of 20 steals, played a pretty decent second base. Not necessarily an all-world player who's going to walk a ton, but there's a lot of good with this Luis Garcia year. And it started with people wanting Trey Lipscomb at second base every day instead. So pretty big accomplishment.
Yeah, I think I want to go on the record and say that, like, I really think Luis Garcia should be playing against lefties like every day. Like, he has been one of their better hitters. Like, I don't want to see Odemaro Vargas. I mean, I respect Odemaro Vargas getting him playing time, but, like, you want to see what your young guys can do against lefties, and you might as well give them those opportunities. Like, I get, like, Chris Sale. Like, I get that, right? But I think generally against lefties, Luis should be still playing. I think he's been one of the better hitters this year. I think it's been a great story. And I think in terms of whether this is something he can continue, I think, like, you want to see, can he face, lefties to be an everyday player? And so I think he can be. I think he has the potential to be that for sure. I just wish they play him honestly every day. I think they kind of have more recently. But I think it's really impressive. And obviously, I think one of the things that we forget about is that I know Louis been in the big leagues for like almost 4 years now, but he's also like 23, 24. So he's still really young. I think we kind of forgot that in the process just because he was kind of the first prospect to really get there. But I think he's a ton of talent. I just think maybe we're seeing him produce at a high level just because he's more experienced now.
Andrew, we appreciate you as always, buddy. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Have a good one.
You got it. Nats, Marlins, 6:40 first pitch right here on the Fan tonight. Mackenzie Gore, 8-11 with a 4.45 ERA on the mound for Washington. All of our baseball coverage on the Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Let's talk football. Our buddy Nate Davis, USA Today, joins us to do just that. Nate, I want to get your thoughts on the Jets and Aaron Rodgers. I mentioned something earlier, and it's led to a conversation on my Twitter account. I don't know where the confidence in Rodgers having a great season comes from. He's in his 40s coming off a serious injury. I get why people would be hopeful, but I am curious, like, are you confident that the Jets are going to be really good and Rodgers is just going to look like Rodgers?
I mean, I picked them to win the Super Bowl.
So you are.
You would say confident?
All right. So where does the confidence come from? I mean, I don't know. It's just a serious injury, and he's an old guy.
It is a serious injury. He was, obviously very well down the road to recovery to the point where he nearly played last season, maybe. But I mean, he was out of practice, which isn't typical. But it's not like we're asking him to be Lamar Jackson. He looked very good and mobile at camp this year. But to me, the main thing about this is, the Jets have won 14 games over the past 2 years, have the second ranked defense in the league over the past 2 years, basically playing 10 guys on offense. I don't think you're asking Aaron Rodgers to go out there and win a fifth MVP award. But I mean, I think you're asking him to go out there and be a Pro Bowl level quarterback would be great. But I mean, even if he's not quite that, I mean, this team is completely loaded on both sides of the ball, just about everywhere else you look. I don't know how Breece Hall was second in the league in yards from scrimmage last year, and everybody knew he was the only guy on offense because Garrett Wilson was, handcuffed by the quarterback issues as well. I think you put a decent quarterback back there. I don't know where else this team has an issue personnel wise.
Nate, which division did you have the toughest time predicting a winner for?
I mean, the AFC North is tough because obviously all the teams are good. They also all have like an issue in my mind, so that's not necessarily easy. I think maybe to me, in some ways, the most interesting is the AFC South because I think they've got three really pretty good teams in there. And I think people forget, with all the focus that the Houston Texans have understandably garnered this offseason. I think people forget that the Texans, the Jags, and the Colts all went into Week 18 last year with the scenario to win the division. And to me, the Jags and the Colts were both very hamstrung by personnel issues and injuries, and things kind of played out pretty well for the Texans. Now, that's not to take anything away from them. But I mean, a year ago at this time, we thought the Jags were going to run this division for the next 4 or 5 years. Enter CJ Stroud, enter Anthony Richardson. But I think that's going to be, nobody gets usually too stirred up about the AFC South, in past years. But I think that's going to be a very one to see how it plays out. Maybe have multiple teams in the playoffs.
Nate Davis, USA Today, with us on Grant and Danny here on our Beltway Blitz. How about the Seahawks in the NFC West? It's a team that I just don't hear a lot about. I know San Francisco, the LA Rams are pretty good, but is Geno Smith going to finish the season? Do they turn things over to Sam Howell at some point? Like, where are they at this point in their build?
Yeah, they're to me one of the hardest teams in the league to read. I feel like they have like a lot of square pegs and round holes going on there. Like, I'm not sure Mike McDonald's really going to be able to run the defense, the way he wants with the players he has, as he did in Baltimore. I mean, he has said that he really wants to run the ball, which is a good way to help your defense and what he's used to coming from Baltimore. Then they go out and hire Ryan Grubb, who's never been an NFL coach and like to run, 5 wide receivers at the University of Washington. And the Seahawks are kind of built to throw the ball and not run it, particularly with some of their offensive line issues. So they could be very interesting. I just don't know what direction they're going to go, what they're going to look like, if this offense is actually going to work. And, I mean, to your point, yeah, maybe Sam Howell gets in there. Maybe Geno Smith kind of reversed the 2022 form. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Ryan Grubb, the OC, has said he's trying to tailor the offense to Geno's strengths and what he does well. Again, he likes to throw the ball, and they have what should be three really good receivers on that side of the ball. But I just kind of wonder if it's not really going to. It seems like a lot of misaligned parts to me, and to me, I'm guessing they're like a 6-win team. That maybe the scores are closer than that, but it's hard for me to get too excited about them. I don't know.
Barring injury, because we go back a couple of years talking about Dallas here, Nate, where Dak Prescott was injured. They were, I think, 6-10 or something like that with Andy Dalton at quarterback. But barring a significant injury to one of their few key guys, give me kind of the best case for Dallas and the worst case for Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, I think best case is it's another 12-win season, and then I mean, to me that's the best case. Like I don't see them coming out of the NFC. They're breaking a 3-decade Super Bowl drought. I think the best case is kind of what we've seen the last couple of years with Mike McCarthy. The worst case obviously is the bottom falls out. I think it's probably. I mean, I've got them winning 8 games. I think that, it's great they've got CeeDee Lamb back. It's great that Dak Prescott hasn't gone anywhere yet. Throw all that out. I mean, to me, they're a diminished version of what they were last year, giving all the losses they had on free agency. How is the defensive switch going to go from Dan Quinn's philosophy to Mike Zimmer's? Deron Bland is going to miss the first part of the season. They're all corner. Like I just can't find a whole lot of reasons to get too excited about this team. I mean, the running back situation is a complete mystery. I don't know. I mean, you guys know that the NFC East turns over like every year for the last 20 years. So I think it's Eagles, and then personally, I think the Commanders have a great shot to overtake the Cowboys this year. But we'll see how it goes.
Wow, I love that, Nate. Thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
All right, fellas. Thanks.
Be good. Let's localize the combo. Our pal, Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan Show over on the Team 980. Kevin, why don't we start with what you're most excited to see when you turn that TV on at 4:25 on Sunday afternoon?
Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels and what the offense looks like. I think that's the biggest mystery going in. I mean, you've got an established defensive head coach, an established defensive coordinator, probably 9 new pieces on defense. So there's mystery there, but, most of the players they brought in are veteran players. I'm just really curious to see what that offense looks like. Is it, a quarterback and pistol with dual threat? Is he, running zone read 30% of the time? How does that benefit, Brian Robinson Jr., the play action game? Do they go under center and run, some bootleg and play action? I'm just really interested to see what that looks like, because I think Kingsbury's good. I think he's focused on one job versus being the head coach the last time he was in the league. So I'm excited to see that Sunday.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm with you. That to me is the question, right? Coming into the season, obviously big picture, Jaden Daniels, what he is and what he's going to be. But secondarily and related to that is what this offense looks like. Gun to your head, what's your best guess? Is it just what we saw in Arizona? As you said, like a lot of shotgun, a lot of, everything kind of out of that look with Terry McLaurin on the left side? Or do you think there's, hey, Kingsbury's bounced around now a little bit. He's got some new tricks up his sleeve. This is like the 2.0 version of that. Or do you think it's more of what we saw in Arizona?
I mean, my hunch, Danny, is that it's like a responsible approach. Rookie quarterbacks need a running game. They need quick game. They need a big tight end that they can throw to, and that they leverage all that in addition to a lot of the stuff you see with dual threat quarterbacks, going back to 2012, what we saw with Robert and what you see with Lamar and Justin Fields and a lot in Jalen Hurts. I think we'll have a lot of that mixed in as well. But I think Brian Robinson Jr. is in for a big year, like plenty of carries, James Conner level carries that Kingsbury gave him in 2021 in Arizona. And he'll benefit from a lot of the Shanahan 11 on 11 in the run game where the quarterback's involved and there's an advantage there. I think that's what we're going to see, but I think there will be a lot of responsible play calling where they do emphasize, not balance for balance sake, but because they've got a quarterback that can be involved in the run game as well. And then a lot of the quick game stuff that even we saw in preseason, it won't be identical, but getting the ball out of his hands quickly into, playmakers' hands. I think we'll see backs catch the ball a lot. I think we'll see Zach Ertz be a big part of what they do.
Kevin, what'd you think of the Sam Cosmi extension, 4 years, $74 million?
I mean, I'm sure you guys have been talking about it as well. I think that first of all, it's the first one, and it's an indication of kind of how this ownership and front office will handle some of these situations. So to get a player like Cosmi signed before the season to an extension to completely nullify, the potential for him making it to unrestricted free agency was smart. He's definitely a good player, if not an excellent player. And he's really good in terms of, I think, the intangibles that will fit with the culture they're trying to build. So I thought it was coming all along. I thought it made sense for them to get it done before the season started. So I'm glad to see it.
Kevin, I haven't heard you specifically weigh in on this. I just want to sort of two-parter here. If you're more big picture, maybe this year and kind of beyond, where wins are almost secondary to you, obviously you'd rather win than lose, but so I'd love your answer to that. But then two, in terms of win totals or the like about this year, what would disappoint you? Like what level would they have to get to where you go, man, that's kind of a bummer, or you maybe lose a little confidence?
Well, I think if you go back and look at just the last 5 years, like any team that wins 5 or less games had pretty bad quarterbacking. Some of those examples are, good quarterbacks got hurt, so they were playing backups. Mm-hmm. But, if you win 5 or less, it's a pretty good bet that your quarterbacking was bad. So that would be disappointing, because I think at the end of the day, what we all want to feel after 17 games is there's a strong indication that they got it right with Jaden Daniels. With that said, I think they're in that group of 25 teams where, you stay healthy, the ball bounces your way, catch a couple of good teams on days in which they have some key players out. 7-10 to 10-7 is the range. And I kind of view them that way this year. It's a completely different team. To kind of look at it in the context of last year, different coaching staff and 30 new players, 17 of whom will be on the field a lot, we think, from Sunday on. So, and a lot of those players are veteran players. So I think they're in that group of teams we see every year. Take 4 or 5 from the top out of the equation, 2 or 3 out of the bottom out of the equation, where, 7-10 to 10-7 is possible.
Kevin, always great. Thank you, buddy, and enjoy week 1.
All right, boys.
See ya. There's Kevin Sheehan. Check him out. His work, Daily Kevin Sheehan Show. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. The Harris Ownership Group has their first off-field fire to put out. We'll get into that. Plus, 6.5 wins is Washington's total on the betting market. Are we going over or under that next on The Fan? Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is football week in the nation's capital. The Commanders open with the Bucks on Sunday. The NFL season kicks off tomorrow, so lots to get into still on our docket, including want to go over or under with the 6.5 win total for the Commanders and take some of your calls on that. This story dropped before we went on the air today. You and I saw this and have not addressed it, haven't really talked about it. I don't know exactly what we should do with it, but I do think we should at least bring it up so that people know that it happened. And that was that the Commanders have suspended Vice President of Content Rael Anteen, who is on his 4th year now with the club, was hired presumably when they made a lot of the changes in the Jason Wright era, coinciding with that. But the 4th year running content, so all things honestly they do really well, like the Commanders Log Show on YouTube and their social media accounts and some of the fun stuff that they do is under his purview, I would imagine. I don't know this person at all. I never met him, and honestly, I've never heard his name before today. But he was on camera saying a bunch of things that the Commanders have come out and put out a statement to say does not in any way reflect their values. Some of the comments, as you can imagine, have made national headlines. He said things like, some players in the league are dumb as hell, was quoted as saying, I don't think the commissioner of the NFL hates gay people, hates black people. Jerry Jones, who really runs the NFL, I think he hates those two groups. It's really gross and it's awful. And the Commanders have made a statement. They've suspended him already. And that's kind of that for me. I think it should also be noted, Danny, that this content was gathered by the O'Keefe Media Group, who I'm not familiar with. But it looks like a date with a hidden camera at a bar or at a table in a bar, where this Rael Anteen met a woman on social media on the app Hinge. They went on 2 dates at a local restaurant. And in one of those dates, presumably, is when this video was recorded without him knowing. And she's basically sounds like a reporter, like asking him questions. I'm assuming it was over in a date-like setting, and he thought he wasn't being recorded, if I had to guess. But regardless, said a lot of things that are inappropriate at best and downright egregious at worst. I know fans are upset for a lot of different reasons, including some of the comments that I just read, but he also called fans mouth breathers, said that most of the fans of the NFL are high school educated alcoholics. And it's some really, really like vile stuff here. So I don't know what your thoughts are on it, but I did want to at least address it and say, yes, we've seen the story. It's a guy, I know a lot about the team and I'm super plugged in. I'd never heard of this person.
Which is probably good, by the way.
It's not like a member of the coaching staff or a player. So I'm not really sure what we should do other than tell you that it's not a good look. The team has already suspended this person, and that's that, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, several points, if I may. A lot of fans are upset, mostly I think because of the part where there's a disdain and looking down on the fans in these comments. Again, high school educated alcoholics or mouth breathers, or looking down on people. There's kind of that an attitude in this video. So I'll put a pin in that and kind of come back to it. There is absolutely a place in our society for investigative journalism, right? Whether it's hidden camera footage or otherwise, trying to catch bad actors behaving badly, fraudsters, people that take advantage of folks, people, with faulty business practices, illegal activity. Local news, I mean, has done stuff like that before. National news has. There is a place for that, exposing wrongdoing. I don't know what we're exposing here. What criminal act has taken place? What nefarious thing has gone on here? Why are we doing this? Why are we tricking a team employee into revealing his attitude about his customer base or his views on the NFL on a hidden camera? I don't understand that. That's the part to me I can't get past. I know everybody wants to talk about the comments, but I got to hit that first. Okay, you got him. You ruined this dude's life, probably. Now, again, he's responsible for his viewpoints and things he says, but that leads me to my second point. Great, you can hate my guts. And there are some days I bet you do. Some days you're probably super annoyed with me. There are some days probably where if Darius came in with a hidden camera on me, I've said some things about our parent company or somebody else, and I've put my foot in my mouth in such a way where if people saw that, they would think differently of me. And I will challenge everybody else out there to be able to say you're scot-free of those sorts of things, having kind of private conversations. But beyond that, I don't care what people think of me in that way. How do you treat me? If he's awful to people that are his customers and that he works with, that's a different story. What you do to me is far more important than your attitude or what you think. Like the guy that got me my iced coffee today could think I'm just the worst person of all time, overweight gas bag that needs a lot of attention just to get through his day. He could think anything he wants. He said, thank you. He said, you're welcome. And he asked me if there's anything else I needed. You know what I mean? Like he treated me well. So we move about our day and move about our life. How did he treat folks? I have no idea. We're going to judge somebody based on a very short hidden camera thing that, again, I don't know why we were doing that in the first place. So now the third part. Tough to see those comments, man. Tough to see him delivering those sorts of things. And I it's the kind of thing where you go, I don't have a ton of sympathy on that front for this part of it. Because again, looking down on your customer base, looking down on your fans. And the one to me that really got me or would be frustrating is he referenced specifically the leaky pipe situation where he said, no, it wasn't sewage. We had to tell him it was rainwater. That's state media. He basically admitting that they lied about that.
Right.
That to me would be frustrating as a fan, right? As somebody that's a paying customer or somebody that had kind of opted into this part of it where you're going, if I can't believe that, then what else am I supposed to believe from you guys? So it kind of hurts the mission. It hurts the overall experience. But I'm with you. And it's in the sense that this is not really, they play football this Sunday. We're a sports show. We care about that far more. I know fans are irritated about this, and I get that. But that's kind of where I'm at.
I'll say this. We cover a lot of things that aren't sports that are tangentially related. This would be under that purview. And if this was Dan Quinn or Adam Peters or Josh Harris on this video and not a guy, again, I don't want to belittle the point here, but I've never heard of this person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at that facility a lot. I don't keep up with who runs their content. I'm sorry. Has anyone heard of this guy before this? I mean, 99% of our listeners, I would say, have not. They have suspended him as well, by the way. My guess is he will never work for them again. They probably have fired him, and we don't know it at this point. And next, I mean, he did a thing that was bad. They've acted. I am curious to see, just because it's the first, I keep saying, a fire for them to put out.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first big controversy.
It's a bad PR thing. Yeah.
What I'm not going to do, though, is I think the easy reaction, the layup drill here is, my team's always in the news for things that aren't football. I'm so tired of it. Same old team. This is not that. This is not the DEA raiding your building because your training staff, led by Ryan Vermillion, was doing something wrong, or your owner having a toxic workplace or sexual harassment allegations. This is a guy, a single dude, who was on a dating app, who met a girl that he went on a date with.
On a second date, yeah.
Who, on a second date, recorded him without him knowing it and asked a bunch of questions for his thoughts about things and, his take on Jerry Jones and the commissioner and all this stuff. That is not the same as some of the other things of the Snyder era, in my opinion. The team put out this statement. The language used in the video runs counter to our values at the Commanders organization. A team spokesperson said in a statement, we have suspended the employee pending an investigation and will reserve further comment at this time. So we'll see what happens. I mean, if he gets fired or if he doesn't, we can react again at that time. The comments are bad.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for me to condemn them, I do. Making fun of, speaking down at players, at fans, obviously pretty abhorrent. I also, and this is not going to be the takeaway probably in a lot of places, you've alluded to this, but I can't get past this is supposedly journalism. Like that also matters to me a little bit too, right? Was that there was this line in the ESPN story where they referenced the reporter as an undercover reporter. No, that's not. This is a date where someone's recording you. I don't know that that's the same thing. Like if I think I'm on a date with someone and they're asking me questions about my job and you're really just working for a group where you're recording me and I don't know it, which by the way, how's that even legal? I guess you're in a public place, so maybe you're allowed to record whatever you want. But I know in some states there are laws where you can't record a conversation with Danny and play it
without consent,
his consent. So I don't know the specifics of that. I just think that sounds scummy and awful. I don't know anything about this media group, but it sounds like a horrendous way to make a living. Having said that, the comments were bad. The team's already suspended him, so that's kind of what I got.
Yeah, I mean, again, if this was an investigation to uncover some of the terrible things that happened during the Snyder era, by all means, let's get the camera in there. Let's find out.
Is the juice worth the squeeze? Are you taking down the bad actors who have done bad things?
Right. There's no crime here, as far as I can tell.
So what is the takeaway, or the big story is that this guy who no one knew before today said that some NFL players are dumb, and that he was that comment's bad. I agree.
Yeah.
Or that fans are mouth breathers. That comment is bad. I agree. But this guy's opinion is the takeaway, that this employee said this. Okay. So fire him, and what's next? I mean, and good job. You caught him. You caught this guy with your hidden camera.
And that's kind of my point is what I keep going back to is there is absolutely a place at the table for when nothing is happening and not everyone knows, but we suspect wrongdoing, like actual wrongdoing, crime occurring, or defrauding people, or taking advantage of vulnerable folks, or something.
People not getting their season ticket money back.
Yeah.
Sexual harassment.
You got a hidden camera on that bad boy? Let's go. Let's catch the people red-handed. Let's do it to catch a predator. I'm not even being flippant about it. You're finding someone that's doing something wrong. A guy's opinion, it sucks. I mean, it's not cool to hear that I'm a mouth-breathing high school educated alcoholic or whatever. That I'm supposed to be insulted because I'm beneath him. But it sounds like a cynical guy trying to impress a girl. Talking tough, trying to say a bunch of things to impress her. Again, I don't endorse the comments. I don't agree with them. I think that's wrong. But I don't know, man. It's like, I guess you got your fish. Like, way to go. Like you reeled it in. I don't know. We should reserve that for some more serious matters, in my humble opinion. But that's where I'm at.
My main interest will be, how does the Harris Group handle it? Because this is their first opportunity to do so. But I don't get the sense with most of the fan base that this is a huge ordeal today. I think most people that are adults, hearing someone say fans are mouth-breathing alcoholics, whatever the term is, here's what I do when I hear that. I'm a fan, by the way. He's talking about me. Oh, you said that?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, there are going to be people that are aggrieved and can't go on with their day, and how dare you insult me? I have 3 kids and a mortgage. I have 2 car payments. I have a life. I'm a grown-up. I don't care if that was his comment in private to a woman he's trying to impress and get a laugh out of about football fans. I'm sorry, I just don't. Now, there are things he said that are bad, and if you take offense to them, you're allowed to. I'm sorry that anybody got offended, and he's in trouble, by the way. That's the other thing, is sometimes we're like screaming as if something needs to be done. He's already lost his job, probably. What else do you want them to do for his opinions that you don't like on a hidden camera? And how and why him, by the way? I've never heard of this person. I know more people in that building by face than 99% of the public. I know this guy's on the website, so if you're big into their content game, you probably know him. If you would have said to me an hour before that came out, I have to look up his name again to say it. Is it Ray Allenteen?
Sounds right.
Who is that? I would say, I never heard of that.
I have no idea.
I don't know. So they work for the Commanders. What does he do? I would have gone, I don't know. Is he in the R&D department? I have no idea. So you'll have to forgive me on the Wednesday of week 1. And if you're saying I'm focusing on the wrong thing, then I'll wear that criticism. I'm on to Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And I wonder if fans, sort of want to extrapolate something larger, as if that's the attitude of, all those that are holdovers from this era. If you want to sort of also somehow make it about Jason Wright or something like that. I've seen some of that sentiment. I don't know. I'm not willing to do anything other than say this group went out of their way to try to catch this guy doing this, which I think is a fool's errand and a big waste of time. I feel bad.
Should people, by the way, not go on dates? Like, we need to not normalize whatever this area of journalism. I'm not even going to call it journalism, because it's not.
Right.
Or reporting. It's also not that. Like, whatever this is should not be okay. And I would hate for this conversation to be had around the country today, where we're just talking about what the guy said, which is important, without saying the other part, which is he was literally on a date and a hidden camera caught him talking. That is unacceptable in every way, in my opinion. Unacceptable. And everyone should think that. Even if you're bothered by the comments, that's okay too. We're big boys and girls. We can have 2 conversations. But to sit at a table on a second date with someone you're trying to get to know, who's asking you for your opinion about your job, and candidly you're answering, and they're poking and prodding and trying to get more info, and then they record that and they give it to someone to post on social media to get you fired, I don't know what reason. The whole thing is weird and creepy and shouldn't even be an industry, as far as I'm concerned. But let's get back to football next. 6.5 wins is the projected total for the Commanders. Are we over under that? Booger McFarland joins us at the top of the hour. He will know that he's on the air when he joins us right at 5 on Grant and Danny. Booger McFarland at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny. I want to kick our 6.5 win topic to next hour because we don't have enough time really to get into it in great detail. So we will do that at 5:25. Try to see if people are over under that win total with their predictions for the Commanders this season. Did you see Jamar Chase return to Bengals practice today?
Now, did he return to practice to watch, or did he return to practice in football gear?
Bengals received the most positive sign they could get on Wednesday. Wide receiver Jamar Chase participated in the first official practice of game week ahead of the team's season opener against the Patriots on Sunday. That is according to ESPN.com. So I would think that means Jamar Chase is going to play this weekend. This is day one of what is truly the install and the practices that matter.
Uh-huh.
So the NFL week, for those of you that aren't overly plugged in on how it goes, you play Sunday. Monday is normally a rest and recovery day, treatment day. There's a lot of film watched in the building. Some guys are in and out of the building getting any kind of work they need done on their bodies. Tuesday is the league mandated off day. Very rarely, but occasionally, teams can flip that up. Like some coaches will have, I think a couple of years ago, Rivera did it, where Monday was the off day, and then Tuesday guys were in the building for different treatment and film and stuff. But normally Tuesday is a mandated off day. You're supposed to go do some charity work, be around the family, whatever. Wednesday is the key day of the practice week. That is when you put in your longest, most grueling practice, theoretically, of the week. Thursday is kind of right there with it. Friday is more of a jog through a lot of time for teams. A lot less work gets done on Friday, a little quicker off the field. And then Saturday is a walkthrough. And if you're on the road, you jump on a flight. If you were at home, you head to the team hotel for some meetings and things the night before the game. And you just have the quick walkthrough in the morning. So I say all that to say that this week, right now, if you're Jamar Chase, today's the day you got to show up if you're going to play on Sunday, starting now. And he did. So that tells me he plans on playing football. And in a game of chicken, the Bengals won.
Yeah, there's something about deadlines and action and spurring. I'll think of it. But yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like, right? There's so much posturing that can be done. And really, you're skipping out on all the pain in the butt stuff, all the hard stuff. Now it's the fun part, right? You got enough pelts on the wall if you're Jamar Chase, where, Trent Williams style, maybe you don't need all the grueling 2-a-days. I know nobody does that anymore, but maybe you don't need the August practice in the humidity. Maybe though, once it's time, you want to earn all your money, you want to have a really good season. I'll show up. I'm in shape. I've been running sprints, but now let's do game plan type stuff and let's have a good football season. Because I sort of lost it, to your point.
So I don't think he's going to be paid before Sunday. I think a lot of people
I don't either.
Suggested he would recently, that was maybe going to happen. It doesn't sound like it. And if he showed up, I don't know now why the team would cave, because you got what you wanted anyway. But eventually he's going to get his money. They're not going to let that guy walk. They're not going to play the tag game. He'll get more than Jefferson got probably, because he'll be the next guy to get paid, and they'll move on. But in the meantime, him, T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, that's the trio. Everyone else is kind of playing second fiddle. That is a Super Bowl caliber team. With that quarterback, they have a chance to dethrone the Chiefs this year and make sure they don't get to a third straight. But you're not doing it without Jamar Chase. With all apologies to Burrow and Higgins and their running game, there's just no way. You need that explosiveness. You need that playmaker. He is a strike up the band weapon. He is a chunk yardage guy in a big play league. And having him back completely changes my outlook on the Bengals. They'd have beat the Patriots with or without him, frankly. Because I think New England's going to stink.
I do too.
But the eye line with Chase in their first 7-8 games is probably in a half season like 2 wins. Instead of being 5-3, maybe you would have been 3-5, something like that. I mean, it's that different for me with just the easy button he provides.
So I can't point to every example, and I apologize for that. But I will say there is a perception out there that the Bengals are like, they're known very much for being cheap, for not paying players. Now, they obviously paid Joe Burrow, but maybe that's kind of the exception. They kind of have this rep as a team that doesn't do the highest bid, that doesn't do the guaranteed money to the same degree, whether that's deserved or otherwise. That's the rep that's out there, or certainly very much online as people type in all caps and yell about this kind of situation. So I haven't ruled out them doing the tag game. It's a long way for me to say that they maybe just out of defiance or some sort of temper tantrum will avoid giving him the market value long-term contract that he seeks, just so they say they didn't necessarily do that. I have no idea.
I'm steamed up to talk to our guy Booger McFarland next. Remember the Booger Mobile on the sideline on Monday Night Football?
I do.
when he used to sit like way up high and they'd wheel him back and forth. People were mad because it was this big, it was basically on a crane, but it was like this big setup with a desk. He'd be in front of the fans. I love Booger McFarland.
Yep.
He joins us next right here on Grant and Danny. As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm Condori and Murad will guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Thanks much for making the show part of your afternoon. We're taking you up to Nats pregame at 6:10. They play tonight at 6:40 in Miami, looking for a second straight win against the Marlins. Right now on the BetQL guest hotline, we are thrilled to talk to Booger McFarland of ESPN, one of our favorite football guests to have on over the course of the football season. Booger, you're back on in D.C. with Grant and Danny, man. Thanks for the time. How you been?
Doing well, guys. How we doing?
Pretty
We're
darn
doing very
good, man.
well. We're fired up to talk to you. Actually, there's a ton of different places we can go to start here, but I want to begin with locally Washington, Jaden Daniels, and the Commanders, and your expectations for them this year, Boog.
Well, obviously, anytime you start a rookie quarterback, there are going to be ups and downs. I think of all the rookie quarterbacks, I think he is in maybe not the best position, but I think he'll play the best. I think his demeanor, his poise, his maturity, he's got some decent weapons up there, as you guys know, led by Terry McLaurin. But overall, I think he's going to bring a different dynamic to that team. And from everything that I can hear, the leadership, how guys are already following him, I truly think the Commanders are going to be pretty good. I want to see how those defensive tackles play, though. That's my position. And when you got Allen and Payne and Johnny Newton, those three guys have got to be dominant because of where they were picked and how much money they're making. Like, those three guys have got to be dominant for that defense. But overall, I think there's a reason for optimism in D.C.
What's your view on the Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels kind of marriage? Is that a good fit in your opinion?
Well, the fit is really simple. If you're an offensive coordinator, your job is to find out what your guy does best and put him in positions to do it. And if that's what Cliff does, then the marriage will be fine. It's no different than any relationship. I don't know if you guys are married or not, but it's the same thing. Like when you go home and, your wife wants to eat sushi and you bring home Popeyes, like, things not going to work too good.
That's
you know
right.
what I'm saying? Things just not going to be right. So you got to find out what she wants, and then you got to cater to it. It's no different with Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels. And based on what I saw in the preseason, I think they're going to do that. The key for me will be when Jaden goes through a little bit of a growing spell, what does Cliff do to kind of get him out of it quickly? Like, what's going to be their go-to bread and butter? Like, every team develops an identity. What's going to be the identity? I think they got to major in empty formation or spread because Jaden needs to be able to see the field, and it's easier to see the field when it's spread out. And also that gives him running lanes whenever he needs to get out of the pocket. Now, there's a difference because you still got to be able to run the football and be physical. So how does Cliff marry the two, being able to be physical while also having the field open enough where his young quarterback can see the field and get out and use his legs? I think that'll be key.
Booger McFarland with us on Grant and Danny. Like Jaden Daniels, Baton Rouge LSU guy with ties to that program. I'm curious. I mean, you must know Jaden a little bit, I would think, or have crossed paths with him at some point. If not, I'm sure you watched him closer than just about anybody. How much do you think he should and will run early on in his career?
Well, here's a little fun fact. Like, he doesn't really look to run. His eyes are always down the field. He's looking to throw the football. It just so happens that he probably runs 4.3 when he takes off. And so, he's got to be smart because this is not college football, and he doesn't want to get hit. And you got to play this game for the next 10, 12 years at a high level. So he's got to be smart, but he's also got to use what God gave him. I think there's a fine line between running and making plays and being reckless. He's got to learn the difference. And, I've followed him closely. And I'll tell you this, guys. His first game at LSU was against Florida State. That was, 2 years ago, however my math is working. And when I saw him play, I was like, I don't know. But to see where he went from that game until the end of his career was as much improvement as I've seen from anybody. And I think the sky's the limit because he's starting to understand how to play the position. that position has really little to do with how fast you are or how far you can throw a ball. That position is all about the guy that controls the football, his demeanor, his decision-making, his accuracy. That's what that position is about. Like, I can name 10 guys that have been bigger, faster, can throw it 90 yards, but they all fail because that position is not about that. It's good to have it, but that's not what that position is about.
Follow our guest at ESPN Booger. Booger McFarland joins us here on G&D. Let's stay in the division with the Eagles. That swoon last year was something. We all saw it, right? That collapse. I think they were 11-1 or so to start, maybe 10-1 to start the season, and they just fell apart. A lot of turnover, a lot of changing now. How are you viewing the Eagles this year?
I think it's the most important opener of any team in the National Football League based on what you guys just said. They were 10-1. They lost 6 out of their last 7. The offensive coordinator is gone. The defensive coordinator is gone. There's a rift allegedly between the head coach and the quarterback. Now you bring in new personnel. You bring in Saquon Barkley, new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, and you open up in Sao Paulo, Brazil, against a team that a lot of people think is up and coming. They're the youngest football team maybe in the National Football League, the Green Bay Packers. They got a quarterback that just got the bag. And here come the Eagles with all the questions that they have. I think it's the most important opener of the weekend because it could go one of two ways. If they don't start, 2-1, 3-0, then we're going to start back and we're going to talk about last year. And I think if you're an Eagle fan, you want to forget about last year as quick as you can.
Booger, on the flip side of that matchup, you mentioned Jordan Love getting paid for Green Bay. Can they push Detroit in the North? Do you think the Bears ultimately have anything to say about that with Caleb Williams in his debut season? How do you see Green Bay figuring into a division everybody seems to be handing to the Lions?
Well, I think it's going to be Detroit and Green Bay. I think it would be unfair to Caleb Williams to put him in a position to do something that not a lot of people have done in the history of the game, and that's a rookie quarterback leading a team to the playoffs. Like, it just doesn't happen a lot. So I think it'd be really unfair to ask that of him. And so I think we turn our attention into Detroit, Green Bay, and I think those two teams, based on how they finished, based on their trajectory, based on their roster, I think those two teams are going to be looked at as probably the favorites in that division. I would lean toward Detroit just because I just like their makeup. But if you told me at the end of the season that Green Bay won the division and was the number 1 seed, I wouldn't say that I would be really shocked. I think they're young, but they're really, really close to being ready.
I know you spent a lot of time in that NFC South as a player. How do you see that division going this year? I talked myself into a different team pretty much every day.
Well, it's a 2-team division. It's Tampa and Atlanta. I think in the end, I don't know if New Orleans will have enough. Their offensive line, I don't know if it's good enough. And so I think it's ultimately going to come down to Tampa and Atlanta. And does Atlanta have enough defense? I don't know. They got to show me. I would lean toward Tampa based on the makeup of their team. Baker Mayfield had a really good season last year. That defense led by Todd Bowles is really, really good year in and year out. And if you just look at kind of where they've been, like for Baker to come in and follow Tom Brady and for that team to go to the postseason, I think the sky's the limit for them from the standpoint of winning the division, getting into the postseason, hosting a playoff game. And once you get into the dance, then it's about matchups.
Booger McFarland of ESPN with us on Grant and Danny. Love talking ball with one of the great football analysts in the country. Booger, what about tomorrow's game? We kick off the season with a classic rematch of the AFC Championship game with the Chiefs and the Ravens. Kansas City's trying to do something unprecedented and three-peat. In fact, only 2 other teams ever, 3 I guess it is, have ever been to 3 straight Super Bowls, and none of the other ones won all 3. And then you got Baltimore with a 2-time MVP and Lamar Jackson, who are one of the top teams in the AFC otherwise. How do you like their chances this year, both of those 2 teams in that conference?
Yeah, regardless of what happens tomorrow night, I think these are 2 of the best teams, not only in the AFC, but in the entire league. I think both of them are going to be right there when it ends. Tomorrow night is not going to be, I don't think, a microcosm of where they're going to be when the season is over. I think it's a good matchup. I think, this matchup tomorrow night could draw, 30 to 40 million viewers because of everything that's going to be going on. You got the Kansas City side, Mahomes and Kelsey and Xavier Worthy. Also, Taylor Swift and what she's going to bring. You got Baltimore. Derrick Henry's going to be there. Like, tomorrow's going to be a star-studded affair. And so it wouldn't surprise me if it breaks records for an opening game in the National Football League. It's a standalone game. It's the only game on. It's what you get when the championship is in your building and you raise a banner. It's going to be a fun night. And with that being said, I think the pressure is on Kansas City, because do they really want to lose 2 openers at home 2 years in a row? I don't think they want to do that. And so I think the pressure is on them, because if you're Baltimore, you got to look at it this way. Baltimore had a death on the coaching staff. They got a new defensive coordinator. They got some change. They're trying to incorporate Derrick Henry into the offense. It's going to take some time for those things to take effect. But if you're Kansas City, same team, except you added Xavier Worthy. Okay, you got Juju Smith-Schuster. You got Travis Kelce. You got that big offensive line. You got Chris Jones, and you got McDuffie, and you got all the things that they have. So Kansas City really brings in more answers to the questions tomorrow night than Baltimore does, but it still should be a really good game.
So if we agree that Kansas City's, and they should be, the favorite in the AFC West, who finishes second in that division, Bug?
Second in the West. Wow. Talent-wise, you would say the Chargers, but I'm not really sure. The Raiders, if you don't have a quarterback, eventually that's going to catch up with you. Denver is intriguing. Not a Bo Nix fan. I got to see it on this level. Sean Payton loves him, but we'll see. Probably the Chargers.
Before I hit on college with you, just the transition to that level, we've talked about Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. You just mentioned maybe not being as high on Nix. I don't know where you're at on Drake May, who might play this year as well. What's your take on what we should expect from this rookie quarterback class in general?
Well, I think Drake May he's probably got the farthest to go. Caleb is going to start. Seems like he's ready to go, but he's still going to go through growing pains. Drake May is just not ready yet, nor is the offensive line. So there's really no need to put him out there. J.J. McCarthy, he's going to miss the entire season with the knee. Michael Penix. If we see Michael Penix, that probably means something is drastically wrong with either the Falcons offense or Kirk Cousins, because they gave him $100 million to play, and I don't think they're going to set a guy that's making $100 million guaranteed on the bench. So, those are the guys that you're probably looking forward to seeing. Bo Nix, again, the jury's still out. I know everybody says he's a bigger version of Drew Brees, but I'm not gonna disrespect Drew Brees and compare him to a guy who spent 5 years in college and threw the ball, 0 to 15 yards down the field a lot. I'm not going to compare Drew Brees to that just yet.
Boog, before we let you go, I want to hop down to college for a second, because you do a great job covering that level for ESPN as well. You tweeted something while I was watching that Florida State Shabingus the other night that was so good. You asked about a quarterback at Florida State, DJ Uiagalelei. You said, if you were a head coach and you handpick a portal quarterback and he struggles this bad, what do you do? And your point was, you don't really have equity with your team or with teammates, of his, to just let him keep playing. But then also it's complicated because you just paid a guy a lot of money. What's the answer to that question? Because I view it almost like Florida State gave a contract out in free agency and it's already a terrible contract. You were just referencing like you paid Cousins, you got to play him. This is kind of what we're talking about with NIL and a guy like DJU, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very similar, man. And if you're Mike Norvell, you got to figure it out, man, because to the point about equity, when you've been through the fire with teammates, those teammates will know, like, they know you're going to bounce out of it. They know, you got their back and they got your back. But when you have a guy who just showed up on campus 6 months ago, like, you don't really know him. Like, he's a hired hand. And he's proven through the first couple games that he's not it right now. And he may get better, but I think DJU is who he is, and who he is not very good. And I think if you're Florida State, you got to figure out what's next. I think Mike owes it to the team, and it's no different than the NFL. Sometimes you pass out a bad contract. Remember, Seattle gave Matt Flynn 3 years and $45 million, but they started Russell Wilson. Sometimes it happens, and if in those rare cases, you got to bite the bullet and tell the GM, I made a mistake. In this case, if you're Florida State, you got to go to the collective and say, hey, I know we're paying DJ whatever the number is, $500,000-$600,000, but I'm going to put him on the bench and we made a mistake. And that's where we are in college football. But it's a tough predicament to be in, especially when you bring the money, because the GM going to look at you like, well, you told me he was X. And that's kind of where Mike Norvell and Florida State are.
Is Cam Ward, the quarterback at Miami, as good as he played this weekend? He blew me away. And were there any other college quarterbacks on the short list that you would say also had kind of elite outings this weekend?
Cam Ward is as good. Nico Iamaleava at Tennessee is the real deal. Those two really stood out to me because they not only put up big numbers, but they played the game at a high level. Cam Ward went in the swamp amongst 90,000 and played like he was, over there outside of the old FedEx Stadium in the parking lot, just throwing it around. Like he just really looked cool, calm, and collected. And Nico, Nico is handpicked by Josh Heupel. They paid him a lot of money, and so far so good. So those were the two that really stood out to me.
Just wanted to get your thoughts in general, though, Boog, real quick about the landscape of college football. You referenced it a little bit. I'm happy for individual players, obviously. Get what you can get. I mean, the market says get it, go get it. No quibble there. But with all the conference realignment, with sort of the death maybe of some of these rivalries and kind of this wild, wild west, no CBA, just sort of, I don't want to call it craziness, but I don't have a better word for it. Where is college football at right now to you, and how can it get better if it needs to?
I think college football is more and more like the NFL from the standpoint of money and general managers and rosters and performance and the length of the season. Where can it get better? I think the one thing that you got to do right now is there are two transfer windows. One is from the spring. I think there only needs to be one, and most likely it probably needs to be at the end of the spring. Don't let a guy transfer as soon as the season is over and he's super emotional. I think, there's got to be one window. And if you say that one window's in the fall, okay, then fine. I just think there only needs to be one. Right now, having two windows to transfer is not very good.
Booger, tell me you're doing primetime again with Berman.
Oh, yeah, Sunday night, baby.
Oh, I'm telling you, this is not an exaggeration. I got ESPN Plus a couple of years back, for that show. I grew up watching it, TJ and Boom do that, and I still think it's just as good a football show as there is. You and him are so good, and I would tell all of our listeners to check it out. So you're going to do it every Sunday night?
Sunday night, on ESPN Plus, baby.
Love it. So good. Well, we appreciate you, man. It's awesome having you on the show. Always thrilled to talk to you, and we'll catch up soon.
All right, later. Have a good one, fellas.
Thanks, bud.
You got it. There's Booger McFarland of ESPN on Grant and Danny. Talks about both the pro and the college game. You know what show I'm talking about? Primetime.
Oh, yeah.
So it was
Primetime.
Right. The old show with him and TJ, Tom Jackson. Obviously, Jackson's now in his mid-70s, but he doesn't do it anymore. But him and Booger do it. And they go around every single game, and it's the Berman delivery of in Buffalo, the Bills. And, exactly. And it's caught at the 5, and it's just,
that's the one.
There it is. But that breakdown was my entire child fandom of football.
You guys, looking point at Grant Paulson, you, Darius Dameron, and you, if Ryan was sitting in the room, he's not, all sleep on the fact that you didn't know who won the earlier games until you saw that on NFL primetime. You're sitting there and missed you. Did the Colts
ticker?
Not really. I'm telling you, that score bug became more uniform later. You had to wait for the most part. You saw a highlight or two. You had a feel for how that Cardinals Oilers game was going. You didn't know.
Let me get a little bit of that, Darius. It's like Chiefs Ravens breakdown. They're like, here comes Baltimore. Lamar Jackson from
Louisville.
You always got to yell Louisville.
Louisville
finds his man. It's Dennis Pitta. I don't know why he's back.
Is it Dennis Pitta?
I don't know why he's back. Downfield, rumbling, stumbling, tumbling. He could go. Oh, I love primetime. The best. And now Booger, right there with my guy Berman. Let's go.
That show was perfect. It was perfect.
It is.
The highlight
still is, by the way.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you, it's ESPN Plus.
I know.
It's a staple for me on Sunday night.
Well, now it's especially because it's that window between the final 4:00 game whistle and then the actual Sunday night game.
Post Sunday night, that's one of my first stops. Before I jump on Game Pass and start watching some condensed games, I'm gonna watch Boom and Booger. break it down. Very, very fun. All right, 6.5 wins is the projected total for the odds makers on the Commanders. Are we going over or under? That's next on Grant and Danny. power ranking going into week 1 of the top 10 QBs in football. They have Brock Purdy 6th. I'm not mad about that. I don't agree with it. But I also think Brock Purdy is one of the most complicated quarterbacks to talk about, to discuss, and to rank in my time as someone covering the NFL. Because he's got so much help. His job is made so much easier in every situation by every level of support for a quarterback, from coaching to play calling to offensive line and tackle play to weaponry at receiver and at tight end and the running game and your pass catching running back. He's got it easier than any quarterback in league history probably has ever had it. But yet he also makes the occasional incredible off-schedule play. He does things better than some of the guys that they've had there, like Jimmy Garoppolo, have done. But the fact that Garoppolo got to a Super Bowl, got to a couple NFC championship games, I think tells you all you need to know. Brock Purdy is eventually going to get paid. We know that. He's going to make $60 million a year, and it's going to feel insane. And it's just how it works when you win to the extent that San Francisco has with him under center, and you put up some of the gaudy, ostentatious type numbers that he's been able to. But having him 6th in the top 10, that's just tough for me. But there is a wide open conversation really after the big 4. You know, it always feels like we've got like that Mount Rushmore. It used to be Manning, Breeze, Brady, Rodgers. Now it's Mahomes, Allen, Burrow. And I think most people would throw Lamar in there as a 2-time MVP. But after that, it kind of opens wide up, doesn't it?
It does. And it's, that week or, that season, good fortune, bad, everything in between.
Who's on a heater, who isn't?
Yeah. So just to your Purdy point, everybody wants, it reminds me of the Miller Lite commercials, the taste great, less filling type deal. Here's the deal.
I like those commercials as a young boy.
Yeah. And they brought him back with Luke Wilson now yelling at everybody that it's both. Here's the thing. Brock Purdy is a system quarterback, and everybody gets very upset one way or the other. But here's my point. Nick Mullins also ran that system. Nick Mullins stinks, put up terrible numbers. Jimmy Garoppolo ran that system. Nowhere near as effective as Brock Purdy. It can be both things. He fits that thing really well. A lot of guys would thrive there. A lot of guys who've been there and played there. It's not like Sam Darnold lit the world on fire. It's not like, again, I mentioned Nick Mullins. Jimmy Garoppolo, 20-12, his way to Super Bowls and NFC title games, right? Checking it down, handing it off, doing nothing spectacular. And how great that front office is, the personnel, carried them an awful long way. And he got to ride the coattails by not turning it over, but not really doing anything spectacular. Purdy has put up better numbers than any of those guys in Kyle Shanahan's system. So that matters to me. It's also, if you dropped him on the name that pedestrian offense, I don't know, whoever you think the most middle of the pack, middling, boring offense is, would he do 38 touchdowns and 7 picks again? Probably not. That's not who he is. So to me, both can be true.
Would you rather have him or Jordan Love?
Him.
I'd rather have Jordan Love. Would you rather have him or Jalen Hurts?
Hurts.
That one's closer because Hurts last year was so bad, and I wonder a little bit about how good Hurts is now. But I'll say Hurts, I guess, by a hair. Would you rather have him or Matt Stafford? Not Matt in Stafford, the caller.
Oh, thank you, because I love Matt in Stafford.
I should say this: Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford. Pretty because of health. I feel like Stafford stays hurt. When he's healthy, he's really, really good.
Him or Dak Prescott?
Purdy.
I mean, I guess my point is, like, that group, that tier of 6 through 12 or whatever is jumbled up a little bit. So I'm not going to spend any time being upset. It's just whenever I see Purdy ranked that high, it's just a reminder, man, he's fascinating.
Yeah.
And
it's
everyone
polarizing,
should
right?
prepare for the internet to break because he's going to get 60 mil probably this coming off.
And people are going to lose their minds.
The projected total for the Commanders is a 6.5 win season from odds makers. The future bet you can make on the Commanders is to either go over or under that total. So let's proverbially walk up to the window here, Dan. I want you to pick a side, and we'll open up the phones for you guys right now. It should be fun. I want to take the temperature of our listening audience on this via you guys at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Would you bet on the Commanders to go over or under 6.5 wins?
It's over, but slight for me. I've got them right at 7. I think this is probably the range they should be in, which again is why, as our buddy Chris Russell says, the boys in Vegas. Just it's a group of 3 or 4 people in Vegas. Just these boys gathering around deciding these types of odds.
I was sitting next to Russell at Josh Harris's press conference last weekend over at the X, and Harris said at one point, like,
I remember he goes, "I'll leave that to the guys in Vegas."
Exactly.
Right?
He's like, I'll leave that to the folks out in Vegas or whatever. And I literally, as Josh Harris is talking in the second row, turn around to Russell, who's right behind me, and I go, "The boys in Vegas."
The boys in Vegas.
But anyway,
yeah, but that's right where they belong, I think. Both in terms of turning over the roster, in terms of new regime, new quarterback, all these types of things. There is not a ton of precedent for a team to just jump up and win 9 or 10 games. Our eye line is ruined because of what CJ Stroud, the remarkable turnaround that Houston endured last year. But what's far more typical is incremental improvement. Plus, I forget the exact number. I don't have it in front of me. I was trying to look it up real quick from Warren Sharp. They have one of the more difficult schedules in the NFL. And as you start to tally it up here, you're not in terms of the gimmies, in terms of how dominant they're going to be. I think they'll be competitive in every game, but it feels like that 6 or 7 win plateau to me. So I'd probably say 7. The other nugget I would offer is from the folks at ESPN who did that very nerdy statistical breakdown, Mike Clay and Company. They have a win probability of north of 50% in only 1 game. And that's a team that they haven't beat very much at all over the last handful of seasons in the Giants. So it doesn't mean that you lose every one of those games where you're a 34% favored or a 48% favored, et cetera. But it just means just on paper. So when you add it all up, I don't see the banner season a lot of folks are talking about in terms of 9 or 10 wins. I'm okay with that, by the way. I've got them right in that 7 win range. So I would take the over with some hesitation.
12th easiest schedule in the NFL via Sharp Analytics. Obviously, there are other metrics you can find. Most places have them somewhere between 5th and 6th easiest to about 10th. I think Sharp actually is one of the least favorable toward Washington's schedule, and he's got them still top 12. So schedule should not be an issue at all. You know how I do my strength of schedule bit. I don't do it the way a lot of people do, where they look at the teams based on last year. The way I look at strength of schedule is quarterbacks that are on your schedule. What QBs do you actually play? That's what I care about. Now, that can change too with injuries, and generally it only gets easier. It doesn't get a lot harder because it's not like teams are going out and adding at the quarterback position. But if you look at their early season schedule, I think they've got to start pretty quickly. They play the Bucs and the Giants in weeks 1 and 2. I think both of those games are winnable, and I could actually see them being 2-0 going to Cincinnati for Monday Night Football. But I know that if they're going to be over 6.5, they probably have to have one of those two. I don't like the idea of 0-2 going to the Bengals for a primetime game on the road. That's going to be a difficult place to play. You then play the Cardinals. Through 4 games, you should be 2-2. If you're not at least 1-3, you're in big, big trouble. But the Giants and Cardinals games are going to be toss-up type games. I know the Cardinals is on the road, but you could very easily be 500 through 4 games. Then you've got the Panthers, the Bears, and the Giants in a stretch right around Halloween. You get one of those, at least maybe 2 of those. But if you just run through it, I mean, it's the quarterback schedule includes Will Levis, Derek Carr, Daniel Jones twice. Hurts, the way he played last year, is no insurmountable task. They almost beat Philly twice. Deshaun Watson has not been good. They have Kyler Murray of Arizona, Baker Mayfield of Tampa Bay. So it's not a arduous schedule in that regard. So I'm going over as well, Danny. I'm a little more bullish maybe in the over than you are too. 7 sounds about right, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to win 8, or if Jaden Daniels is really, really good, if they got to 9. But we're in lockstep in saying over 6.5, which is a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the range among the bottom 5 or 6, maybe even 7 teams in the NFL in terms of win totals, right? Like there's a couple that are 4.5. I think there's a couple that are 5.5, and a couple other that are around 6, 6.5. Depends on your sports book and depends on where you're looking. But so the world isn't terribly bullish, and I totally get your quarterback approach, like looking at it that way. That's as good a way to do it as any, because as you said,
we don't know anything.
Well, as you also said, rightly, we're basing a lot of it on last year. I'm trying to also put in what I think a team is going to be. But again, that's the beauty of this league, is you think you've got somebody figured out, and then they're totally different. How many people thought Houston 10-7 last year with Rookie of the Year division winner? How many people, were 100% sure that Detroit would be within a point or two away of winning the NFC title, or the Green Bay would go on the run that they did? There's a million different things that we try to predict and we can't. The Philadelphia would start 10-1 and fall apart. You don't know when you play a team, the old Shanahan axiom. But to me, on paper, if they're explosive and high ceiling enough to win some of these games that, just if it got high scoring at times over the last couple of seasons, they had no chance for the most part, right? Except maybe with the exception of one of those Philly games or the Broncos going back and forth. But if you're like playing in one of those high level NFL games, it was like, okay, you're going to leave this team in the distant rear view. If they've got the wherewithal maybe to win a couple of those games, because to your point, Daniels is doing something explosive and you steal one against, Philadelphia on the road there, then you can kind of start to creep up that total a little bit to me.
I mean, you don't have to play Mahomes. They do have to deal with Jackson and Burrow, but no Allen, Herbert, Stafford. Last year you played the Jets, didn't have to deal with Rodgers, but would have. It's probably a middle of the pack quarterback schedule if you do it that way. Let's get to the calls next. 800-636-1067. We want to hear from you guys. The MGM National Harbor listener lines are wide open. 6.5 wins is the projection in Vegas. Odds makers say that's how good the Commanders are. You going over or under that total next on Grant and Danny.
It's kind of just, go out there and just playing football. Obviously, I'm embrace the moment, take it in. I'm officially in my first NFL game. But once that ball kicked out, none of that matters. So, got to focus on try to execute at a high level and go out there and try to help the team win.
4 days from Jaden Daniels making his NFL debut. That was Daniels with the media today. Welcome back, G&D on the Fan. 6.5 wins is the over-under projection for the Commanders. Are you going over or under that total? Let's go to Andrew in Damascus, who's been waiting. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. Cough twice if you're under duress or something. I don't know where all your confidence is coming from. I mean, I got him at 6 wins, and I'm crossing my fingers. I just don't know who's going to score. I don't think the receiving core, I don't know who's going to get that many touchdowns. Same with the running backs. Unless Jaden Daniels scores like 25 touchdowns, I don't think we're going to score enough points, and I'm not sure the defense is strong enough to really start winning us games. I don't see a huge improvement, and I hope I'm wrong, but I'm happy for you guys.
I said 7 wins. It's not like I'm doing like a 10, 11 win bit. Let's have a parade.
That's a good zing. And
But it is.
by the way, I get the cynicism on some of the position groups that you highlighted. I'll just kind of answer some of your questions, though. You said basically, how could you be so confident in the offense? Well, number one, I think there's a chance Jaden Daniels has a spectacular rookie season. All signs are pointing to him being very comfortable. And I think if Cliff Kingsbury is worth his weight, Jaden Daniels will operate an offense that's designed to make him look really good. And people will say, well, wait a second, you weren't huge on him coming out. And that's true. I think the initial production is not the same as a career. And initially, with a lot of these guys, dual threat types who are great with their arm and their feet, I watched it in 2012 to an unbelievable extent with Kyle Shanahan. You can hit the ground sprinting, and then the league adjusts, and you've got to adjust. So that part's going to be the question for me. But I think if Cliff Kingsbury is good, then their offense is actually going to be pretty explosive. Because to that point in 2012, you could have called up and said, well, who's going to be catching balls? Pierre Garçon got hurt. It was like Josh Morgan and 33-year-old Santana Moss or something. They didn't have weapons on that offense. They had a 6th-round running back who went for 1,600 yards. And the reason was teams had to go at 11-on-11 and defend them, which makes Brian Robinson good, which makes Austin Eckler better. McLaurin is a legit weapon. You need one other guy kind of to step forward at receiver, whether it's Noah Brown or Luke McCaffrey or Diami or Alameda Zaccheaus. But I do think a healthy Zach Ertz is a decent player at tight end. I like Sinnett a little bit as a secondary tight end. Ben Sinnett's a decent player as a rookie and will be better than that long term. And I think their passing game is going to go kind of through the tight end and running back room with McLaurin leading the way. So the lack of receivers, while problematic, doesn't scare me to the same extent because I think it's going to be a quick game offense to get the ball out fast.
Yeah, I'm with you in the sense that I don't think it's a high ceiling offense. I think they've done that to themselves. I think it's kind of an unforced error to your point about the personnel, especially on the outside. I think you've lowered the ceiling there precipitously, and you're going to have some low hanging fruit where where Daniels will be able to run, and you might have some games where it works. But if you go back to 2012, there's a lot of 12 points against the Steelers and 10 points here.
Totally.
The explosion games were unbelievable and so awesome and joy-filled. Think of Thanksgiving.
Well,
Think of opener
New
New Orleans.
Offense in the NFL in yards per play, which is kind of what I'm talking about.
No, I understand
There's
that.
going to be games where the points maybe aren't there, but I think they're going to move the football.
And that's what I would say is I think sometimes they won't, right? When you deal with a rookie quarterback.
Football.
And but also when your offense is we got to do it that way. If you don't have that incredible quarterback to lift you every week, or you've got offensive diversity, I think they've taken that away by not doing more at the receiver spot. So I don't think this is going to be a top 5 offense or number 1 in yards per play or any that kind of stuff. I think it'll be better than it's been, which is a dubious honor.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be top 5 either. I wasn't suggesting that that's the case at all. I'm just saying in 2012, where you were saying, look at all these games where they didn't score, they were the best offense in the league. Lining up and running plays, nobody got more yards per play attempt than they did. They were number 1 in the National Football League. This group won't be that. But, I mean, Lamar Jackson in his first season in the league ran for 700 yards. I think Jaden Daniels could do something like that. To me, that's the great equalizer. Is I'm not ruling out the possibility that he runs for like 650, 700 yards, something like that as a rookie. Let's go to Alex in Aspen Hill on G&D. What's up, Alex? Alex, you there?
Alex.
You think that? Seriously?
Alex, that's
You kiss your mother with that mouth?
gross. Disrespectful.
Call up here and say something like that.
Unbelievable.
The nerve of Alex.
On a Wednesday? There's football games tomorrow, dude. You're going to bring that noise?
It's a family program.
Mm.
Alex, what's up?
Hey, Alex.
Hello?
Hey, Ben.
Yeah, so I think Vegas has a number kind of close, just over, hopefully just over, so we can build for the future. Not good for the 10 and 7, 11 and 6 predictors. But I do have another prop that's very relevant, going back to what you were saying about Terry earlier, Grant.
Yeah.
He's never gone under 900 yards in his career. Vegas has him at 900.5 for the over-under. That number scares me, to be honest.
I agree with you. And we actually talked about this when I saw that a couple weeks back. Appreciate the call. Ominous in some way. I could see this being a tough year for McLaurin if, number one, last year's lack of explosiveness wasn't just dealing with the foot problem that lingered, but rather maybe a sign of something else.
Mhm.
But also, they don't have other guys at wide receivers we were just talking about to take the pressure off of him.
Yeah,
So
I know how I defend this group.
Yeah, if you're a defensive coordinator, where's my secondary attention going? Make sure Terry McLaurin doesn't go 7 for $110.
Yeah, pretty simple, right? I mean, you try to get him into a passing down. I guess that's a lot of the league, and you know where the ball's they're gonna try to target.
Let's hit the headlines from the day that was next and get you ready for Nats baseball. Nats pregame in 10 minutes, and at 6:40, they get started tonight right here on the Fan against the Marlins. Remember that the sponsor of the Grant and Danny radio program is the law firm Kondorian Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them G&D sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. If you're just leaving the office, getting in the car, big story today for the Commanders and in the NFL was a 4-year extension for Sam Cosmi, the right guard for Washington, gets $74 million, just shy of $19 million per year. Drafted as a tackle out of Texas in round 2, kicked inside the guard, finished 12th in the NFL in snaps at his position last year, was the number 6 highest graded guard, according to Pro Football Focus. He and his wife have a 9-month-old baby, and they can now set up shop in the DMV as he is under contract, Danny, through the 2028 season. 5 more years of Sam Cosmi, the best lineman Washington has and one of their best players.
Retweeted a stat from the 33rd team among guards that had over 1,000 snaps and allowed 1 sack last year. That is Quentin Nelson and Sam Cosmi. That is the list. He's in good company. This is a really good player whose rep is ascending. His play is ascending. He has taken a guard like a fish to water, or like me to a buffet that's full of carbohydrates. He is really good. One of your core guys now. You're kind of tied to him, and you should be. Like those are the dudes that you build around, right? All you do is you turn in good work. You're a good citizen. You do everything you're supposed to do. You show up and you work, and he does that. So he will be here. He's now one of their kind of linchpin players.
I don't want to throw a party for something that was so easy and so obvious as to get this deal done when you have all this money, so little cash on the books moving forward, and Cosmi set to play what will be another year at guard and presumably get closer to, if not making, his first Pro Bowl. So it's kind of a no-brainer. Having said that, I like rewarding good behavior, and I think that's what this is. It is indicative maybe of what this ownership group and this front office wants the future to look like. You get a really high-end player in the draft who comes into his own and plays like a star at times. You reward him pretty handsomely. I mean, this is not a small contract. Puts him up there with some of the higher-paid guards in the league. They didn't have to do this, but they chose to. You don't play the tag game like they did with their last All-Pro guard, Brandon Sheriff, and so many other good players in the previous regime. So that was good and healthy to see. News yesterday that we didn't get to yet. Brandon McManus had the charges against him, civilly and otherwise, dropped. And so Brandon McManus is not going to be facing, it doesn't look like, any further punishment for the allegations made against him for sexual harassment on a flight while with the Jacksonville Jaguars last year to London in his 1 year with the Jaguars. McManus, you'll remember, is the longtime kicker, 33 years old, in the league from 2014 until now, who Washington signed for good money to come in and end their kicker issue. He was 30 of 37 last year, made all 35 of his extra points, has one of the biggest legs in the league. In fact, of his 7 misses, 5 were from beyond 50. He hit 5 of 10, but he missed 2 kicks inside of 50. It was really, really good. And when the Commanders signed him, they thought they had their long-term kicker on the roster via free agency this year. He'd been with the Broncos forever, 1 year in Jacksonville, and then on to Washington on a multi-year contract. Instead, Danny, these allegations come out. They hadn't been prepped. McManus and his agent didn't tell them that they were coming. They were really upset. They released him immediately just based on the allegation. And they said they were cutting him because he didn't warn them, that he didn't allow them to get their ducks in a row, essentially. I don't like anyone getting cut based on allegations. I also don't know that this means he didn't do anything. That's certainly not always what it means when charges or any kind of claims get dropped. Having said all that, I think Brandon McManus is probably going to kick in the NFL this season. But after trading a late-round pick for Cade York, I don't know that it's going to be in Washington.
Yeah, there's no clear winner, loser. Well, if there's a loser, you know what I mean? There's no like, oh, this is obvious. You do it this way. Washington could have been without him, right? They could have gotten to this point if they'd stood by him, and the gavel slams and he's guilty. Then you're in the who's available this week to come try to kick for me market. The way that they're able to sell this, and again, I hesitate to use the wrong language, but to sell it is basically say, you didn't let us know this was coming, right? You didn't prepare us for this. Had we gotten all the information, maybe we could have stood by you or done something else, but we can't afford to wait around. I understand that from the team's perspective. I'm also with you that, I mean, think back to what happened with Greg Hardy so many years ago. He was found guilty of a bench warrant. He asked for a jury trial. Then they couldn't find his accuser. And there were pretty easy trails of this money went here, credit cards went here, lavish things were given to the former accuser, so that they didn't have a trial. Well, did that mean he didn't do anything? I have no idea, but there's a pretty clear line. We don't know. We have no idea what happened, what didn't happen at this case. Just know that the charges have been dropped. So I'm also with you that all of that happens legally. He's been accused. It doesn't seem fair that your livelihood is gone based on an accusation that you're now officially not guilty of.
Accused,
Yeah.
right?
Now what? And so it's the type of thing that makes my skin crawl. It stinks. There's no great outcome here, certainly, but I understand why Washington had to move quickly.
I said at the time, if he wasn't a kicker, if they had signed him and he was an important player at another position, a key position for them, my guess is you probably handle it differently, but you just weren't going to allow that position to drag you down when you did nothing wrong and had nothing to do with it as an organization. And so that was the decision they made. But for now, it looks like he'll at least be eligible to get back into the league. We'll see if any punishment comes, because again, it doesn't mean he didn't do anything. Right. Maybe the league has a different opinion on Brandon McManus and how quickly he can start playing again. One other note outside of DC in the NFL quickly, Jamar Chase did practice today with the Bengals for the first time this offseason. He was in uniform on the field, ramping up for week 1. So if you've got him in fantasy ball, it sounds like your first round pick that you took somewhere, I don't know, between picks 4 and 7 probably, will be on the field, ideally, for the first game of the season against the Patriots. Speaking of getting on the field, the Nats are getting warmed up as we speak. Let's get you ready for Nationals baseball. Starting lineups and pitching pairing presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Mackenzie Gore. Leading off playing right field, Dylan Cruz. Batting second, playing third base, Jose Tena. Batting third, DH Andres Chaparro. Batting fourth, the James Wood in left field. Luis Garcia batting fifth, playing second base. Joey Gallo at first, batting sixth. Playing shortstop, batting seventh. Jake Abrams batting it through in the catch, and Caber Ruiz, and batting ninth in center field. Your guy, my guy, our guy. That's Jacob Young.
Mackenzie Gore, dare I say, is figured out his issues.
Turn the corner a little bit.
Back-to-back solid starts, 6 innings, 1 run at the Braves, and then 6 innings with 2 runs, 6 punchies against the Yankees. He had one of his better starts of the year. 7 innings and 10 strikeouts against the Marlins earlier this season. Hopefully he can be in attack mode against Miami tonight. Make it 3 straight quality starts would be a big deal for the 25-year-old lefty to finish the season strong. Let's get you your game day weather presented by Pepco. Storm season's here. We know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/storm prep. They are indoors, but what's it like in Miami, Derek?
It is 89 degrees, feels like 97. Scattered thunderstorms in the area there in Miami, but with the roof closed, we don't have to worry about that. Let's go, Nats.
Show meteorologist Darius Dameron. And like that, you are ready for Nats baseball. Thanks to Darius and Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long. One more sleep. Football tomorrow, friends.
Thank you for coming.